What's going on, everybody? Welcome to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English. My name is Gordo. I'm joined by Cubby on the cast for the night as we get into the second day of our first round of the playoff bracket. It's anyone's legend taking on surprise entrance to the brackets, Edward Gaming. How's it going, Cubby?
Doing good, Gordo. It is my second broadcast in 24 hours. I've got this, and then I've got a call time in about 7.5 hours for C-Law on twitch.tv/LCS in the morning. So I'm taking a note from one of the players we have in NACO whose name is Denethor. He had a great quote about all the games he's been playing of late and said, it's a mix of adrenaline and comfort. When you keep on moving up in the standings, it's adrenaline, and then you just set in with the comfort from winning, and it's a deadly combo. So, you know, I'm trying to channel some of that for my own casting for the couple of days.
There you go.
Gordo. It's been fun.
Some would say it's just, you know, staying up for 36 hours straight and trying to make it work, but I like the...
Got naps. You know?
I like the Denethor shout-out. You know what? That's a great way to conceptualize it. That's a great way to get through it.
Good quote.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL, as we have got ourselves, first things first, we got to continue with the All-Pro reveals, Cubby. We have got ourselves the third team All-Pro from our LPL English broadcast. Zuyan, Junja, Cream, Awesome, and Zhuo going to be walking away with this one. And this is where it becomes important to clarify that we had some, dare I say, more sensical rules than the official All-Pro team.
I would agree.
Where we did not DQ all the NIP players when they lost their Knights Road matches.
Yes, here at the LPL, if you lose, you do still get to eat on the All-Pro list. So, Awesome and Zhuo was a pretty awesome regular season from them. I do really feel like Awesome and Zhuo were ahead of the meta in some of the bot lane pairings that, of course, in Fearless, just with this split, pairings have been really big for bot lane. We've seen a lot of support save for specific marksmen and vice versa. They were first to the Lucian Milio train that a lot of other teams picked up. And Awesome for me was a real standout on NIP, but... I know the big talking points, of course, for LPL was that we did have that 3 out of 4 Group Nirvana teams upset the Group Ascension teams, and it is going to shake up the standings for Group Ascension for the upcoming split. However, those Group Nirvana teams have not had the same success the first round of playoffs so far.
Not so far. They got a couple more opportunities to do so, but... so far, just going to be settling with the qualifying for the bracket at all, at least in Thunder Talk and LGD's positions. But let's talk about those play-in results a little bit more, where that is the talk of the town in and around the LPL. This is still third team All-Pro, but...
There's community.
Oh, this is the community All-Pro. I totally forgot. We got them as well here. Thank you for that, Cubby. Where they have a pretty similar list to us. They're bringing in Flandra and Tarzan, showing a little bit more respect for the AL squad, and Vampire makes this list as well.
I did have Vampire almost in my top 3. I actually had Kyle. I had Kyle and Tarzan. But, yeah, it's kind of interesting because, at least for the broadcasts, we didn't have AL as a part of our All-Pro list. So, definitely kind of a surprise.
Against my wishes.
Yeah, against mine as well, but, you know, a little bit of a surprise, just given the pedigree that we have on AL and the pedigree they're going to be trying to show today, as EDG, the last Group Nirvana team to take a stab to try and move up in the upper bracket of our playoffs. And, again, the brethren that they've had in Group Nirvana so far, it was a dominant Game 1 from Thunder Talk yesterday, but then they kind of got blown out of the water, and we'll see if that trend continues. I feel like Twitch chat has been... pretty quick to count the Nirvana teams out, and also I'm not gonna say, you know, be and moan, but kind of close to that in terms of like, oh my god, what's split 3 gonna look like with all these teams upsetting, or asking for format changes already. The fact that we have Weibo and Group Nirvana after a single best of 5 that they dropped, I think these teams have a chance to still prove themselves. And a big talking point we've had for Group Ascension is, of course, the experience in that group. We really have seen teams level up, kind of like the way that we saw NIP level up throughout the year, even if they don't find themselves in Group Ascension for Split 3. So, asking for time, but of course, that's teasing Split 3, not the bracket where these teams need to perform now in playoffs.
Yeah, and speaking of that bracket, you know, this is still the talk of the town here around LPL, just exactly how that play-in bracket ended up going through. IG, LNG, Weibo, and NIP looking like they will round out our group Nirvana for split number 3. Can't overemphasize how crazy this is. I mean, I got all 4 wrong. I'll tell you that much. And I'm not alone. I'm in very good company.
Yeah. LNG was the team that was favored, if any, Group Nirvana teams to take that win. Team WE really did show up, but yeah, the Group Ascension is still going to be a very different look for this upcoming split, and led to a very different playoff bracket as well. But I do think that one of the fun things, of course, having EDG today, they are a legacy brand within the LPL. And while it hasn't been the best performances for EDG the last couple of years, to have them sneaking into this playoff bracket, for me, featuring a pretty impressive young mid laner in Senyan, and really have him step up in that series to help get EDG here, that's pretty exciting for me. And again, EDG, I mean, this is the team that got me starting to watch LPL. I didn't watch LPL until Deft came over to compete for EDG in Season 5, as the Korean Exodus made a fan out of me for LPL, because I had to follow some of the players back then when I was still a fan. And again, to have EDG featuring some young players, featuring someone like Leave, who I think has a claim to really be competing in Group Ascension, which he's now earned with his squad. Definitely an AD that some people looked at as having the mechanics to play at a higher level. We'll see if he can step up and prove that today against AL.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a big underdog story here for most of the Nirvana teams that did end up qualifying on through. EDG's going to count themselves among those, and they'll be the last one coming in from Nirvana to try to take a win here in the first round of playoffs. But to do that, they are going to have to pick up a win against anyone's legend first and foremost. Let's start off with the lineups here. You know them, you love them. Their longest standing group of 5 in the LPL. It's Flandra, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kael.
And I do really like the note that you had there, Gordo, about this being the longest standing 5-stack in the LPL. I think it speaks to the chaos, given that they've been together for a year and a half, and they are the longest standing 5-stack that we have in the LPL. But this is a team that saw a lot of success last year. And we thought that they were going to get off to the same start in Split 1 as they were the first seed coming out of the regular season. But that 4th place finish wasn't exactly what AL were looking for. And frankly, I think it's a chance for them to kind of reclaim their standings within the playoff bracket, because no one would be surprised if AL ends up making it to MSI. I think the pedigree that we have on this roster and just the accomplishments that they had this past year, this is a team that I feel like is expected to perform and should be a team that we look at to try and make MSI. That said, I don't think the majority of people has them as one of the 2 teams that will end up at MSI, given what we've seen, and the strength of BLG and JDG, who I think are the 2 community favorite teams to make it through. So, do think that there is opportunity for AL to really prove themselves in this playoff bracket this time around.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a bit of a heartbreaker for them last split to come in with such high expectations, not be able to step up to the playoffs. But now they qualify themselves as a top 4 team once again, and that's in a very, very close race between everybody not named BLG. So we're really excited to see what this team is going to be able to do this next time around. And meanwhile, they're going to be playing up against EDG, who we've been talking about their journey all night long. They are coming on in with a slightly different roster than they've been running for most of the split. ZDZ Xiaohao Sinyan coming in mid lane, only on his 3rd series with this EDG lineup, alongside Li and Shui.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, the 2 big stories coming out of the initial series we had was really Sinyan stepping in, because this is a young mid laner that was actually on AL Youth to start off the year. He was competing under AL's banner for the Demacia Cup. EDG picked him up heading into this split and ran him later on. And for me, Angel has really been a mid laner that is a veteran voice within the team and has been really good on the movers. The Rise and Talia is what I associate with him. But Sinyan's control mage play was really strong. Well, I know we're going to take a look at that in a sec. Was teasing the All-Pros and some of the snubs that we had. Again, Flandre, Kael, and Tarzan did make it onto the All-Pro for LPL Official and also the Community All-Pro, but did not make it into our All-Pro for the broadcast ourselves, which you know, maybe something to prove, or I think also speaks to the reality of the split that AL did have.
Yeah, I know. You know, I listen, did they undershoot expectations from being first seed last time? Sure. Do they deserve no players on any of the 3 All-Pro teams? That's crazy stuff to me. I can't get on board with that. I can't endorse that. I think there even could have been a spot for some of these EDG members on some of the Nirvana All-Pro teams. The community gave them one, but it was Angel, who we aren't even expecting to necessarily see tonight. It might just be Sinyan all the way through. So, snubbed across the board in many ways then. So, we'll have to see if they are able to make good on you know, a little bit of revenge for the disrespect the broadcast has shown them over the course of the night. Let's check out Leave and talk about him and the series that he had, because it is almost time to get into those walkouts, and we want to talk about these players.
Leave had a standout performance against NIP in Awesome, and for me, Leave has been a player where, going up against his old team, Leave with the Doinby squad, and really Leave in the LPL, it's always been like, wow, mechanically, no one doubts this player's talent. It's just being able to temper the aggression appropriately. We haven't seen it. For me, this was a clip where Leave plays this fight too fast, and at times that can happen with Leave, but at other times we see that aggression come to fruition, and have an AD carry that really feels like is someone where, when XN's the AD carry a lot of people look to be the one that is going to move up to Group Ascension from that Group Nirvana stack, but Leave really proved that historically, he has been someone that people look to bat at a higher level. Love the aggression we saw. I mean, that enemy supports top. What happens on the TP instantly comes back, gets a kill against Awesome. And then this final clip in game 5 on the Zeri is the boldness of Leave to step up, empowered already. He wasn't that far ahead. Look at the gold graph. This is still an even game and a pretty close game state. Leave took over this fight, took over this game 5, really helped ensure that his team was going to be the one that was competing today and competing in Group Ascension for Split 3. As I think we saw the best of Leave in that series, and definitely need to see if we can see that again today, because frankly, when it comes to AL, the position that I look for teams to punish, it has been Marksman and Hope on the AL side.
Yeah, the Varus game, the Zeri game, tremendous performances from Leave to get them over the finish line and to pick up those last 2 wins that they needed to be able to promote on up and to be able to make this bracket in the first place and to be able to relegate an IP in that tight 5-game series. The other big factor there was Sinyan, who just came out of nowhere and was able to have such a good performance on the day.
I think that for me, I saw really good stuff from him. Like, I love this clip. It's simple. But Gnar has Flash and Hop. We're not going to combo the Shockwave with the Jarvan. We're going to wait to get both those tools out and then use it. I really like this TP he had, too. I'm just surprised that being a young player and a rookie, I felt like I saw good fundamentals from him and some pretty decent control mage play. Like, this TP, it really puts NIP in a bind. He knows he can kind of TP to this side of the map. Jin's not a threat to Victor. It gets them on Baron quickly, and he's even able to flush out Care in the back half, having the presence of mind to scout that out, and then what happens in game 5? Guys, he's got push, force Care back on the reset, instantly walks bot, is going to preemptively flash to make sure they get this play off with the team. I just felt like I saw some good, solid, fundamental gameplay coming out from Sinyan, and I was pleasantly surprised by that as someone who, again, is entering his 3rd competitive series playing Tier 1 tonight.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff from Sinyan here. So you got to walk away from this wondering what else we're going to see from this rookie. He hasn't been challenged on some of the more really mechanically challenging picks of the roster so far. Haven't had to see him on those big assassins. Haven't seen the Akalis or the Silases of the world. Not that this team necessarily needs him to pilot those, but very curious what those performances could look like. Haven't seen him on the Azir. Haven't seen him on the Rise. There's just a real lack of data that needs to be addressed for this player. So very interested in what we're going to see in potential additional best of 5s here. This is going to be his 2nd one here today. But our featured matchup of the night, of course, has got to be this bot lane. Got to find out if Leave is going to be able to continue reprising his performances. Now, he's got the more impressive stats here for sure, but that is, of course, against Group Nirvana opponents and with a much smaller sample size. But still, you can see a lot of these are percentage-based. He means so much to EDG. They need him to rock up and be dealing a huge chunk of the damage, nearly a third there. be a part of basically every kill, receive a huge amount of the gold in a way that Hope and AL do not necessarily build their roster.
Yeah, and again, I feel like if it is going to be an EDG victory tonight, it would be a big upset, but I gotta believe that it's going to come through Leave. That's how EDG got here. It was Leave having a massive series against NIP, as EDG, for me, won the majority of those games. I know it was a 3-2, but that series felt more like a 4.5 to 0.5 or a 4-1 for EDG, as they did end up throwing one of the games and had leads at points in all 5 games. So for EDG, Leave is, again, someone that is looking to play aggressive, to step up. Finding a way to correctly temper that has always been the key for Leave. And I do feel like we saw a little bit of that Jekyll and Hyde against NIP, but overall, he was firing on all cylinders. The damage percentage and numbers that he put up in that series were filthy. We'll talk about that throughout our series tonight as well. And any formula for an EDG victory, I have to believe that it comes from a good performance from Leave tonight. And again, a lot of the formulas for victories that we've had from teams in the LPL going up against AL on the other side, it has come from trying to punish Hope and some of the mistakes that we have seen from him in the team fights this year. Is it hasn't been Hope's strongest split.
Completely agree. If we're going to see EDG performances tonight, that feels like it's the most likely place for them to come through as time to kick off these walkouts. Very excited to be back in person. Was a little bit of a shame that we had Knights Row online. So very excited to see these players take to their home front stages and get to show out for all of these fans. And yeah, AL come in as heavy favorites on the night, but it feels so silly to even be talking about that after what we just saw last week. It's such an important reminder that you never know who's going to be able to show up on the day, that being able to pick up 3 out of 5 wins in a best of 5 is not an impossible task for pro-level teams, even as major underdogs. And EDG have a shot tonight, even if it may not be immediately obvious and it may not be the majority expectation.
Yeah, I mean the games are played for a reason, and it shouldn't be expected. One of the fun threads, of course, was shouting out that he was a part of AL Youth to kick off this season. Again, Demacia Cup, AL sat their players after a really busy calendar last year competing in the internationals. It was Sinian that was representing the AL brand in Demacia Cup. Now, they didn't win their series and move forward, but I think, in one lens, you can look at this and be like, EDG is rocking the mid laner that was behind Shanks, right? That should be an advantage for AL stepping into the series. But on another hand, just given what Leave was able to do in the last series, and I feel like ZDZ having a quieter series, he's usually someone that I expect to be strong from EDG, who are looking flashy here to kick things off in their walkout.
And it is Sinian. We had a little fear in the back of our hearts that we might spend a whole bunch of the pre-show talking about Sinian for Angel to come walking out of that gate. It is going to be Sinian starting off on the night, and likely to play through the majority of it. This was a really late season substitution, a real, surprise move from this team.
They did going into the best of 5. We did not see him in best of 3s, right? Just best of 5s.
We saw 2 games.
Yeah, 2 games.
They brought him in for 2 games in the penultimate series of the regular season.
Subbed him out
for game 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then they came in for the final series of the regular season back with Angel again. So to see Sinian come out and play that best of 5 was a shock. To see him win that best of 5 was a shock. And now here he is again for the rest of the playoff bracket, presumably, at the very least for game number 1 against AL.
I think that if there is a world where we see Angel, it's going to be where they have him specializing on the movers. Again, Angel's Rise and Talia, champions that we haven't yet seen out at Sinian. If there is a world where we see Angel, I feel like that's the one that makes sense to me in this series. But frankly, fully expecting to see them rock with this young mid laner who, for me, did impress. I thought his control mage play was relatively solid in the series where they were able to win. So he's going to need that more tonight going up against Shanks, who, he's at his best, he is one of the best mid laners that we have in the LPL. I don't think we've seen that quite as much this year. But Matt, last year, Shanks in this split 2, this was really where AL came into their own, and an AL that I expected to win the split. at this point. And that was off the back of Shanks being that mid laner that was most likely to challenge Knight in the LPL. So I haven't felt that as much from him in the mantle this year for AL, but in the playoffs, phrase that I always love in sports, Gordo, is form is temporary, class is forever. And the class at AL and some of the players that they have, I mean, even just looking at Tarzan, who I think has been one of the best junglers in the world for years now. These are players that have competed at a high level, at an international level. They were games away from hoisting those trophies last year. So I know it hasn't been the season so far that AL's wanted, but they do have the opportunity to really start to turn things around in Split 2 and get their season off to really the foot that they want it to be on, as this is a team that should be competing in the internationals and being competitive there, given the names we have on paper and the success they experienced last year.
Yeah, you got to give shout-outs to the veteran Flandre as well, a former world champion in his own right. Both of these guys have been through the ringer. True, on EDG. Yeah. So, maybe a little bit of a blast from the past there for them. It's definitely a team that we have seen the highs they can achieve, right? They've won an LPL split. They went into that MSI as the first seed. Did not necessarily live up to expectations last year of being able to win any of those international events, but it's a team that has that ceiling, that has that ability to be able to go toe-to-toe with the best of the world. And this year has been a story of them just trying to put those pieces together again. They weren't able to do it in split number 1. Split number 2, they come in as a lower seed, right? They didn't take first in the regular season. They weren't as dominant as they were in split number 1. But they still make top 4. They still get to go right into this bracket. We haven't seen them in playoff form yet on the patch. And now they get themselves what on paper should be a relatively straightforward matchup in EDG. It's on them to be able to show up and demonstrate that class.
Diving in, Game 1 picks and bans, as EDG find themselves with first pick on the red side, AL second pick on blue side. I will say, this has been kind of the stock standard setup. I've seen less red side and counter pick. It's been mostly red side and first pick, as obviously most of the teams picking if they want first or second pick, and then side just being blue side, as camera bias has been winning out on the day, not dragon access, which is the best advantage on the red. Oriana's up. Expect that to be locked in here for Sunyan, as
wow.
Yeah, I mean, power pick on the patch. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, a surprise to see this make it through picks and bans, but looks like not too many mid lane bans going to be directed Sunyan's way, and that's been true since he joined the roster as well. This is EDG, one of those teams that gets some of the fewest mid lane bans levied against them. A few extra jungle bans, a few extra bot lane bans against them as well. They draw a lot of Lucian and Varus. So the Nocturne, of course, going to get traded back over. Tarzan going to be piloting that one in game number 1. Hope going to snap up that Varus.
Yeah, they deny that combo. Varus can play outside of Oriana's range with the poke. And expecting Shanks to lock in the Azir on 3, as that has been his most played for the split. So Leave likely to answer with a Jhin. Will say, bit of a choice now for AL. If they want to get Flandre one of his tanks early on, they could drop Shanks. In the matchup, I'm still expecting this to be Azir, but priority now on the tanks for AL, as Jhin struggles into champions like Ornn, Cassante, which 2 champions we actually haven't seen Flandre play this split, but Sion's still his most played.
Yeah, a little surprised to see both of the carry cards be shown this early in the draft. There's your answer for any potential takes in the top lane. That'll calm those things down right away. As Xiao Hao taking this Trundle, both as his matchup du jour up against the Nocturne, and as a preemptive counter to any kinds of tanks that Flandre might want to bust out here. So now looking at the rise is Shanks, looking to get a second global to go alongside this Nocturne. Would be a fine lane against the Oriana, maybe a bit outranged.
This is interesting to me because they're splitting up the Oriana-Azir matchup, which, again, AL Shanks, Azir is his most played. We've yet to see Azir picked up by Sunyan. So I'm interested in the fact that we were splitting up this matchup. Rise does have priority early on, and as you highlighted, Gordo has that semi-global pressure, but outranged by Oriana later on, and also struggles at times into the pillar, doesn't have access to that phase rush. So Most have been DFT Rise. Curious if we get a Storm Raider Surge to help maybe deal with that pillar, because thematically so far, even though it's Poke Varus for AL, they're outranged. But AL do have access to really impact the side lanes with Nocturne and Rise. So, want to see EDG take some stability in the side lanes, just understanding that they're likely to be attacked by Rise and Nocturne. And also, for AL, curious what top laner they want to end up with, just because given they're going up against Trundle, very likely that they're going to need to take something that can carry, and that carry can really be enabled by Nocturne and Rise.
Yeah, that's going to be a big goal here. Ball could fully well be in Flandra's court. Will also be the one who walks away with last pick here. It is, of course, EDG on the first pick side, despite red side, first pick shenanigans. Still ringing true in our ears, still making me struggle through drafts to this very day. I wonder if I'll ever get used to it, really, at this point in first selection, but able to muscle through it here. Second-guessed myself maybe 2 or 3 times, even over the course of this sentence.
Might be Varus top, by the way.
Oh.
So, I guess we haven't teased that one, because it's one that's not in Flandre's match history.
Because Hoya's not in the game, Cubby. I don't even think about
Hoya's
it.
not in the game. I mean, Varus top, again, I feel like would be really enabled by both Rise and Nocturne. But
Better keep that
Nico...
flex alive.
Yeah, Nico Varus is the lane that probably would be the strongest / expected. I think they can find maybe a... Okay,
Bang.
Yeah, it's going to be the Nico. So Poke bot lane setup is there. I gotta say, there isn't a single game of Varus in the AL match history. That is really... there's one for Hope. So that's really peculiar. Just as Varus, of course, a champion that's still deemed to be very strong by the majority of teams. But I'm expecting the Varus Nico. But yeah, I think the bans coming out from EDG, just curious, because if they want Renekton, that is one of Varus's better matchups if he wants it up top.
Yeah, I mean, it is a stable lane, though. That is what we've been begging for.
Yeah,
so
that's
Jouet,
right.
Now looking at the Bard, would deny this from Kael. Kael sheds a single tear as he sees his Bard go over to the EDG side. That is what gets locked in. Would certainly give a little bit of roaming potential. Does kind of mean Leave is going to spend a lot of this time left alone. They keep hovering this Camille. I just don't believe it.
It's a counter.
It's just, it is, but...
It's counter to Nico, yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to do it, and they don't. So the Bard is locked in. Looking at Shen for Flandre, and it's locked.
Yeah. Let's go. Flandre turning back the clocks. He has played the Shen a couple times already this year. It's a matchup into Renekton where with Renekton can go Black Cleaver and kind of out... once he gets items, the duel is really good for Renekton, but even more global pressure coming in, and Nocturne Shen, I mean, we're really turning back the clocks in terms of league strategies here. Ability to access the side lanes and fight. It's going to be one that EDG is going to have trouble dealing with. As Shen as well, he is a tank, but he prioritizes building a lot of health, whereas Trundle steals resistances. We see Shen usually rush the Titanic Hydra before he gets resistances, so kind of a creative answer, and one that can deal with the top side and the pillar. I like this pick a lot, actually, coming out from Flandre. I really feel like EDG is going to be up against the back foot, and that still gives you that tank that, isn't going to be as vulnerable to Trundle Subjugate, and also can really attack and punish Jhin, as there is a tank in the game, and the more tanks in the game, the less happy Jhin is.
Yeah. And, I really like Shen. After that last round of buffs he got circa, last year, where they just gave his ultimate that huge health ratio. The shield's huge, man. It's huge. Have you seen Shen recently in your games? It's very, very large. Very, very difficult to get through. The champion just does what it says on the box, and it's really, really efficient at being able to create this global pressure, frontline in these fights. Spirit's Refuge is a huge tool, especially when you're up against stuff like the Jhin and the Trundle. I think it's a great pick for Flandre, even without the huge snowball potential.
Yeah. Again, kind of a creative answer to find a tank and not be as vulnerable to Trundle getting the stats, so... think we're hearing some of the EDG legacy in the arena there, Gordo.
Yeah, the fan base is alive and well. They're revitalized after a play-in series win. I love to hear it. That's pretty much just as loud as the AL. And we got a little Chinese League of Legends client there.
Got to shout out Heimerdinger whenever. But going to be top to bot clears from each of our junglers. We'll say Trundle against Nocturne early on. Trundle has good dueling power against melees, but the fear of Nocturne is quite nice for getting Trundle to run away, and he can run away faster if he's on his empowered terrain too. So this is a matchup that should be Tarzan favored early on. Of course, I think the scaling of Trundle has to be respected. This is a champion that I feel like is kind of making it back in the meta, and frankly, not that surprised given that it's playoffs, because some of the openers you can do with Trundle are really fun. You counter tanks, and Trundle scaling, it needs to be respected. I mean, this champion, if time goes on, you are enabled to fight, can be a problem in a lot of team comps and a lot of fights later on.
That's the spirit. As we'll see exactly what the goal in this early game is going to end up looking like for this Trundle. Really good ability to be able to match this Nocturne in a way that not a lot of other junglers in the meta can. So eyes on Xiaohao to see if he's going to be able to abuse this one. Wow, it's a very early recall in TP coming out from Hope in the bottom lane. Just trying to push for a little bit more off this early level 2 that they received in the bottom lane.
Let's have the tier. We'll have to see how creative Hope can get with the build, as I think one of the cooler builds I saw was actually from Leave on his Varus in their series against NIP. Went for the tier, but also went for the static Shiv. It was like kind of a hybrid poke build, taking advantage of some of the AP ratios you get on Blight stacks as well. Interested to see if Hope ends up going for something familiar, or if it just ends up being that standard poke Varus. But with Shiv and the changes that were made, the static Shiv, it feels like Varus has a little bit more of motivation to go for that AP build and take advantage of some of those AP ratios on Blight that are really strong. And, you know, oftentimes we see with top lane Varus.
Absolutely. So, going to be another really quick recall coming out of Hope and Kyle. Really
avoided the gank timer, so that's nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think just really conscious of the potential impact, the potential swings that can be brought against them against this early game Jhin and Bard, and just wanting to make sure that they don't leave themselves vulnerable. I mean, Hope doesn't even buy an item on that last recall, so you know they're not going on item timers. They're really just trying to play around what they expect to happen in this matchup, and so far it's been serving them just fine.
Yeah. Also, that timer being dodged out on, it did get a double crab for Tarzan, so Nocturne already ahead again. Trundle has trouble dueling Nocturne early, just given the fear and the fact that you run away faster. You have your terrain down, so the fact that Tarzan was able to get that in the match clear, I'm not all too surprised, but the opportunity to trade out that top crab lost on the look bot, which does have Xiaohao in the hole a little bit early.
So now Xiaohao just left without much to do, milling around, waiting for these camps to respawn. Tarzan's got his Raptors coming back up, and yeah, already starting to pull ahead. And this is classic Tarzan, right? This guy is always just up 10 CS out of nowhere. It's very, very impressive pathing from him. He's just always been one step ahead of the majority of his competitors for basically his whole career. It's always been such a big boon to this AL team and their ability to execute. First dragon is now spawned up. Tarzan is in the wings, not quite at level 6 yet. Keep your eyes open. That second scuttler does look like it is going to spawn topside. We'll see if he tries to book it up there or if he just wants to continue to shadow this bottom lane, which AL seem acutely aware of a desire to protect that one up against Xiaohao.
Kind of a delayed ghost. I think Shanks thought that a shockwave might come out, as it was a timer where Xiaohao might have been hovering mid. But not going to be the case. And again, Tarzan just going to be ahead in this jungle matchup. Base is coming out. He's making his way towards that top crab, which I still do not believe is going to be contestable on the side of EDG, especially given that Stand United is now available for Flandre in the top side. So, also, Flandre overall not going for that early Titanic Hydra, what I'm used to seeing. Might just be rushing for a Heartsteel on this Shen. I do not believe we are on point 11, which did come out today for this playoff bracket. It was point 10 yesterday. Heartsteel did see some buffs there, but should be point 10.
Surely we aren't.
Yeah, point 10 for the Ration playoffs.
Yeah, surely we are not changing patches between days of the quarterfinals.
Well,
yes.
Yeah, we'll say LCS will be on the live patch tomorrow. So for fans at home, know that we probably have a pretty big LCS fan base. That will be very interesting because boy, oh boy, did that game change quite a bit, especially in the bot lane.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the fact that we're watching Nico Bard in game 1 is our biggest sign that the new patch has not hit yet. I don't think we're going to be seeing that very much in the future, at least with some of those aftershock changes coming on through. But not to get too far ahead of ourselves here. Tarzan was, of course, immediately on time to that top scuttler spawn, so he has ticked level 6. He maintains his lead over Xiao Hao. And now going to be a constant global threat alongside Flandre that just makes it really tough to go for plays in and around the bottom side of the map. You're just liable to be outnumbered and outgunned in an instant at any time if you push up too far.
I'll say overall is reading some more info on the builds and what we see this game. Do you think that the script is
nice.
EDG later is going to be stronger? I favor Orianna and Jhin as the game goes on in their own respective matchups, but I just think the ability for AL to speed up the game with Shen, Nocturne, Rise. I mean, if these timers are hit and they're sound, it should be EDG under a ton of pressure in this early to mid game. As we'll catch Kyle, Paranoia comes out, but a quick and respectful escape. As
only for some, not for all, is Sinyan going to be left out to dry. Dragon smited down by Tarzan. First kill picked up as well.
I don't think Sinyan got the message. It was a exit plan coming out from the bot lane of EDG, and Sinyan was like, what if I shockwave and get a steal as, okay. Good flash from
Tangle
Hope.
Barbs coming on across. Hope going to be looking to return fire. And Shui will successfully disengage. Xiao is spending so much time trying to set up for plays here, and he just cannot find them.
And while all that's going on, Tarzan just continues to power farm on this Nocturne. Looking like he might be going for the Stride Breaker first, not the Hexblade. A little bit more combat power for him. As that's interesting. Usually we see the Nocturnes go for the Hexblade first, but kind of wondering if he's making that choice, just given that he will have Shen in his back pocket and can be quite big. Flandre, nice spacing there. Yep, that's solo kill.
Yeah,
oh boy,
well done.
That's not good. That was very poorly played by ZDZ. He got spaced, the double auto on the quick attacks coming out because he was able to hit the baton from one of my favorite old skins in the game, TPA Shen.
Yeah, I do love the sound effects on this one as he's going to try to navigate his way away from Xiao Hao. Really nice pillar placement. Going to make it tough to get away. Spirit's Refuge buys him a little bit of time, but Leave will get that shot off eventually and will be able to pick on up that kill. But Grubs are getting worked on by AL. Tarzan has already claimed 1, make that 2 in very short order. EDG going to try to challenge, not going to be able to get in there in time for Grub number 3. Curtain Call opened up, but AL are already gone. Really nice start for them up on this top side.
Yeah, only way that EDG were going to be able to contest the Grubs was the early swap, and yeah, they aren't able to contest. They do get a shutdown on the Leave, and that's going to be it. And I think they're going to try and look to reset these waves quickly because diminishing returns on your quest value when you're not in the same lane. So I actually like the rotate to the Grubs and not prioritizing quests early on. I think that if you can turn it into like playing 2 waves where you actually get Grub pressure, that's worth delaying your quest for. But bot and top quests are the most important in the game, just given that it's more gold on ADs and more experience on your top laners. So I think those are really important to find early.
Nice spell shield from Tarzan, just completely nullifies the shockwave as they go on in trying to lock down this Trundle, and oh boy do they. Flandra showing the power of Stand United, connects the max distance charm, hold still Xiaohao, and now leave. Mega outnumbered, mega outgunned in between towers, has got to head back to the inner just to keep himself safe.
Flandra immediately TPs back up top, so he is down CS, but has already contributed to the map, and I don't feel like that was a play or a shockwave that Sunyan could go for, as the first 2 plays that we've seen from him. Again, for Sunyan, he is a player, in case you missed our pre-show, this is his 3rd competitive series in Tier 1, and at the start of the year, or start of really 2025, or end of 2025, start of 2026, he was representing the AL banner. He went from AL Young to EDG. They acquired him heading into Split 2, which means that Shanks was behind him. Or I should say Shanks was ahead of him. He was behind Shanks, so going up against the mid laner he would have been training under for this best of 5. I do think he had a really nice play-in series that did get EDG the win in that spot in Group Ascension for Split 3, but maybe seeing a little bit of nerves in this one, as I feel like the first few plays we've seen attempted from him and the crew have been, those plays haven't been there.
Not at all. Kael sees Jue hanging around mid lane, but not going to be too much to be found here. We are about 45 seconds away from the next dragon spawning on up. AL was able to secure the first one, no problem. Will not have the TP from Flandra, but will have that Stand United back in time, so still going to be exerting some of that global pressure.
Yeah, also Flandra did end up going for that Titanic Hydra. I thought it'd be Heartsteel just because usually I'm used to seeing the Tiamat. It gives Shen the ability to compete for wave clear, but into the Renekton, assume that he just grabbed the Giant's Belt early to live. Does have access to that wave clear now, and yeah, you can see him being a little bit more competitive against CDZ, who rushed the Cleaver. Will feel really nice as Shen likely to pick up some armor next on the Shred, but for now has Flandre in a healthier spot in the matchup. As AL, that Dragon spawns, they are ahead on the map everywhere. At the Dragon on time. Stand United available if EDG wants to walk in and contest, but frankly, I don't think a contest is there.
Wow, this is a TP from ZDZ right into the pit. So going to create a bit of a pinch here. Where does AL want to go? What move do they want to make? Xiaohao up a little bit far, going to get hit by the Rune Prison. Kael looking for the Pop Blossom, going to be able to find it onto 2. And Flandra will lock him down with Shadow Dash. Now going to be in the stasis is ZDZ. He flashes forward with the Shockwave and blows up Hope with the help of Sidian. But they are able to lock down the Dragon on the backside. Tarzan going to be able to run away from the Deadly Flourish. Spell shielding out on that route, but he's cut off from the rest of the team. And he is soon to be taken down. 2 kills for 1 to EDG, but the Dragon is secured by AL.
Nice entrance from ZDZ as the Renekton Orianna combo ends up finding Hope in the backline. And they split AL in that fight. I actually really like how they played the fight once they got in there, because AL used their tools early. They did find a big entrance into the fight. As we get another look, this was a good start, and I mean, Trundle was immediately removed, which means that Dragon likely to go to the side of AL. But the shield coming in from ZDZ was big, and the flash entrance on the Hope, I like this call, because look at the fight for AL after this play. Kael's out, he's burned his tools, but Shanks is split from the rest of the team. This enables, with the Bard, them to actually be able to chase Tarzan and get one more in the back half, so I'm surprised they fought that. I think that AL used their tools a little early in that fight. I'm kind of wondering if they could have saved one of those big ultimates for the back half, because they might have overkilled Xiaohao in that fight, but the empowered TP shield worked overtime, and the split from EDG was good in the fight, but objective still goes over to AL, and they continue to progress the game forward in their favor.
Absolutely do. And yeah, I mean, this being able to find that combo, Hope had flash up, wasn't ready for it. So going to be able to collapse that gold lead just a little bit. AL, though, still going to be comfortable with the position they find themselves in Dragon-wise. Be able to just keep that stack game going. One of the boons of having this triple global composition is that they are able to exert that pressure in and around these early objectives. Going to look to do much the same on this Rift Herald that is ready and available. Apparently, Sinyan going to be the one who is matching Flandre on the bottom side. TP's available for both Stand United, up for Flandre as well.
Just don't think we're close to the timer for EDG, and kind of why I was advocating for them to maybe not fight that last one. I don't think that we're close to the timers for them to be able to really take the fights yet. And I think what I'm looking for is more items on Leave. Frankly, a little bit surprised that we have Leave going for the Hubris, as I do love the title of that item.
It's an aptly named item, is it not?
It really is. You know, there's no beating around the bush there. It's... If you think you can get the stacks and you have the Hubris to push the game forward, you build the Hubris.
Oh, wow. Full combo coming through onto ZDZ. They're just going to blow all the globals they got in their toolkit, and they get the kill for it. AL making another pick, but abandoning the bottom side of the process.
They got 3 grubs. They're playing faster. And this is kind of what 3 grubs enables, too. I think the fact that all 3 grubs went to AL... just Shen being able to have sustained splits because Stand United gets you in the fight so quickly, and the semi-global presence of Ryze, Nocturne, and Shen really like that play from AL, because even if you can answer on the bot side for EDG, you play faster overall as AL, the fact that you have 3 grubs. So they leave Shanks up top. He's going to get to work on that turret. Might be able to take it on the next wave, and that would be first brick going over to AL. So... like that play from them. I think they continue to progress the game forward, and taking ZDZ off
Gets it
the
on
map.
this wave.
Yeah, that's the power of 3 grubs coming in. But getting ZDZ off the map, that is a matchup where, again, Renekton later on can... I think if he's ahead, he can be quite a bear to deal with in these fights. And Shen, the champion that I don't think deals with him the best kind of as time goes on. Pretty rare we talk about Renekton in the scaling aspect, but do think that in this matchup in particular, I prefer Renekton later. But yeah, I just don't think that EDG is going to get to the point of the game where they're going to be happy, because we have Dragon spawning here in 45 seconds, Gordo, and look at the inventories. It just really doesn't feel like EDG are strong enough yet to fight. As
I mean, Flandre just walked up and
me.
Yeah, Flandre just walked up and took another turret, by the way, in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
So they're up 2-0 in that count. Really like the call to leave Shanks alone on that top side to take all of those plates, by the way. Really has set him ahead. He now has the biggest individual gold lead of anybody on the side of AL. He's got both of his scaling items online nice and early. In fact, he's going to have the fully stacked up Seraph's Embrace here before too long. 6 minutes to go on his Rod of Ages, but fully geared up for this next dragon that's going to be spawning here in just a few seconds. And you know AL are going to want to keep their stacking on schedule. They've got everybody in the area right on time. Stand United up for Flandre as well.
I know Phantom Dancer is one of the more efficient items in terms of Zeo items, but RFC, I know the people at home like to hate on it. The extra range it gives you for Jhin and enabling deadly flourishes is so good. I just find Hubris and the PD to be perplexing for me. Oh, subjugate cast.
Yeah,
Tempered Fate also cast, but for nada.
They did bring in ZDZ as well. He is coming in for this
Not
big fight.
spotted yet.
Tarzan is so vulnerable. Gets the Stand United. It just gets ripped right through by Ruthless Predator. And Tarzan is taken down to start off the fight. Pop Blossom connects onto 2. But where's the damage for ZDZ?
Okay.
Sectioned away is Shanks. He drops down as well. EDG take a quick and easy 2-for-0. As AL just completely unprepared for that Renekton flank.
One of the more efficient shield breaks you'll see. ZDZ eliminating the Stand United in its tracks. Tarzan falls, Shanks next, and EDG much needed in this game. Because I think if EDG give that dragon, they continue to fall further behind against AL, who they are a comp that needs to speed up. But this gives them 5 minutes, gives them some strength on the bot side. And again, this TP from ZDZ. There was a ward in the back. No ward coverage from AL here. As their pocket, they're so far ahead in this game. They're just kind of playing in the river. They know they have that mid-lane priority. Tarzan got low off the subjugate and the chunk. And what a follow-through from ZDZ. Minus 650 on the shield plus. As he got the empowered W to take that one down. And a good follow-up from Xiaohao and Sunyan to make sure Shanks fell as well. So Herald goes down. This will get a crash, but no crash. Never mind.
Oh.
That's a traffic cone. You can't drive through that.
We're really getting a lot of lessons in champion mechanics this game. We got to see Spell Shield on the Shockwave earlier. We get to see Ruthless Predator just completely delete a Stand United. We get to see Trundle Pillar interrupt the Rift Herald. There's just some plays that you can't go for against certain champions, and
you gotta respect the constable. You know?
You would hope you have the respect before the pro game rather than learning them in real time, but that's just how this game's been so far. Is Jue gonna be a little bit caught out here, just trying to exchange blows with Hope, up a little bit too far.
Didn't find the self. Mikhails gets one shot by the Varus. Good find from AL. I don't know if that's going to be enough for them to actually start this Baron, but I do think kind of in this transition as we get to the later stages of the game, Ryze and Shen, they can both side lane, and I think the EDG has some trouble answering this. Orianna can only answer with wave clear, but if she walks too far up in the side lane, going to be vulnerable to stuff like this. Is Paranoia and Stand United.
And Realm Warp. It's all three of them right on top of each other. The name of the game for this AL draft is they're able to get Xiaohao in short order. ZDZ, though, tanky enough to be able to walk away in time. They will only claim one victim, but it is the jungler, and On My Way pings being spammed onto the Baron. They think that this smite advantage is enough to force.
Sinian's got the TP. I don't even know if he's going to cast it. As AL, again, ability to play quickly with the Nocturne and the Shen. Converted there.
Wow. This is a TP from Sunyan, but it was a recall from ZDZ, so he's a little disconnected from the rest of the team. They will successfully secure the Baron, now turning the fight back onto Jue. He's going to magical journey his way out. Leave going to get caught by the Pop Blossom, but the follow-up damage not able to manifest. Leave is stepping up. He wants some more, but will eventually back on away. AL, they get the one kill, and they get the Baron for it.
Tarzan falls to the Shockwave. It was a big one, but not enough to get more than just Tarzan. As that's going to be Baron and AL. They've got the inners to clear out. Gotta imagine that they can utilize the Shen, the Stand United, the fact that he can join any fight to really pressure. And I mean, just as it felt like EDG had one positive play, it didn't even feel like Xiaohao was stepping out of line. I mean, he was at his red buff. AL just press all their buttons that, again, overwhelm what EDG can match with, given the raw, like, sheer amount of semi-globals or globals that they have.
Yeah, I mean, just playing these relatively immobile characters against this kind of composition just means you're going to get checkmated some amount of the time and just have to give up your life. You got to make up for it elsewhere, or, you know, just call a mulligan and wait for game number 2. Those are your options. So far, been 1 or 2 outplays up against AL to try to make good on the disadvantage, but see if they're going to be able to manifest a few more. ZDZ pushing on this top side. Wow.
The scaling is still there for EDG. Again, Leave has a goofy build. I'm not going to... We're not going to ignore that. We're not letting him get away with this. It's going to be Pen coming in, which is needed. I think it's going to take him longer to scale on up because at this point, you know, usually if you build more normal items, you're looking at a potential 3rd item, Infinity Edge, which Jin always benefits from, given that you have the 4th shots that are guaranteed and get further empowered by IE. So I just think that it slowed things down more, and again for AL, I'm a little bit scared for level 16 on Trundle Orianna. I feel like they can overtake at times. I also am disappointed in the double rocket belts we have on our screen. Actualizer Ryze has made a really big comeback, and rightfully so, because it really enables you to find these one-shots in the fight. When you pop the Actualizer, you were so strong for that window.
Just feels good to scoot around, Cubby.
Yeah.
Can't reject that as Kael's caught. Does get the Stand United. Survives up against Curtain Call for a little bit longer.
Leave, no
long enough to get the Pop Blossom off. And now Leave sectioned off by Tarzan. But stuck. Tarzan doesn't have the damage all on his own. Now he's cut off from the rest of the team. It's a 2-0 fight for EDG so far as they are able to regroup. And they aren't even that worse off for wear. They've got multiple members at half health. But that is enough to start up this dragon. And that's enough to secure it. AL have to turn tail and run. They're going to try to get this mid-inner instead.
AL, I think the Tarzan's Paranoia was used to cancel Leave's ultimate and try and get both Flandra into the fight and get Kael's Pop Blossom off, but I think saving Kael there was a bit of an oops, and Tarzan went way too far in. I know Leave almost went down, but with no cleanse and a full fear hitting on him, Leave walked out with 600 health, and Tarzan was too deep. No one from his team could join.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a second look at that. Really nice Deadly Flourish coming out from Leave. Does catch Kael, who, again, gets really low. Good shots from Leave, who walks out of here, and just Shanks is stuck. Tarzan is split from everyone, and Hope wasn't involved, and Flandre never got in with the Stand United, so felt like AL went to save the wrong member there. That's one where maybe Kyle going down is okay, and also the control for the other members of AL, they had 2 members hovering that mid wave. So trying to play off the bot Tri-Brush and not just play to mid wave to fight for that all-important banana brush around the dragon. I feel like that was skipping steps / a little bit too quick from AL. I know they had the semi-globals to try and pull those types of plays together. But 2 missed opportunities in the last 2 dragons has really slowed this game down to the game where we like the scaling still that Sun Yen and Leave bring.
Yeah, I think big factor in both of these dragon fights has been the Stand United. I know it's a fat shield. I know it's tempting to bail out the low HP teammate, but if they die before you port in, you just don't, you get no Flandre. You miss out on your whole Shen, which is half the benefit. He's getting the teleport across the map. Not being able to get that teleport off in both of these dragon fights has been hugely impactful, and AL now find themselves with a pitiful gold lead compared to what they had built up, and EDG have a real pathway into this game number 1.
Again, I prefer the scaling that the Orianna and Jhin bring compared to their counterparts, especially I do not love the Rocket Belt Rise. I feel like you're having that item just come in third just feels kind of weird / off to me. I don't even know like what value you're getting for Rocket Belt, given that Pillar is still as slow. Actualizer for me is so much more valuable, and honestly, Leandri's instead for Sun Yen, just given the health stacking that Flandre, Tarzan, and even Shanks has a little bit with the Roa build coming in. I know that these pro players, when you give them tools like Rocket Belt or even Zanya's, what they can do with it, it's more than your average player at home, but the raw stats and some of the items that you're skipping over and missing out on, I think can really have an impact on some of these team fights. And that was one where, I think regardless of items, the last team fight for AL, it was off. They didn't have Flandre on top of Tarzan. That's got to be the game plan going in as you try and empower the Nocturne going into the back line. And just kind of a fight away from the carries. And I think this has been the difference of AL this split and this year, Gordo, versus last year. I feel like this team's flaw last year is they would almost fight too much, but they fought so damn well as 5, I didn't care. They were winning games, and it was like, all right, we took too many fights, or we did too much of our greatest strength at a couple timers that weren't there. That's one where they're just split up. Like, they want to fight, but the setup for it was off. And those are mistakes that I wasn't used to seeing from the Tabe AL.
Completely agree there. So now, bit of a stalemate in and around this Baron. 90 seconds to go on Dragon number 5. Going to be, again, a big break point here for AL. You don't want to give up 3 Infernals to this EDG comp either. Just going to start really making a difference in how many stats they're bringing to the table as you start to get a lot of the same. AL trying to push in for control around this side of the jungle. Make sure that they have at least some degree of vision coming on up if that is where this next fight is going to be staged. And 3rd time's the charm for AL. Let's see if they're going to be able to put their pieces together for this next dragon fight and avoid botching the Shen ultimate.
EDG are gonna make some inroads around this Baron pit as they try and establish vision. Again, still gonna be on the back foot in the side lane, so you gotta respect the power of the Paranoia Stand United combo. Just want to see AL have a more cohesive approach. I think picking one side of the river to play in still key for a lot of these setups. And credit to EDG again. They've done a nice job of breaking it. We're getting to some of the scarier points we teased. Almost a level 16 coming in on Trundle. Level 16 is in on Leave and Sun Yen. And ZDZ with that Spirit Visage. Really nice item on the Renekton. A lot of power to try and absorb and Well, speaking of absorb, current called in.
EDG caught on the side. They're going to try to pull the trigger onto him. Shadow Dash comes on through. Will get sent into the Tempered Fate. They're going to try to pull the trigger on the opposite side. Tarzan did pop the Paranoia. They're trying to chase EDZ down. Flandra's going to hunt him down. Hope going to be able to finish off on a Xiao Hao. There's Simeon getting chased down by Shanks. The flash forward, the lockdown from the Rune Prison, burning down to Deathfire Touch. One more Q would do it, but will not connect. Kael is able to find Leave, of all people, so it's a 3-for-0 fight for AL as they split it apart and take EDG down piece by piece.
That was a much better approach from AL. I think the big key to that fight for me was actually getting ZDZ out. ZDZ has been wreaking havoc in the backline of a couple of these fights. That time focusing him early, making sure that he couldn't pressure the backline. Shanks kind of dueled Sunyan out. Didn't get the big combos that EDG were looking for in this fight. So Dragon drop, they pick up the Baron, and I think the death timers are long enough where they can't play defenses. Let's take a second look at this one.
What do you think about that Rocket Belt, Cubby?
That was high value there. I mean, the current call being cast, I think, kind of assumed that that was going to connect. And Flounder had the Empowered TP shield. Again, ZDZ walking in like this. He's chunked out early, so he's already on the back foot, and it makes the rest of the fight hard for Sunyan and Leave, as Xiao Hao just had no support from his team. Kind of outranged and gapped by Kael, and Lee's going to take this duel. Does get the flash out of Hope. His flashes are traded, but it's hunted down by AL. Good flash from Tarzan to close the gap there. Nice damage calculation, as if he fell, Baron might not have been an option, but wasn't the case. So Baron taken, soul point secured, and AL back in control.
Really great stuff for AL there, is giving Heimerdinger another nice little nod on the broadcast. Really great to put themselves back into a 4K gold lead, and really that's just kind of undoes a lot of the stumbles we saw earlier on. That was a very one-sided fight for them. They were able to pick up a lot of vision control. They get their objectives. They get additional items. They're going to take down the final inner on the map now, and they are in the driver's seat, looking to be able to maintain this control with this Baron buff that they picked up.
Again, looking at EDG, if it ends up being this is not a new fight. This is a replay.
Yeah. What are we doing?
This is on the.
Hi, everybody.
This is on the Who You feed.
Yeah, this is not on our wonderful producers here.
Get out locked in, Tarzan.
We're just real confused over what our different camera feeds are, I guess. Welcome back, everybody.
TP in from ZDZ didn't find anything as they tried to break the Baron push, and now we're in a pause and Hope DC'd, so.
See, that's what was going on. They knew about the pause, all right? They were just getting a little... They were being a little proactive with where they moved the cameras. That's what was going on.
As much as I think that Tarzan is a dashing dude in the jungle seat, and that doesn't even go for his play, which helps him make him even more dashing, I would have liked to focus on the Baron push with the gameplay there, but instead, we find ourselves in a pause, Gordo, and I must say, as someone that has another call time coming up in 5 hours and 30 minutes in my third broadcast for 24 hours, hoping this pause is not too long. I would like to take a second nap before I have another broadcast here, Gordo.
That's a lot to put on my shoulders here.
Might be key.
Here, oh,
you have control? You've got the button? See, I actually, I don't like the button memes very much. I really don't. I do want to give you a shout out. I know the last broadcast that you were on, I was razzing a little bit. It was Memorial Day weekend. You had some raccoon eyes. I know that you're up in the Midwest. Memorial Day weekend is the time to start getting outside. I hope the weather's been good, and I hope you've been able to get outside a little bit more as things shape up and get nice up in the Midwest.
You know, I think I've masked it well so far today, but allergies this last week, just miserable, man. I cannot breathe out here. It's terrible. I'm not going to lie. So I've done a full 180. I can't step outside anymore.
That's funny.
I'm on every mix of medications for it and stuff you can imagine, and it's just not working.
I had seasonals as well. That got solved when I went out to Los Angeles. Fun fact for people at home, you said medication. I hope you find your solution. I was a Claritin kid. That said, the thing that helped me the most is I grew up getting local honey. There is science behind getting local honey because it builds up the pollen resistance for the pollen in your area. I was lucky enough where we had a friend who, in her retirement, started a honey farm. And I got honey from there. I had fresh, local honey for honey tea when I moved back home during COVID and was pursuing casting as well as working 2 other jobs. It was really clutch, actually. That was better for my allergies than Claritin ever was, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I might have to grab that. Claritin stopped working for me around like a year ago.
Oh, no.
I've switched to some of the others. I've heard this
Zyrtec?
Yeah, I've heard this is a
the
common
graduate,
thing.
yeah.
There's like 3 brands, and a lot of people with like lifetime seasonal allergies will switch between them over time as some become ineffective and you have to like cycle them back out. So I'm in that period of my life where Claritin doesn't work on me anymore, but the others aren't working either. So this is a tough time.
Well, at least if you're staying in, it means that you're getting some more Teamfight Manager 2 time in. Where I know that we have a pause. I know Cagel's been streaming the game as well, so I assume that a lot of our audience is familiar with it. But Teamfight Manager, it's like a little esports simulator, and it was almost like a TFT game where it went to 4v4. They made Teamfight Manager 2, guys, where they went more the football manager route, but they also have a 5v5 map that has a Baron and a Dragon that spawns, and all your players have a ton of numbers, and you get to go sim. It's been quite fun. They've been actively patching it quite frequently, too.
Yeah.
Fun fact, so I'm very busy this week. I've had 4 broadcasts in 2 days, including 3 in 24 hours. I was invited to join a Teamfight Manager 2 League. We're going to try and kick it off on Sunday,
Let's
and
go.
they've continued to patch it. We've got 8 of us so far.
Let's go, dude. Let me know if you need more people for that, because yeah, there's a full multiplayer league system for it now, which is good stuff. It is a little bit rage bait simulator for sure, because you know they have to.
That's just coaching. As someone that has coached the team,
maybe
it's far more
just that
stressed.
accurate. As we're back into the game. Speaking of rage bait simulator, welcome back to LPL, everybody. As Tarzan not quite going to pull the trigger here on a Xiao Hao, he will be able to jump away in time. And AL backing away.
Red buff to 9. Tarzan gets his hands on that. Getting back into the game, of course. It was a close game until the last Dragon. AL forcing ZDZ out early, I thought was the difference for me in that fight. We're able to pick up that soul after they got the Baron and have resumed control of this game. So, Actualizer now in for Shanks and that Rise. Once he pops that item in these fights, Rise can be really bursty, find the one-shots. And really the last fight, a lot of gold over to Shanks. He got ahead and Jouet. Can he get out?
Can for now. Kael will say absolutely not. The shape splitter auto is enough to take Shui down. And just like that with the Baron up, it is 4 versus 5 on the map. AL looking to be able to get a little bit more here. Just ripping right through this bottom lane inhibitor turret.
Bard provides a lot of value later on in the game with how big those Q roots can be, and then also just the slows on your auto attacks from stacking up those meeps. Him not being available, AL going to be able to easily play 2 lanes. Their semi-global is being able to cover either side, as Shanks looks like he might be taking this inhibitor on his own. I think EDG honestly has to drop both, and that's going to make contesting the Dragon very difficult here in 2 minutes, which of course is a soul on the table for AL.
Yeah. 6,000 gold lead over to AL. 2 minutes to go until they'll be competing for soul. They're going to wipe this quadrant to the jungle before they go. Likely going to have time for one more purchase before that fight does break out. Flandra did finish off that Gromp, by the way. I saw the plus 80 gold. And there's your actualizer that you've been waiting for, Cubby. You know, he may have stopped off for the utility of the rocket belt, but actualizer did come through.
We gotta have our Chovy belts, you know. Again, Actualizer Rise has been kind of making a reemergence, and I am a big fan. I don't know why players... Well, I do know why players dropped off in this build. It's because Chovy belt, but that's fine. We've seen Rise. I just think Actualizer really strong in this champion because it gives you a late game where if you are able to get a big combo off with Actualizer, you can one-shot the backline if you get access. And Shanks, a lot of ability to have access, as we've mostly seen the Stand Uniteds be used on Tarzan, and he's been getting in there. Shanks, I would not sleep on a Realm Warp into a Stand United on the Shanks and making him as big as possible. Dragon gonna be the focus. 50 seconds out, EDG trying their best to make inroads. Still going to have to manage this mid wave as they have not taken down the mid-outer turret of AL and have to deal with super creeps coming in.
40 seconds to go on this Dragon. Significant lead to AL, but this has been where they have fumbled. They're pulling the trigger early this time. Right into the backline goes Tarzan, brings Flandra alongside him. Leave is the first person to drop in the fight. Pop Blossom connected out of 2. Gonna line up Sinyan to drop down as well. AL find their moment, and they say, screw this Dragon. We're just gonna take the Nexus. Game number 1 going AL's way. They stumbled a little bit for a couple Dragons there, but they will win out in the end.
Yeah, there was no cleanse on Leave, and they split Leave and Jouet, so the Mikhails couldn't come in, and Leave was just feared into the rest of AL. As you called it, Gordo, a couple Dragons that were stumbled. I do want to give some credit to ZDZ, who I feel like did find some nice angles to change the pace of the game and change a couple of those Dragons, but AL, that was a diabolical composition between a Shen, a Nocturne, and a Ryze. Their ability to create angles throughout the game, we saw them be able to do so, and when they weren't stumbling, when they did find those correct grouped up scenarios, Jhin couldn't get the damage, couldn't have that long fight that he was looking for, and looked very AL favored in the back half once they pulled things back together.
Yeah, and not just the composition, but the opposition they drafted it against, right? Jhin, Orianna, Trundle, not a dash between them. There's nowhere for these guys to go. Chovy Belt not going to get Sinyan out of those, and Leave gets dove on in that last fight. Not a place to go in the world. The same problem consistently being found for the likes of Xiaohao on this Trundle, as he was the target in most of the earlier engages. Really good start for AL. I'm sure they want some of those Dragon fights back. Pretty straightforward what the mistakes were in those, but all in all, they're able to reestablish their footing, and they're able to close out the game without too much trouble.
Yeah, I just think some of the setups, again, playing to one side of the river, a key if you're at home, also controlling that banana brush. The Dragons where they messed up. It was a really good TP from ZDZ. We'll give all the kudos in the world for him there and canceling that Stand United that got on the first Dragon. For the second one, AL setup needed to be better, and it was not. So, nice to see them, though, kind of take inventory of that throughout the game, diagnose some of the mistakes they made heading into those Dragons, and be able to reset and find the engages they needed in the back half to find this game 1 victory.
Yeah, good stuff there. Really going to be now interesting to see what games look like for the rest of the series without this kind of composition available. Obviously, the Nocturne Orianna taken off the board. These are champions that we see in the first ban phase in a lot of these series quite frequently. So you're going to open up things to get a little bit more spicy. And also, I feel like we barely even really saw these two teams clash in earnest in this game because of how strong that draft was for AL, right? The ability to just execute the comp, fight after fight after fight. The fact that EDG were not really able to step up anywhere. You called it out a couple times during the game. It just felt like there was nowhere safe. They're just farming their own jungle camps 2 screens away from anybody on AL, and it turns out that's still too far up. There's just nowhere safe to go. I think a really strong draft from AL that
it is
meant as long as they don't fumble, they are able to take it.
I think one of the really interesting parts moving forward, too, is the fact they did split up the Orianna-Azir handshake. And frankly, given that Azir is Shanks' most played champion this split, I think that really favors AL, because they might be able to find a game where they can take the Azir themselves, or if not, if they do give that Azir over. I know Shanks is always happy to find a pocket LeBlanc, and that's a matchup where he likes the LB too, so it could be a fun one, as we have yet to see Shanks play the LeBlanc this split, but for me, that's a champion I very heavily associate with Shanks, and what I would not be surprised to see as we have gone to best of 5s in Fearless. This one that Shanks is always able to whip out.
Yeah, Flandra with the 24k damage Shen game, out-damaging everybody on EDG, getting right up there with Hope and Shanks. I mean, you got to put some respect on the Dusk and Dawn Titanic Hydra Shen and what this guy is able to pump out there with these auto-attack combos. Really paying off big time for him here.
Yeah, maybe taking some notes from Broken Blade. Speaking of some international top laners, as world champion top laner rocking the TPA Shen, honoring, again, what is a very fun skin. I do miss old TPA Shen, because the auto attack and sound effect was cool, but also when it used to be Vorpal Blades for Shen, and you threw out the Qs, it was so funny, like hearing like the clappers hit. If you're an old school League fan, that's definitely a fun one. But yeah, ZDZ, I think, deserves some kudos in this game. I know Flandre ended up getting the best of him in the end, but I do feel like ZDZ, in a couple of these Dragon fights, he was the difference maker in terms of picking the right angles and actually finding wins for EDG. Like, that was a good fight. This TP in from ZDZ was perfection as he snuck behind AL and got the empowered Stand United, or the empowered W got the Stand United shield off Tarzan. A really good flank and really good play here by ZDZ as he was able to make that one happen. And really the back-breaking fight for me was that 5th Dragon fight, the 3rd one that AL picked up, where ZDZ did walk in and was taken out of the fight early. That's right here. He just walks in the shank. Again, Banana Brush control in AL's favor. Really good combo. Him getting chunked out allowed for AL to play this fight a lot cleaner, because we saw the chaos ZDZ was finding in the backline in this Renekton when he got back there. I think him being out of this fight was key in making sure AL could play this one pretty standard.
And I think really speaks to just how powerful this composition was for AL, especially up against what EDG drafted, that they can just totally bungle 2 Shen fights around 2 dragons in a row and still come out on top like nothing, like they didn't miss a beat. Like, they just roll up to the next fight and they go, okay, we're gonna do it correctly this time.
In hindsight, Jouet played this fight really weird. He burned Flash away from Leave. I think he needed a Flash towards Leave and Mikhail's Leave to make sure that he got out of there, because Leave didn't have Cleanse available. So I think that's why AL went so hard, and the fact they split Jouet from Leave was really key in making sure they could play that fight the way they wanted to. So I think the game was pretty over at that point, but oopsie in that last fight execution from the bot lane of EDG. And again, overall, at AL, the Shen Nocturne, we're turning back the clock a little bit in terms of strategies, and boy, oh boy, did that work out well for AL in that game 1.
People disrespect it, man. They don't recognize, just how good some of the old stuff can be. The only thing that's Karthus mid is the only thing that's missing. You know, it's I miss that one.
TSM's also missing, Gordo. You know, so just is what it is.
I was told they would be in LPL, Cubby. I'm looking and I'm not seeing them, but
that's what Teamfight
right.
Manager 2's for, you know?
True. You can have, yeah. We're really, I promise they didn't sponsor the stream, although it would be nifty if they did. You know, there's contact emails out there and available. Player of the game going the way of Flandre. Once again, I think it speaks very much to how strong this champion is, that he can have 2 just abysmal ultimates that completely punt dragon fights. And still, we're all here like, yeah, MVP all the way. Dude played great. So, yeah, good stuff for him. You can't argue with these numbers.
Nope. I like the Shen pick. I feel like BB was on to something in EU. Good to see Flanders bringing out as Flandre. At his best, Flandre is always cooking in the top lane, and whatever picks he's willing to bring out onto the Rift, I feel like he always plays them relatively well. I don't associate him being the strongest mechanical top laner that we have. Always associate him with more cerebral skills, but I think he does execute his picks well, and that was one that I really liked coming out of him. So good game 1 from AL. And Gordo, I've got to get more coffee, and we're hoping to promote some coffee as well here on the LPL.
Absolutely. Here, we don't have that Teamfight Manager 2 money as much as we are plugging it. So if you want to support LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. It is the best way to support the LPL English projects. It's the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go to upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays out to on-air talent and content creators. You can subscribe to our coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content like the LPL English podcast and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews.
No! I thought I was going to break. I could sneak in a yawn. My bad, Gordo.
You got caught, brother.
I gotta do some jumping jacks now. We're going to the break.
Do all the yawning you want while we're off camera. We'll see everybody after a quick break. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English, where anyone's legend are up 1-0 against Edward Gaming after their global comp successfully picks apart EDG in game number 1.
Turning back the clock, you know, I can't. I said Season 2 strats for the Shen Nocturne. I can't do that for Rise because that would have been a very different iteration of Rise coming in. But hey, that top side, again, Flandre, I always appreciate the creativity that he brings to the role. Whatever picks that he brings to the Rift, it feels like he's got some expertise on. He was really quick to adapt Yorick last year. Was really quick, I think, to be early on the Scion train, too, with how strong he was. And I think a lot of the times people view him as mostly a tank player, but he can play some of the carries as well. And to see him kind of play the pseudo carry in the Shen, ended up taking home the Pog and being a big difference maker in that first game.
Certainly did. As we prep up for draft in game number 2. Does mean first selection is going to go EDG's way. We'll see what they want to go for. Was a AL first selection in game number 1. They chose blue side. We'll see if there's going to be a switch up there. I would suspect that EDG will continue on with their first pick preference, as that's what they went for in game number 1, but it is, of course, their selection.
I didn't mind their draft that much in game 1. I dislike the Jhin build more than I dislike the draft itself. I think I'd like to forget about building Hubris in a competitive game on Jhin, going Hubris Phantom Dancer. It's, choices were made, Gordo.
They were. Not my favorite build in the world either. But, you know, mistakes are made from time to time, I'm sure. I'm not actually sure. I want to say that I'm sure they mathed it out and decided it was optimal for some reason or another, but I've been around this game for too long to believe that that is the truth. So instead, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to say bye to Jhin, and we're going to get other marksmen for the rest of the game, building other items that may very well be the last Hubris that we see in the night.
Nefuri Prio has been pretty big with Voltaic.
Good call out, but
so
you can go Spear Shojin
see.
Voltaic, though. I think that's the more common build.
We will see. Vayne remains banned away from Flandre. And a Cassio banned away, too. With DFT, we've had a lot of teams just willing to blind Cassio, and not care about the fact you're going to play at a range disadvantage. But Seraphine going to be first pick. See if AL wants to deny the Ashe Seraphine, or they're going to let that through and play their own answer into it.
All right, they are going to split up the Ashe Seraphine. Feel like a lot of teams have started leaning into just slamming Lucian Melio into it and being willing to play out the counter matchup. Not going to be the case this time, and a Twisted Fate for Shanks right off the bat. Just
more semi-globals.
Globals.
Yep. Maybe a similar game plan coming out. As Xin plus Seraphine going to be a happy camper, and then Ezreal coming in. I like Ezreal in the Ashe. I just think that you have ways to deal with Enchantress Crystal Arrow and also answer the farm and some of the early power that Ashe has if you play within her range. I would like Lulu a lot here. I think Lulu Ashe at times could be slept on. Ashe is not thought of to be a big damage dealer, but if empowered, Ashe pumps out a lot of damage. And also Lulu TF, it's kind of like a nice little pseudo-engage because you can Whimsy TF with the gold card, and when he gets the Roa Lichbane RFC that I'm expecting to see from Shanks, it's a really nice way to actually fish for engages with the gold card when you're just sprinting forward at 700 move speed and can try and gold card who you want. So we'll see if EDG is going to take some tools to deal with that. I would expect carry top laner coming out here from Flandre, as TF really likes to have side lanes going to play to enable in this game.
Yeah, really do like seeing the follow up on that gold card with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well. I think that's going to be super valuable for AL. Does give them that semi-global composition again that we talked about being so critical for them in game number 1. The only thing is they currently lack a champion that's really going to be on the engage front of that semi-global, and I don't know that they're necessarily going to find one. The closest pseudo kind of selection of that would be something like the Jarvan. His very long engage range, but that is, of course, already on the ban list. I don't think we're going to get to see anything like a Zac either. So probably going to have to settle with just the Twisted Fate and the Ashe in regards to the globals for this particular game. Scion going to be banned away, going to deny one of those safer blind options. As now going to be one more potential blind. I assume this is a jungler for Tarzan.
Yeah, I don't love Panth Lulu, but I do... Oh, okay. Well, Tarzan Lee Sin. We're in for a treat tonight, folks. Tarzan, one of the best mechanical players that we have in his role. Maybe one of the best mechanical players we have in the league overall. Gonna get his hands on his Lee Sin, a Lee Sin that's been feared since the Griffin days. If you know, you know. As he's got gold card to play off of, so it's kind of similar to Rise TF. It's less damage early on, but I think the theory of that, I would expect mid jungle. Is that locked?
That's locked.
It's locked, baby. You were asking for assassins from Sun Yen. He's gonna play the Fizz and take a page out of Zeka's book. My issue with this is that there is a polymorph in the game. You cannot Playful Trickster a polymorph. But you do have good targets so far to fish with the fish itself. So we'll see if Sun Yen's able to play this matchup up to its full fruition. As, oh my god, they're putting it top. It's TF top. They're putting Lissandra mid.
Woo!
I think this is one of the worst competitive Fizzes I've seen drafted. I don't think Westor could get his way out of this one, personally.
Oh, man, I can't believe you beat me to the Westor shout out. Unbelievable, man.
This is... the Fizz into Lissandra is so unplayable. And there's there's a polymorph in the game as well. And like gold cards, if you get rooted, the gold card follows up next. I really appreciate Lissandra. We have yet to see Shanks play it this year, but... Or this split, I should say. But man, Lissandra's ability to try and fish in the backline, it provides even more engage. I think Ambessa, if it gets late, Ambessa can maybe get you into the game with Seraphine too. But this early game from anyone's Legends is going to be really tough to overcome for EDG. I really appreciate the TF Flex top in order to take that Lissandra and cook this Fizz.
Yeah, I mean, I take it back, Sinian. I'm sorry, man. Like, we came into the night. Listen, this guy's been all mages all the time. Played Annie, Orianna, Cassiopeia, Victor, Mal, and then Flex the Rumble mid one game. Those are the champions we've seen Sinian play in competitive play. Because this is only his third series. He just hasn't played that many of them. So we came into the night wondering, you know, does he have the Rise? We're still going to be left wondering that. Would he pick up the Azir if the situation calls for it? Probably, but... we don't really know what he's going to pull out on stage. And then what are the assassins going to look like? Does he have the pocket Akali? Does he have the pocket Sylas? Well, here comes the Fizz. Let's see how it goes.
Personally, I don't think this Fizz is going to go well. He is running the Westor skin, by the way, which I appreciate. But again, yeah, Shanks just gets to walk up and play the matchup like this, where, oh my god, a JDG Yagao shout out. It's been that long.
2018.
Holy shnikes. That is a long time since we've seen Fizz. Again, just not a champion that's very competitively viable, given how effective Lockdown is versus this champion. And yeah, I think that this game is going to be a real struggle. As Flandra, if anyone's going to be able to play this TF top, I'm going to trust Flandra. Leave. That's a really extended E over the wall. Level 2 hit by Hope. Tarzan's bot on the 3 camp, not going for the base and the longsword. He's going to try and
flash
impact
forward.
this
Kael
matchup
wants the first blood. He's going to get it. Glitter Lance across the team. But will get traded back. Jue gets a kill. The 2 Enchanters walking away with the first 2 kills of the game.
You know, the fact that Tarzan shows and Hope still goes down is nice, as both Enchantresses get the kills. I don't know who the wave's quite in favor in. A little bit of chaos early on, but this is going to speed up Xiaohao on the jungle clear speed. I don't even know like where he can get involved. Like, if he goes mid, you jump on the Sandra, I mean, you just get rooted, and Shanks is able to disengage pretty easily with the claw. And again, you can just see the peppering. Shanks is playing on top of the wave to try and extend the Q range as far as possible. Yeah, Fizz goes for any creeps. Just maximum punish coming out from Shanks on a Lissandra pick that I know Shanks hasn't played it yet this split, but it was a champion that Shanks was willing to pull out last year, and I think plays quite well.
Yeah, definitely was. And really, really good start here for the likes of AL to be able to get that first blood. We've talked about this before, Cubby, but I don't even mind the kills going over to supports when it is these enchanters. It's definitely a, it's such a truism to say, oh, support, stop stealing kills, when we're so used to, like, Nautilus, Leona being the bottom lanes. Oh, man, Shanks. Really doing it to him here. And I mean, playing melees into Lissandra is pretty rough already. And Shanks knows it. He's taking Ignite.
I will say, that was a little bit of a miscalculation from Shanks. He's going to get an okay base off here, but Sinyan should be able to... Okay, he doesn't get the cannon. Alright. Pretty big loss from him, but Shanks needs to base. And yeah, you're right. It's Ignite for Shanks and Exhaust for Flandra. So the TF can make up for the global, of course, with his own ultimate. And Exhaust, I think, important in case Ambessa does jump on top of him. ZDZ went for the Electrocute, which makes sense in this matchup. Just going to try and be bursty. I will say, if there's any game where in competitive where I've seen maybe a Voltaic to be built on Ambessa, it's going to be this one for me. I think that's a real option for ZDZ if he wants it as... Oh, boy. Is this a TP and a push wave and to potentially dive the TF? There's not a wave here. We're just going to force it.
Sinyan's coming on in, knows that he will be able to dodge on away with the Playful Trickster.
Oh.
ZDZ going to be the one to tank up the aggro. And he dances his way right out of there. That's a clean dive from EDG.
Oh my gosh. Sunya just went top, said, let's get physical. Able to find the kill. Takes down Flandre, who doesn't have a TP. And that's honestly really important, the fact that ZDZ gets somewhat ahead in this matchup. And so the response from Shanks is to look at the other lane. And Tarzan's here too, so they've completely forced EDG off. Not going to lead to a kill, but is going to lead to at least losing access to a wave. As nice walk from Sunyan. I didn't see that play on my screen. Him and EDG did, and they get their top laner a bit of a lead.
Yeah, good stuff. Get Sunyan that first kill as well. It's going to do a good job of accelerating him towards what I'm sure are going to be Merc Treads, just to help him survive up against this Lissandra and spend a little bit less time rooted in the laning phase. That'll make this a little bit more manageable. As
less time rooted, less time polymorphed, less time Lissandra, gold carded maybe even.
Nice early heal from Kyle, recognizing that Xiaohao is making his way in towards that bottom lane. First dragon is right for the taking, and it looks like that is exactly where EDG are planning on going.
A little bit of priority just from the fact they've got Ezreal going into the Ashen. Dragon not going to be started up quite yet. But Sunyan's going to get this wave in. He's going to be forced to base. Frankly, the fact that Shanks base now, I think this is the angle where if Tarzan were to look, that's where you could see a Dragon tank. But Tarzan, with his bot camp spawning, is making his way up towards the top side to lend an assist to Flandre. So maybe looking for ZDZ here is okay.
Quick short-range Destiny. Flandre just going to show right up, gets that stun onto ZDZ, but they just don't have the damage. Tarzan did use Dragon's Rage there, just didn't have enough in the tank to actually finish off ZDZ.
Kind of answers back the gank, though, that we saw where Flandre did go down because he lost access to a wave. ZDZ is forced to base here. Will lose access to this wave himself, so kind of corrects the matchup back in favor for Flandre. But Tarzan's going to lose access to the Dragon, but trading this out for pressure mid that side. I think Shanks wants this. Tarzan safeguarded mid. Shanks going to come. He's got the lockdown to pair with Lee Sin. No kick, but AL looking for the fight.
Yeah, still pretty powerful team fighting tools here. What's curious, though, is Hope is so disconnected.
They postured. AL, it wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Was a look. Didn't come together. Instead, maybe the Grub's going to be the place to observe here, though Flandre still will not have access to the Destiny for that one either. All in all, not too shabby. EDG getting themselves the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, again, I think that's the trade with the top lane look, and honestly one that I do think AL is kind of okay making. As I fully expect this mid-lane matchup to continue to go in favor of Shanks. He is up a lot of CS. This is about on par for what I'd expect in the matchup. Against Sun Yan. Playing with Sandra in the melees just feels so good, because the Q for the Sandra, which, by the way, the Sandra has seen some sneaky buffs. I've been advocating for the Sandra into Ahri in particular. We've seen a little bit less Ahri as the splits continue, but we were seeing a lot of Ahri in the regular season. It's a really positive matchup, and the Sandra has such a strong identity as a champion providing lockdown mid, where comboing with stuff like a Lee Sin jungle, who has also seen buffs this patch. Definitely an option. Obviously, Ryze, TF, I think, prioritize, or Annie, especially comboing with Lee Sin, but Sandra sneaking in. I like this from Shanks. It was the right game for it in this flex, taking advantage of Flandre's creative pool yet again for the second game today. And doing so going, you know, not the Shen with a creative tank pick. It's going to be the sneaky carry pick in that TF.
Yeah, definitely. And it does look like Flandre is going for the AD Twisted Fate as well, as we are apt to see in the top lane. So nothing too crazy there. Xiaohao going to roll up, going to be able to pick up the first grub with that smite. Now looking for the lockdown on a Tarzan.
Oh, no.
Did get hit by the big fish, and Sunyan going to pick up the first kill of the fight. Now
oh, no.
Mayo leading the charge, trying to finish off Xiaohao, but the heal from the surround sound is enough to keep him standing. Shanks able to dodge out of the public execution, but Leave arrives from the bottom lane. AL pushed off the play. Shanks survives on a sliver, but they get denied all 3 grubs. They lose their jungler. EDG come out on top big time.
I don't think AL picked the right target there. They tried to go on Xin Zhao, and Xiaohao played that out very nicely. As the flash out got away from the Lee Sin damage, and Tarzan fell victim to the fish. As, again, this E from Shanks, the knockback from Xiaohao, really good. Shanks has to flash back in. They're trying to execute the Xin Zhao, but the Q2 could not be taken by Tarzan because he went down. And Zhui being here, able to save Xiaohao. I just think that if Fizz is in the game, you've just got to take advantage of one-shotting this champion. Xiaohao played that fight out really nicely, splitting Shanks away from Tarzan, and that mid-jungle duo that we kind of expected to win in draft for AL. Outplayed by EDG there, thanks to a really nice fight from Xiaohao.
Yeah, I mean, they make the call to leave Hope bot as well, attempting to only assist with Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Leave, meanwhile, actually arrives to the scene and is able to try to deal a little bit as the fight is over. They had a couple of plates into Hope for that effort, but yeah, I mean, definitely not working out the way AL might have hoped, and despite being the ones against the Fizz composition, they kind of needed to make the fast play there. Did not come on up. Sunyan now up 2-0. The faint gold lead against Shanks, despite the CS deficit. This is a really good start for the rookie on his Fizz.
I'm pretty surprised, as I mean, this is one for me where okay, well, they saw the Fizz walking top and just the insta-port out from Flandre. That good defense being played there. But, of course, hold on. Pause.
But it's on to Xiaohao once again. Crescent Guard does its job. Flash in from Zhui. Finds the Encore onto Kyle. They're going to turn it right back onto Xiaohao. No Crescent Guard this time. Sunyan was able to connect the big fish, but it was onto Shanks. He gets hit by the Glacial Tomb, and now he's going to try to find the escape. He's already used Playful Trickster. Going to have to flash instead, waiting for that cooldown, but he's got Tarzan all over him. Tempest will be the death of the fish. 2 kills back to AL and the lead along with it.
That's the lockdown coming through, and again, why I think Fizz is going to really struggle in this composition. Find it really curious, by the way, this Fizz is going for Blackfire Torch? I mean, I know I was making Chovy Belt jokes, Gordo, but if there's any champion where I feel like Rocket Belt should be prioritized, it's on the Fizz, because some of the animation cancels you can do actually can hide the Shark. Kind of like the QR, you can hide it with Rocket Belt. And just being in range to make sure that you cue the right target or set up for the right Playful Trickster. Blackfire Torch is a item where it benefits with, you know, the more targets that you're able to apply, you're going to get more AP. Fizz is more of a single target assassin. I'm very surprised it's not Witchbane or Rocket Belt here. Kind of an oddball scenario for me.
Look, I am not a Fizz expert. This is something where I'm going to defer to Lolalytics a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, on paper, I mean, Blackfire Torch about a 10% pick rate right now, and about a 51.7% win rate. So it's not unheard of among Fizz players. Not that there are very many of those. It's got about 2,000 games in Emerald plus solo queue. I can't say that I conceptually get it.
Me neither, because I don't think Fizz needs a ton of access to mana either. You can kind of handle that with blue buff and roaming or like a lot of bases. This is a weird one for me, but
Chovy built higher win rate, by the way.
Yes, Sunyan's down a level. And with this being attempted, ECA connects, Crescent card available, Xiahao able to save it. Good absorb from Jouet as Shanks might look to enter. Wait,
so a little bit cut off from the team, but he's in a 1v1 brawl with Sunyan. He likes that plenty. That's why he drafted the champion. Now getting on in there, Tomb onto Xiahao. And aptly named, that'll be the kill right off the bat. Flandra going to be able to action off Sunyan. And ZDZ now left alone. Dive into the back line, was able to create enough space for Tarzan to eventually fall. But there's enough damage in the tank for AL to carry through the fight. Flandra walking away with a double kill. It is a 3-for-1 in favor of AL.
I just think that fight, this game, it's so difficult for Fizz to play, and I mean, this is a champion where you can find some cheese wins in solo queue with it, but there are some champions we don't see in comp for a reason, because coordinated play can counter them so hard. Like, Fizz opening the fight, I mean, look at how unplayable the rest of this fight is for Sunyan. As he jumps on the Sandra, gets rooted, so that gets canceled, and Fizz is just not relevant in this fight. Meanwhile, Tarzan up a level. Kicks Xiahao out into Shanks, who takes him down. We have to go back to live because the early cleanse from him, don't think it matters, but he goes down to the port from Flandra.
What is that Giga Chad move from Flandra there as he rocks up without pick a card active, double taps W, rips the gold card, top decks it, and gets him right off the bat. That's crazy.
He's rift-bounding, baby. Looking for the top decks. Heart of the cards. That's a different game, but that's fine. Flandra able to find it as again. Leading with the Kraken Slayer on the TF. The Noon Quiver second. I think it's going to be Hyper Optics. Or if you get a kill, that bonus range. That's pretty nice for gold cards, being able to find the right target.
So here's the thing, Cubby. There used to be... Now Flandra's got me wondering if this mechanic is still in the game. There used to be a Twisted Fate mechanic, a real secret one. Yeah, where you could time out what card you were going to pull next. After you pick the card, okay, hold on a second. Kyle's getting caught. Public Execution finds its way onto the Lulu. The growth going to keep him alive for a little bit longer, though. Meanwhile, Shanks is sectioned off leave, and AL turned the fight on its head. TP coming in from Sunyan. Can he try to salvage this? As Hope has already fallen down. Xiahao able to finish him off on the backside, but the team fight looking strong for AL. Into the back line goes Tarzan to claim the life of Sunyan. ZDZ tries to dash forward, but he just doesn't have the health to do it, and Flandra knocks down one after the other. It's a double kill to him once again as AL balloon their lead to 5,000.
I am, again, just going to reference the draft on how this draft makes the game very difficult to play for EDG. I think another rule, I mean, playing Assassins into Lulu is so difficult because Polymorph is such a warping ability in the backline. Didn't connect on the Fizz that time, but did connect onto ZDZ, who wasn't able to play that fight the way he wanted to. And Kyle, we saw someone sneak into the Banana Brush. He finds 3, but was still able to get out. ZDZ isn't able to connect again. Leave down cleanse, just gets full CC chain, very cleanly played by AL and Tarzan. So they're down the 80 carry, the member that was so important in EDG's win against NIP. Yes, Hope goes down, but look at the rest of the fight. 3-man Encore, just easy self-ult from Shanks, gets a lot of value. Tarzan's ahead. It's a baby shark from Sunyan. Not able to get much done. Tarzan just blitzes him in this fight. And ZDZ Polymorph is Flandra. Able to easily clean up in the back half. Nice safeguard, keeps Shanks alive, and Xiahao falls. And again, AL continues to build upon this advantage that I very much feel like they have in draft. Tarzan gets the flash out of Sunyan. And this snowball is going to continue to be out of control. The Fizz being the TF flexed out into the finding, I think one of the most one-sided matchups that I can think of for the Sandra versus Fizz is just not the way.
Oh. Yeah, that was a flash from Sunyan as we came back in to the picture-in-picture there.
Sadly, sorry to cut you off. I was going to prep the Rotten Tomatoes joke, which we we have claws on. We have a play
Wait
bot.
a second.
Great stall by Shanks.
Flandra once again, right off the Destiny, and oh my god, the damage. Twisted Fate, just a little too strong now with the Kraken Slayer and the Hextech completed. Just a huge amount of damage comes in from Twisted Fate as the man in the wide-brimmed hat arrives to the scene and just completely demolishes EDG.
That was Clone Wars Cad Bane, and I only reference that because the Rotten Tomatoes joke I was going to make is that this draft from EDG, it's closer to the Rotten Tomatoes score of The Mandalorian and Grogu, and further from the audience score, you know? Which is, it makes me disappointed as a big Star Wars fan, but it is what it is.
Certainly. I haven't seen it, and I probably won't, and it's looking more and more like that was the right choice.
There are some movies, Gordo, that I look at as an adult, and they help me justify paying for the subscription for the year. This, sadly, is one of them, as someone that went to go see every other Star Wars movie in theaters.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's a good little break. All right, I want to finish off this Twisted Fate point, because I feel like I've left some people hanging. So the old mechanic used to be, when you picked your card off Pick a Card, it would keep ticking in the background. Like, if you just timed it in your head, you would just go blue, red, gold, blue, red, gold, blue, red, gold. And then you threw your card. When you cast Pick a Card again, it would pick up where it left off. So you could plan what your top deck would be. I don't know if that went away when they did the little mini rework on Twisted Fate or not. I know they got rid of the animation where the card keeps pulsing.
Right, it's the
but that doesn't mean they got rid of the mechanic.
I'm kind of with you, Gordo. I think that likely still exists in the game. You know, maybe Flandra's got like a YouTube video in the background of a metronome, and he's like 1, 2, 3.
If not, Flandra's a Giga Chad for that play earlier, where he just ports in no card picked and double taps W for the gold card.
It was snappy. You know, a lot snappier than the shark that Fizz is bringing to this game, sadly. As again, just a really creative flex, and part of why we don't see this champion in fives. I would not have advocated for Fizz regardless in this game, just because I think that there are other champions outside of Lissandra that Fizz doesn't want to see. Like, Lee Sin baptizes Fizz. Lulu makes it really difficult for Fizz to play. Wild Growth can cancel the Q, and then, of course, Polymorph speaks for itself. So just kind of surprised that the first non-control mage game we see from Sun Yun, which we were asking to see him, you know, be able to flex some muscles and see him willing to play an Assassin's nice, but this was not the right game for it. I just don't think there are enough conditions for Fizz to even really be valid in this one.
I'm hearing in the background, we got folks on the case doing research that say it is not in the game anymore. So the Giga Chad Flandra rumors.
You know what?
Maybe
Vegas got to the game. No counting cards, Gordo.
Yeah.
Vegas ruined the mechanic.
I mean, to be fair, that's one of those that's one of those mechanics Riot hates. Riot hates quote-unquote skill checks that are just, do you know this arbitrary thing? Oh boy, Kyle getting clawed out, getting chased down, but stays alive by ulting himself, and Destiny has been cast. Here comes Flandra, the Giga Chad himself, but already way too far up is Shanks. He's blown up, he's gone! AL! 4 versus 5 now, maybe going to have to flee the scene. Just happy they got their Hextech Drake earlier.
I mean, I'll defend Shanks on that entrance. He almost found a 5-man Lissandra entrance into the fight, but that encore was timed perfectly from Jouet coming out of the claw, catches Shanks and stops him in its tracks as EDG trying to push as hard as possible. Flandra should go down here.
Yeah, Flandra getting chased. This is a big shutdown, and they will get it on to Sun Yun. He walks away with about 1,000 bonus gold. Not too shabby for the Fizz, but not going to be enough to offset the gold lead that AL have built up so far.
That was a 2.5k to 3k gold injection, though, on the other side, so AL going to try to avoid those. I do think scaling of this game, Seraphine and Bessa scales really hard, so they have to be a little bit careful, but I still kind of favor AL just because Lulu and empowering Ashe and also this TF kit. Yeah, look at Shanks on this entrance. This encore just perfectly timed from Shui. I think if Shanks goes W self-ult, it's a maybe. Instead open with Rocket Belt and got caught. I think if it's an immediate land of the self-ult, but you really want a W self-ult as the Sandra. Just well-timed by Shui. We'll give Shui some kudos there. As does get a gold lead in favor of Leave, who I know that we've got a lower third talking to our producer here who's been helping us out tonight. Shivim. about Leave's stats from the play-in stage, because he had a monumental series to make sure that EDG were overcome NIP and Leave's old team. I mean, guys, this is across all 5 games, so including the losses. This is what Leave put up in that series. Just absolutely filthy heavy lifting coming out from him to make sure that his team was able to overcome NIP and make it into the playoffs, double elimination bracket, and of course group ascension for Split 3, or group ascend for Split 3. I keep on saying ascension. It's ascend.
Yeah. You know, it's adjective versus noun, you know, that's... Although I guess they're both nouns,
so I'm failing English is what you're saying, Gordo. That's not great.
I mean, I'm failing English, really. They're kind of both nouns, but... I don't know. I don't know what the proper term would be. So maybe I'm the one who's really failing English all around.
We'll get to work on it. You know, we'll get to work.
It's group ascent for anybody curious. We got that one down pat for sure. But Leave does have himself a little bit of a gold lead after that last fight. Granted, the gold doesn't necessarily go into Ash 100% of the time, and it's not necessarily how AL play the game either. They have a much higher gold percentage on folks like Flandra and Tarzan than EDG do on ZDZ and Xiao Hao. So. And
speaking of, TF Passive working a bit of overtime, but Flandra is the one that's set up for the most success in this game, as he's trying to find the double polygon. That RFC Whimsy combo I was talking about, assuming that it was going to be the Roa Lichbane and RFC, TF mid, still applies here, as the speed up into gold card is going to be lethal for EDG to deal with. I think that they have to be really careful of showing on waves, in which they're not doing right now, trying to lie in wait and hope that AL walks into another scenario that is positive for EDG, but they don't know that this Baron is going on, and this Baron is gone, Gordo. So, uncontested 24.5-minute Baron from EDG, giving it over to AL. Andre did cast Destiny just to get some more info and see where EDG was at. And EDG get the bad news that they're down a Baron, and likely to be down a Soul Point, as it's Hextech Soul on the Rift, and I don't think EDG are going to be able to contest this, although they will pour in and see if they can find anything.
Yeah,
Sunyan is not spotted yet, but I like the angle that Shanks is holding.
Yeah, they got a hankering for a little bit of action here. Flandra waiting around on the side. Santa Cristalero comes out, kick back in. They're going to focus Xiao Hao all day long. They'll just keep forcing that play until it works. And this time it does. Knockup found on his EDZ as well. He goes in for the public execution, gets immediately entombed and immediately blown up. It's another double kill to Flandra. Leave trying to make the big play. Steps up, looking for the damage, but it just cannot manifest. Not against a full 5-man squad of anyone's legend. This dragon is theirs.
There's a reason I didn't think that was very contestable. As Sunya was looking for the angle, and they actually took the fight away from the Fizz without really knowing it. Again, that's another fight, though, where they had full control of that banana brush going into mid, and I love Shanks just waiting there with these crowd control heavy mid laners. That's the most important terrain to hold when it comes to the dragon, and I know they didn't play around that area of the fight, but it makes it so hard for even a champion like Fizz to walk in and get any work done. This was Tarzan's play. Shanks' position is really good as Sun Yen doesn't get in, but it's Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Wonderful kick coming out from Tarzan. Finds the Xin Zhao, and again, Fizz just in the background. He was looking for the flank or the angle, but AL took the fight before Fizz can even get set up, and gold lead in the might of AL shuts EDG down. As this game, for me, Gordo, I don't like to call games over in draft, but oftentimes I will say that if the draft is better, I think teams sometimes get a 70 to 75% nod in draft. This one was north of that, given the Lysandra and the Lulu into the Fizz.
Yeah, I mean, didn't even have a bad early game. Sinian started this game 2-0, and this Fizz still just felt anemic, just not really able to accomplish much of anything.
That's a higher English grade.
See,
big word
you don't bring me on here for English. You bring me on here to tell you about Twisted Fate mechanics that were removed 10 years ago. But Flandra getting engaged on, but there's Shanks with the re-engage on the backside, gets the root onto 4. Tarzan with a massive Dragon's Rage back through. ZDZ throws himself to the backline, but cannot get much done before he falls. And it's a triple kill, a quadra kill to Hope, as he carries the fight out from the back line. AL, another strong team fight performance, another game win. They're going to match point.
Yep, that Fizz got sent underwater by the Lissandra, as under the ice Fizz goes, and I would like to put the Fizz on ice. I think that if Lulu is in the game, it's very difficult to play Assassins because of what Polymorph can do. There are a lot of other conditions that I feel like went into the Fizz not showing up in that one. I appreciate the Fizz in the TF. Again, it's a really good matchup in solo queue, but you can also play like a Nivea into Twisted Fate, where I know that you sign up to maybe have angles opened up upon you later on, but there are a lot of positives in lane to that matchup. Anivia just being a control mage that's more solid, and I think might fit into the wheelhouse of Sunyan and would have fit into a Seraphine composition where you want control. That's the other kind of perplexing thing for me, too, is that with Seraphine, how many games have we seen where Seraphine, you just stack up as 5, play for extended fight scenarios, and just profit because you're playing frickin' Seraphine? Fizz doesn't want to play that type of fight, so I know that Sunyan, we were asking to see more out of him as a young mid laner, and as someone whose pool we're still trying to figure out. I feel like that was an errant assassin play going into the comp that was showing for AL, and AL, they proved that's the fact.
I like the spirit, though, all right? I was... listen, we're 3 series in. We're, like, 8 games into this guy's career. His most played champion's Annie. I was getting a little nervous. Maybe this guy doesn't have the sauce. Maybe we're not going to get to see some exciting champions out here. I like that the man is willing to rip an assassin. Maybe not this assassin. Maybe not right now.
Tried, you know? But
there's a time and place for everything, but not now.
Yeah, not now. Props to Shanks, again, pulling out the Lissandra pick, and Flandra as well for being able to flex that Twisted Fate. I think for me, that's got to be another pog for Flandra. Just the fact that he's willing to flex that Twisted Fate into the Ambessa. Really like Tarzan. That visit around level 6, it might have looked goofy, Gordo, where they dropped the first dragon, but that kept Flandra back into the matchup and made sure that he was on decent footing up top. And his ability to take that, run with it, TF passive working a little bit of overtime, got to the 3-item mark really early, and TF was rather oppressive in that game with some global presence, which has been a theme so far for AL's 2 drafts going into EDG as well.
Yeah, really, really strong use of the globals so far in this series by AL, and I know I kind of said the same thing after game number 1, but now it's more true than it was before. We're running out of champions like this in the pool, so at some point AL is going to have to play a different strategy. They are going to have to play champions that don't get to teleport for free across the entire map and start plays. So
Pantheon's up. Pantheon's been really kind of forgotten about, actually, in a lot of these playoffs. I feel like Pantheon's been dropped.
Kind of crazy, too, right? It's still really strong.
If any player... Tarzan's Pantheon is the one that I fear the most in the LPL, frankly. Him and Shun. So if anyone's going to bring it out, I expect Tarzan to have it. But yeah, it's... feel like what I was teasing at the start of the day, Gordo, with the LPL chatters not being happy about the disparity of games, and even teasing that Split 3 is going to be competitive just based on what we've seen so far. EDG has not given me too much more hope for that. I think Game 2, again, I would have given AL like a 75% plus chance to win just based on that draft. As Lissandra is just a diabolical champion this game. Playing it into Fizz, into the game where playing off Lee Sin and with an Ashe, I think sets up really well with an Enchantress support too. Kudos to AL, who... With the draft flex, I mean, this is something that AL was really known for doing last year. And I think a lot of people gave Tabe, and rightfully so, because I think we're seeing some of this with JDG, gave Tabe kudos for some of the creativity of what he had with the team. But good to see that in this game, because, again, I feel like the draft they had just made the game really hard from the rip for EDG, and we saw that come to fruition on the Rift, too.
Yeah, Flandra, definitely a player with a deep champion pool. And the fact that they are able to move that Twisted Fate up into his hands. The fact that we had to be worried about the Varus moving into his hands in game number 1. Definitely a big boon to the likes of AL. They are certainly coming away the recipient of very good drafts in both of these games so far today.
Yeah, it just hasn't been I think EDG, again, I want to give EDG kudos for game one. I think some of the ways they played back into that game were good. They punished AL in some of those setups, but this game just not possible. I mean, this Fizz was an NPC for most of the game, and that wasn't too much the fault of Sunyan. It's just the draft and the Lissandra coming in. Again, why we don't see stuff like Zed mid, Talon mid, Fizz mid blinded, because this Lissandra champion does exist. And the tools that Lissandra brings you in 5, and when you have a jungler the likes of Tarzan playing Lee Sin and how it pairs with it, yeah, you're going to set that jungler up for a lot of success. And Tarzan, it's going to be a Flandre Pog for me, but Tarzan did have a pretty successful game.
Yeah, I think really, really strong game from the both of them. I mean, I think, Shanks comes out looking pretty good here as well. He ends up topping out the damage charts. He has some really good team fights where he's just landing these really huge Ws, these really huge ultimates, just be able to keep quite a number of the crew locked on down. So, yeah, a strong claim for multiple members of AL in this game number 2. I think all in all, even cleaner than game number 1, but of course, hard to talk about that without talking about the draft that we both had some really strong criticisms of that really did manifest.
Yeah. I mean, I can even say that the yawn was given the game, and not just the fact that I got 3 broadcasts in 24 hours, and I've been waking up at 4 a.m. for the majority of the week and going on my morning runs. It's been quite nice not being on the LPL schedule, but hopefully EDG can wake me up for the next game. I would like to see EDG make this a series, and honestly, I've been a little bit frustrated at some of the fan response, and that's why I brought it up a few times, at these Group Nirvana teams getting baptized as we hop into Group Ascend. I really feel like some of the big stories for me with Group Ascend versus Group Nirvana has been the teams that have promoted in the Group Ascend. Across the board, we've seen them improve throughout the splits, getting those opportunities to play those stage games, and a lot of the times more games against the teams that are in the group, being in the double round robin versus the single, which will be different next split. But we don't yet have the time for some of those teams to scale on up. And of course, we went from the bottom 4 teams playing to the top 4 teams in the group playing. And the Group Ascend teams that got demoted from the loss to these Group Nirvana teams, they struggled against these teams that we had, as I felt like there was a lot of disparity that we had in the league between the top 5 or 6 teams and the rest for Group Ascend. So it's I'm not too surprised at the results that we've had so far. That said, I'm hoping that EDG does give them more of a run for their money in this game 3, and EDG hopefully going to give themselves a draft where things are a little bit more playable, as it is an Infinity Edge 4th for Flandre, a second Pog for him in this series, and I don't want to see or talk about this draft anymore, Gordo. I'm done with this one. I'm ready for game 3.
Yeah. AL looking back on form, Flandre looking back on form. A really strong game number 2. The momentum all in their favor. EDG, backs against the wall. If they want to stay in the upper bracket, they are going to have to change things up real soon. Find out if they're going to be able to do it. As we throw it to another break, we will see everybody on the other side for game number 3. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English, where Anyone's Legend are up 2-0 over Edward Gaming. One win away from closing out the series and moving on to winners' side semifinals.
Yeah, and Gordo, in the break, you were kind of talking about how coming into the day's series, AL was a bit on a cold streak to wrap up LPL. I think it's part of why we didn't see the AL members be as present in some of the All-Pros. All-Pro is encapsulative of the entire regular season, but there always is some later stage performance bias, I think there should be in terms of voting. But what was the record you had for AL coming in?
Yeah, they're 5-12 in their last 5 series, and that's including series against WE, NIP, IG, like teams that finished off on the bottom half of Ascend as well. So, yeah, they were coming in a bit cold. They had not been able to put together the kinds of performances that you expect from a team of this caliber to round out their regular season. And yeah, I think that definitely had a big impact on how people were willing to view this team for the purposes of All-Stars. As we all know, everybody else's All-Stars are biased and based too much on recency or not enough, and only mine are correct and objective. So it's really tough, to have to see that happen to a team like AL, but they certainly weren't doing themselves any favors with the back half of their season. So to see them turning it around and start to turn it up at the right moment is a reassuring sign if you have high hopes for this AL team.
It is. And again, AL is a team where I feel very fair in saying the expectation should be internationals, given what we saw last year, the fact that this is the longest tenured roster being together in the LPL at only a year and a half, which speaks to the chaos of the league and the swaps we have. But AL proved that they were one of the best teams in the LPL for the entirety of last year. For the team that gave the LPL the best stab at really winning it all, right? I know that Worlds, of course, was close with T1, but that MSI, I feel like, was the strongest chance LPL had to win, as AL took T1 to 3 or 5 games, I think, twice in that bracket. So I think AL in this split, too. Good to see them playing a little bit better. And on the flip side for EDG, coming into the night, Gordo, we were teasing that if it is going to be an EDG win, Leave needed to have a big series, and Leave's been rather quiet tonight going up against AL.
Yeah, he certainly has. Definitely, still putting up a big percentage of his team's damage, still gathering up a big percentage of his team's gold, but his team's not doing that much damage, and his team's not generating that much gold. So it's not coming up that big at the end of the day, and yeah, I mean, they need just a little bit more out of this guy, right? Like, yes, he's finding small gold leads on stuff like the Ezreal, but really going to need to see him really put his carry pants on, really be able to find some big performances like that Varus game against NIP, like that Zeri game against NIP. He had a really strong Ezreal game against NIP as well. That ended up being a loss, but that series was a 5-0 really for EDG. That was EDG close, winning a lot of games and just kind of punting a couple of them along the way. So all throughout the board, that's how Leave ends up putting up those ridiculous stats, right? Where it's like 900 plus DPM over the course of all 5 games. He had a ridiculous series last week up against a team that we really talked up their bot lane. Like their bot lane ended up on our All-Pro team, our third All-Pro team, but still, we thought really highly of the NIP bot lane, more highly than we think of the AL bot lane. So I need to see Leave and Jue put up better results against this bot lane than they did against the NIP bot lane.
Some draft adjustments coming in. Caitlyn being taken out. Wondering if this is the game where, with Lucian now being removed, maybe we see the Corki Nami get prioritized by either team in this game 3 as, Cassio snuck its way on through the draft. Sun Yang going to take that. It is a big pick for Shanks. Shanks has some historical comfort on the Cassio, so I do like that deny. That said, Shanks going to be able to have some range. I think Twisted Fate's one of the better matchups in the Cassio, just to control it later on in the game with the gold card. I think other good matchups for Shanks that's left is going to be that Victor, which I'd frankly expect also Annie to try and burst it early on, but I did tease that Corki Nami priority coming in as one of the stronger duos left. That's going to be picked up. See if EDG is willing to answer with a potential Yunara Lulu, which would give them a lot of scaling if they want to answer with that.
Lulu Fearless, unfortunately. So,
oh, crap, you're right.
yeah, there's not a lot of good bot lane responses left. Maybe an MF Nautilus?
Senanaut available
yeah.
too. Yeah, I'm with you on both those. No Nautilus has been, or only one game of Nautilus has been played by Jouet, but we're going to make that 2 here. As MF Naut going to be a pretty strong early game duo to try and bridge Cassio into the later stages. I am worried already, though, in this draft because Jarvan against 2 immobile carries, as Jarvan slinked his way on through. That's pretty tough. You have Tidal Wave to follow up, and I really value Nami Tidal Wave against Cassio MF because I think that Cassio is vulnerable to range, and the Corki Rockets plus the Tidal Wave is a way to really interact with Cassio at a range that she cannot, even including Flag and Drag Cataclysm in. So EDG going to have a lot of might in that Cassio later on, but I think early on, in the mid-game, might be vulnerable to what AL has. I'm assuming the bans are going to come out now to try and protect that Cassio. I really want to see Victor taken off the board.
Yeah, got to at least try to create a favorable matchup for Sinian here, because I think that, yeah, bot lane really went from bad to worse here for EDG. Despite all the talk we have about their lane and how good Leave and Jouet have been, I definitely still think, they can win out with the MF Nautilus, but just so many of the, the premier picks no longer available. With everything that's been Fearless away, the Caitlyn ban on the EDG side, the Karma and Lucian bans on the AL side, and then the snapping up of this Corki Nami, MF Nautilus feels like one of the only duos left.
I also don't love Nautilus in Jarvan games when Jarvan's in their team, just because Cataclysm and how it interacts with the hook is kind of a pain in the butt for Nautilus at times. So that and Flag and Drag just being able to buffer a lot. Cassante banned. I'm curious what Flandre might be setting up for in the top side, where he wants to take Cassante out of the pool here, Cordo.
Yeah, me as well. I mean, this guy plays all sorts of stuff, so I wonder if they're just going to try to snatch a mid laner here and save Flandre for last. I would hope that they do.
Is it maybe the Sion game? Yeah, they banned Sion. I think that's what the Cassante ban was for. Victor makes his way through. I really want to see Shanks take Victor here. I just think having another way to cancel MF ult, having the range against the Cassio, and how it plays with Cataclysm, just kind of having that control mage that can be nice and stable. I feel like this is the Victor game for Shanks.
Yeah, go for something like the Ari too. Could go for this Yone. That's a little spicy for me.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, they got lots of stuff. Oh, they just want the Galio duo. They want to go for the Jarvan Galio combo.
A little bit more tankiness. I don't like this one quite as much because I think later on you can be kind of vulnerable to Cassio. But MF doesn't love seeing tanks on the screen. MF really wants to rush BT. So one that
that's a Jace.
Early on might be able to get punished. CDZ going to take the Jace up top. Please don't Viego. I think Wukong is what you want here. Just having knockups.
We just hate frontline here, huh? Up against the Jarvan Galio? Or...
Yeah, I think it's Wukong for the knockups. Or I wouldn't mind a Skarner either. Would bring a little bit of more tankiness in. Something that I think Flandre definitely pressured now to take some. Oh, this runs the game.
Let's go.
Let's go. This runs the game.
I was gonna call for it. Oh
my god, I love it from Flandre. We've seen Olaf sneak back in again. I think that with Fearless and really ever since Fearless got established, Olaf has such a strong identity as being this late game hyper carry. If he can interact with the game in the front line, Skarner, Nautilus, MF is not enough damage to deal with Olaf. Cassio can in the side lane, but even later on, if Olaf is able to find these angles. I mean, we saw a game where T1 played recently in a high-level match. They gave away Mountain Soul, understanding that Olaf in that draft could still carry later on. I feel that way about Olaf in this one. I feel like Olaf is a game-breaking R5, and one that I'm happy to see Flandre bring out.
Yeah, I wanted to call out. I wasn't predicting the Olaf specifically. I'm not that smart, but after the Galio comes through for Shanks, really wanted to see something a little bit more carry-oriented here for Flandre.
Yeah,
and,
I thought it'd be Yorick, but I like Olaf a lot in this game. I think Yorick, or Olaf specifically in the Nautilus MF, really punishes that duo. Just because, again, not enough damage from the MF. You really want to rush BT And against Olaf, it's important to get that pen early on as he's going to be rushing the armor and the steel caps. So I love this draft from AL. I feel like AL had really good drafts tonight. And for me, this draft set up to be a 3-0.
Absolutely. And Flandra having a hell of a night. Fresh off back-to-back MVPs, he could very well make it 3 for 3 here on this Olaf if this game goes according to plan for AL. Which, so far, all night, games have been according to plan for AL. So Dials come out.
EDG fans still faithful in their team. Can't blame them. As again, the KT versus T1 series, Doran rocked this pick with a pretty similar setup coming in. Olaf, if you get access to the wave, you can get a lot of sustain. So I like the Adapticalum to try and deal with the Jace damage. And the response from Jace, it has to be the Storm Raider Surge, which the ease of access to the speed ups, it's not there compared to Phase Rush, because Phase Rush procced off of the abilities used and the duration of time to proc it. Storm Raider Surge, it's based on the damage. You have to be able to apply the damage, which Jace can do with a lot of his combos, but it just makes it more difficult to access that speed up that's necessary for dealing with Olaf, who wants to chase you down, of course, in this matchup.
Really, really solid pick here, as long as it is able to lane well against the Jace. I want to see if Xiaohao goes for some early maneuvers here on the Skarner before Ragnarok becomes available. Try to set ZDZ ahead, try to abuse the strong laning phase of this Jace to set the Olaf behind and try to push out the timer on when this Olaf will have that kind of big power in these fights up against this composition. So it does bring all those benefits you brought up earlier on. See if Xiaohao does have some interest in getting over there before those level 6s are ticked.
Yeah, again, Jace early in this matchup against the Olaf does have the ability to push it around. And ZDZ actually forcing Flandra out this early is, I think, a bit of a oopsie. This wave will come back in the Flandra, so it's not a hard freeze. But Flandra, of course, with the setup that he has, no access to the D-Shield or Second Wind. As I assume it's Inspiration, so he gets access to something like Approach Velocity or the Reboots.
Some hooks getting exchanged here. Jue wants to keep the fight going. Leave gets chunked low, but does have the Summoner heal from his support. Both junglers arrive to the scene, and that will be enough to get AL to be pushed back. No blood going to be shed. Combat Summoners blown across the board in the bottom lane.
First Crab goes over to Xiaohao. He picks that one up on the Skarner, and I mean, again, like the Olaf entrance into the fight. I mean, Olaf loves to see a team that can't kill him. The only person I really feel like can threaten or kill Olaf is this Cassiopeia. So see if Sun Yan can really step up. I know the game yesterday, it was Olaf against a no marksman team, so Olaf was even more diabolical because you need the DPS to at least try and get through Olaf, because if you can't burst him, you just hit a breakpoint where it's tough. Nice respect flash being shown by Sun Yan, as Jarvan showed, and that was enough to get Sun Yan to flash, and honestly necessary in that scenario.
Stuff there.
He's got to be big this game. He really does.
Certainly. Big eyes on Sun Yan and what he's going to be able to get done on this Cassiopeia. Will need to be a big DPS force, especially if this misfortune is going to be getting frequently disrupted, which there's a lot of tools to be able to do so on the side of AL. As they get aggressive in the lane again, flashing forward on towards Leave. Hope trying his best to pump out the damage. Gets one more with the flash auto attack. First blood into Hope. But Kael's up a bit deep. Jue without the mana. Flashes forward. He wants this kill, but he's going to get
Can we
put
dodge?
in the bubble. Kael going to have to dodge this dredge line.
He doesn't have it yet. They can look bottom left. Like 60 mana is the breakpoint. Yep. Not quite enough, so Kael able to sneak out. That wave's not good. This is a really bad wave, so I know Hope gets the kill and is going to have better items coming back in, but Leave should be able to answer in experience because the wave's bad. Not a max win for AL, but they had the advantage in the lane there and were able to at least try and assert their will as they find the kill on the Hope. Or, yeah, on the Hope and on Leave.
Well, so does go Hope's way for now, and does look like Hope not going to have too much trouble breaking this freeze without both of the supports present, although Xiao Hao waiting in the wings could come in here and make this bot lane go from bad to worse if AL is up too far. You got to respect the power of the, I'm going to get on my soapbox here, Ishtal's impact. A lot of people saying Ixtal these days. A lot of play-by-plays around the world not naming names. Go pull up the wiki. Go listen to Kiana and Skarner voice lines. It is Ishtal.
We're trying to earn our English degrees. Then again, I find it funny that, like, with Riot...
It's a fake word, but yeah.
Yes. Well, I mean, easy lore, if you're trying to write fantasy, it's to take a word and spell it out in English and then not pronounce it in English. Like, change the pronunciation, and then you call it lore. It's like part of the world.
Yeah, there you go.
It is used in a lot of fantasy. I'm kind of joking, kind of serious with that one, but Skarner, again, very strong identity with this champion, and one that I just think that this game, I just think that you get munched by Olaf. Olaf's ability to munch this front line, it's only going to be the Cassio for me that can really slow it down. Also, doing a highlight, Sun Yan going for the Conqueror, taking advantage of stacking it up against the melee and Galio, not the DFT that, with that rune coming back in, has led a lot of mid laners to be relatively comfortable with blinding the Cassio. I think that, and the fact that you get access to boots and just an insane move speed steroid later on in the game, has really gotten Cassio to be a lot more meta, as that is a flag and drag.
Oh, and here comes the heroic entrance. Shanks arrives to the scene and blows up Leave. Zhui now going to try to survive this dive in a 1 versus 4. They're going to go for him. They don't care how tanky this Nautilus is, and they'll melt through him. No problem. Tanking a few turret shots while they're at it. Tarzan has to flash at the end of the day, but that's a 2-0 for AL. That's a wave crashing into the turret, and that's as many plates as they can handle.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a flag and drag that Tarzan wants back, but who cares? Because it was a flashless Leave. Cataclysm coming in was clutch, as Leave had no escape against the Galio Jarvan, and yet another game where Leave, a player where in the best of 5 to get here, Leave did 938 DPM in those 5 games, 35% of his team's damage share, has been kept quiet tonight by the focus of AL. I love the swap coming in, by the way.
Yeah. Put this Olaf in just as comfortable of a position as you can. Get him away from the Jace. And this is just a massive scaling threat for AL, right? Like, they can give up some dragons. They can give up some CS. Flandra can use Ragnarok defensively. Just let my man get his items, and he will take you to the promised land.
Yeah, I think the idea for this is that off that bot dive, they know... Oh, hold on.
Ooh, good interrupt there. Sinya stepping up to be able to tank the Justice Punch, and this guy is doomed. Ishtal's impact back over towards the turret, flashing away from the Impale to die 5 seconds later. Interesting.
Yeah. Oopsie there from Shanks. That's big, though, because what I was going to talk about with the swap cord, why I liked it a lot, I think off that bot dive, EDG coming off on the reset, with all the tools down from AL understood that it was going to be a dragon given over to EDG, who didn't burn as many tools in that fight. That said, that's why they swapped for the grubs, then put Olaf kind of away from the action, which is good for all the above. That kill going in on mid, that did stop the 3 grubs from going over to AL, which could have turned the Olaf into a more diabolical champion later on, because if Olaf gets any free time with some turrets, makes quick work of those. No, that's the case for Jace too, but Olaf economy matters a ton for me this game. And Flandra being kept happy, I thought that was a win-win from AL. Oopsie from Shanks dying mid, but really like the idea of the swap and how quick they were able to get out of it, because it did secure them that grub prio. Just didn't get all 3 grubs over to AL, thanks to a good play from EDG on the mid lane.
Really, really strong stuff there. Be able to keep Shanks down a little bit, make sure that Sinyan's not really getting taken out of the game by the likes of a Galio. Has been a little bit of a rough laning phase for the Snake, or Sinyan, that was prioritized so heavily in the draft. It's been banned throughout the night, finally sneaks its way on through. They are really going to be reliant on him to be a major DPS threat. Leave is not going to be able to channel many bullet times this game. I am almost certainly not going to see that one.
Yep, that's You're not wrong there. As... saw Tarzan leaning bot again. Leave has flash back up, so the guaranteed combo from the Jarvan Galio isn't there. However, I still appreciate the pressure of playing in the bot and taking advantage of Hope, who is going to be able to have access to an early Trinity Force here. So they didn't find the play there, but yeah, here's Hope on the base. That's a pre-11-minute Trinity Force. Oh, very happy campering. Again, coming into the series, we really thought that the roadmap for an EDG win would be getting Leave ahead and punishing Hope, because that's been the roadmap for a lot of teams' wins against AL. Hope, for me, has not had the best split. And frankly, I always think that Hope has been kind of the weak link on this team. I just think that AL has been able to play around his strengths of being like hyper carry team fighting quite well with a lot of their drafts. Seeing Hope step up in the series would be big against Leave, who did have a monster series to get here. I think it's a promising sign and trend for AL going throughout the bracket if you're an AL fan.
Yeah, been a nice night if you're an AL fan. One that you've been without for a while, as been a struggling last month or so for AL in the regular season in Group Ascend. Maybe starting to inspire a little bit of doubt deep inside the hearts of neutral observers and AL fans alike. But they look back on form tonight. I think Flandra's had an incredible night so far. I think Tarzan's had a really strong night. I think Shanks has had a really strong night. It's hard to walk away too upset with AL, at least from what they've shown us so far. It's not over yet. EDG still with a chance to be able to swing this one back into them, but we've talked a lot about how Leave needs to be the one to show up and perform for this team, and my man is down 1K gold at less than 12 minutes.
Yep, and focused early, as that flash being lost in the 2v2 was well punished by AL. And I think for AL, again, playing this Olaf, they've got to understand that later on in the game, you get Olaf to 3+ items. His identity as a champion is so strong where he can just take over the fights later on. Dropping at early dragons to get priority or prioritize gold on the Olaf is completely worth it for AL. So the fact that Flandra is only down a few hundred gold to the Jace at this point is perfectly fine for the Olaf. And expect for AL to continue to make sure that Flandre is set up in lanes where he can farm and amass econ on Olaf. This is a champion that you don't have the economy, you aren't going to do a lot, but if you do, and the identity of this champion and the lack of champs on EDG that can really get through Olaf before he starts rampaging through these fights as in Ragnarok form, that's lacking. And why it was a 5-pick Olaf and why I really like it in this draft.
Yeah, it kind of shades of game number 1 as well, in that if you can't melt through the Olaf, you need to be able to outmaneuver him, because you can't CC him down. And this is a team comp that only does CC, as there's going to be 2 flashes blown. It's the ulti combo from Shanks, and Tarzan does come on through. Tarzan flashing away from the Impale. They're turning it right back onto Xiaohao. Bullet time coming out across the team, going to Chunk Hope and Kyle low, but Xiaohao was melted down regardless. C2C TPs into the scene, but here's Flandra, popping the Ghost, popping the Ragnarok, looking to pop off underneath the enemy bot lane turret, and will secure 2 before he drops that down. Even stays alive, toughs it out with his W. AL come up with the fight 3 for 1. Make it 4 unless CDC is able to flash away from the wall. He turns it right back, makes it into CDC. 1 more back for his side. Flashback away from Hope. Shui trying to fight it out. Kyle on a sliver, but it's Flandra who cashes out an extra 300 in the bank for the Barbarian.
Oh my gosh, the Olaf TPing in early ends up being so worth it for AL, as he was the difference maker in that fight, and the rampaging Viking that we were teasing late, we see it early, and boy oh boy is that online for the late game now. As, I mean, that's a stride breaker in tow for Olaf. Flandre was a monster in that fight. As I think the response from EDG, I mean, Leave had a decent bullet time here. The engage from Tarzan I like. It forces both flashes out. They can punish that moving forward. Going in on the Jwade, Nautilus, you can kind of farm him. Gets out of this. Tarzan bought a lot of time in. This is a decent bullet time. It kind of splits AL. And the TP coming in from Z to Z, I'm like, oh, can they turn this? But look at Flandre in the back half. As he flashes, because if you keep auto-attacking, that's what gets Ragnarok to continue to go. Gets on top of the MF, hits the undertows onto the Casio, and then gets that W back up right in time with the Triumph to make sure that he lives through that last tower shot. Shout out to ZZZ. I think he played this really well. It was a good bubble from Kyle. Great flash. Great second hammer form. Drops the ward to find it. Finds the empowered shock blast. Mechanically, that's really well played by ZDZ. Definitely deserves some kudos for evening up that fight on the back half. But Flounder was still the one that got all the gold, made it AL's fight favored in the first place, and is the one that's going to make this game AL favored with all the economy on his shoulders now. And a comp that, again, for EDG, I really just feel like cannot deal with an Olaf.
Yeah. Really, really great start here for Flandre to be able to pick up 2 kills and an assist off that one. Nice cash out for him. He's now up in gold compared to ZDZ. And well and truly on his way towards the kind of performance you're looking for. Tarzan is rolling in the deep this game. He is so far behind enemy lines, throwing down the Rift Herald. I wish Huya would let me see this. As EDG coming into the backside. There's the flag and drag through for Tarzan. Tidal wave coming on through. ZDZ gonna get knocked up, and leading the charge is Flandre on the Olaf. Cataclysm locks Xiao Hao inside a pit with the axes, and Flandre introduces him to both. 2 more to AL.
That was a 007 Shelly behind enemy lines, and AL came to the rescue of their secret agent. As again, the Viking getting even more gold off the back half and hoping the big benefactor too off this. As Corki accelerated, this champion just dumps out boatloads of damage. Online early on here, and no signs of slowing down. As again, the composition, EDG's comp, the only person that can answer the Olaf for me is the Casio, and even with that being the case later on, just don't think it's going to be enough. This Viking is reaching Ragnar Lothbrok territories of scary.
Yeah.
As Flandre is, I mean, honestly on his way to just a monster series here. A potential triple pod, quite frankly.
Yeah. Flandre, what a series for him. I mean, cannot overstate it enough. The old man still got it, and he is very much having it here up against EDG. Really great Shen game in game number 1, central to the team comp, central to the play. Great Twisted Fate in game number 2, and now this Olaf is off to the races in game number 3. You just can't ask for anything more from this guy.
Great flex pick, too, with the Twisted Fate. And honestly, I mean, the theme of the series has been EDG taking first pick. It has been Flandre utilizing his champion pool all 3 games to find the right angle for 5 pick, and boy oh boy has that really warped the series in favor of his team. As yeah, really impressed. I mean, reminding EDG that, you know, you guys were a much better team in terms of stature and standing when Flandre was on it in the LPL.
That's fair.
Of course, the top laner that did help bring a World Championship trophy to the LPL yet again, and for EDG is that Legacy Org picked up that trophy in what was a very fun run, and still for me one of the bigger upsets in Worlds Finals histories, going against a Damwon squad who was heavily favored for the tournament, heavily favored going into the day, and EDG just able to have their number on an off day from Canyon. I will not forget that final because I was actually on a bachelor party, and I was advising them on how to bet on the series, and we did not win money, sadly. I got made fun of quite a bit. Yeah, it was kind of fun.
Unfortunate. That's a rough one. That's why you don't. That's why you don't plan those events for October, November. You just don't want to get caught in that kind of situation.
That was before I was a caster. I can't bet anymore, but that was a fun year. We
all right. Well,
yeah, you know, is what it is.
Yeah, no, never again, not more, not in this chat. As there's going to be a siege beginning in mid lane for AL here, as they are going to be able to take down this mid outer turret. Leave staring him in the face, but can't do much in terms of wave clear, and that is somewhere where this EDG composition does struggle a little bit if they're not willing to just bust out the bullet time from Leaves. So nice little pickup for AL here, ballooning their gold lead to about 3.5k, and they are looking at this dragon that's going to start off soon. Shanks, in fact, finding engage on the side. Bubble onto Zhui, forces him to flash and dredge line away, but Tarzan waiting for him, diving into the back line. Here comes the heroic entrance from Shanks, knocking up multiple members, but Tarzan will drop on down. Shanks flashing for a little bit more, channels the taunt, connects it onto Sunyan, and here's the backup of the Olaf. It's Flandre ready to rampage through the team fight once again, pops the Ragnarok to get that first kill, as ZDZ is looking to fight for some more. Flandre's up too far, will get taken out. Shut down gold the way of ZDZ. as it is a 3-for-2, still in the favor of AL.
Auto attacks were not able to continue, so Ragnarok timed out. They turned it. Some good clicks by Leave, because if that Justice Punch hits, I think that he gets bunched by the Olaf. Kind of that was a fight where I really felt like they were all dead early on from AL, because this entrance was massive. The Cataclysm into the Galio ult. I mean, this finds everyone almost. ZDZ does a nice job of getting out of this, I gotta say. Hammered out Tarzan, and then Hewed to try and escape the knockup from Galio's ultimate as we had a return. Dragon being taken. Dragon low. Dragon secured.
Does go the way of EDG, but what about the follow-up fight? Bubble connects to the Xiao Hao. This Scorpion's just got nowhere to go. He gets cooked. And now there's going to be a second one falling down as well. Just no opportunity for Jway to stay alive in the team fight. 2-for-0 already, and Sinian on the wrong end of the tracks. Will be chased down by AL here before too long. The question is, how long will it take? Shanks.
Speedy snake.
He's allowed to build boots now, but that's not going to be enough for Sinian here, as he will be found. And they're going to hand this one to Flandra. No! Oh no, the Hollow Radiance.
Nonetheless, as good Dragon secure for EDG, stops the stacking for AL, but at what cost? Cost that, for me, very much not worth it in this game. That gold graph is lying to you. These, you know, we're supposed to be pro-sponsor, which we are on the LPL English broadcast for all parties. I would give AL an 80% chance right now of where things are at. I actually cannot fathom how that's only 58%. Given the drafts, given that our 80 carry is 9-1-6, and the only member that's behind in gold is Olaf, who is going to absolutely raid the backline later on for EDG. So, I feel like AL is very favored in this game.
Very, very good for AL, as they now do find themselves nearly 5k up. Very much up to EDG to just find some way to disrupt this big death ball composition they've got going for themselves here. The engage combos from Tarzan and Shanks have just been very difficult to recover from, and Flandra's not getting any weaker. Baron now getting danced for.
Yeah.
Should be next up on the menu for AL. In fact, Tarzan's already going to start it.
I think AL is going to hope to turn. And yeah, Tarzan already going over the wall. And they're going to try and jail EDG to the best of their abilities. I just think that AL have so many answers to what EDG wants to do. Oh my god, we're going. Tarzan's dead.
Wow, Tarzan is likely going to lose his life for this one, but let's see if it's worth it for the fight. Flandra coming in on the bottom side, pops the Ragnarok. They've already been able to trade jungler for jungler, and Jway going to join the bodies. And this is how every fight is played out. Just a quick 2-for-1. Tarzan dies, Xiao Hao dies, Jway dies, and it's a 4 versus 3 where AL feel confident that EDG have no front line.
I just watched Flandra sit still and right-click down the Nautilus. It's still a pretty big old off. I just think, again, kind of going back to my last point. Oh, hold on. Sunian's going to try and make a play here.
Let's see what he can do. Hope dishing
Hope.
out a boatload of damage. Didn't even fire out the big one there. That could have taken Sunian down to just about a sliver.
Dodged the Q and velked out before the ground came in. But in terms of the answers, like the Wombo combo for EDG, I think that this is a game where Nami gets a lot of value. I think at times Tidal Wave value can be kind of slept on. Just that's a long-range engage/disengage tool, and the ability for it to interrupt a Skarner E, MF setup, or just harass Cassio as she tries to get involved, and of course usually fights at a range disadvantage in these fights, just given the champion and the kit. I think, and also answer some of the poke of Jace, or just the sustain that MF can have with the BT too, just to make sure your conditions are good in your team. I think Nami just ends up having a lot of value in this draft. I know we focused a lot on the Olaf, and rightfully so, but these tools to help enable the carries of AL, who are very much set up for success. This is, again, a game that I just feel like is getting further and further out of control for EDG. Outside of Cassio, scaling does not advantage this team. And overall, I'm going to give the scaling nod to AL heavily. Especially given that Hope is this far ahead. Just a lot of problems that I don't think EDG have the answers to solve in draft.
Yeah, I mean, we came into this game talking about how EDG need leave to have a dominant lane performance like the kinds that he was able to put together up against NIP, up against Awesome and Schwo. And here we are, 25 minutes later. Hope is 10-1 with a 2.5K gold lead. That win condition did not manifest. It just didn't happen, Cubby. So things are looking worse for EDG than ever. Down 0-2 in this series, and AL well on their way to the sweep. Second dragon for them, fourth dragon for the game. Going to spawn up here in about 5 seconds, and they're going to have no problem securing on it for themselves.
King's going down to the Baron as Jouet and ZDZ are really far up in the lane. I think AL with Tarzan are potentially looking for the long chase, and yeah, they are going to get ZDZ's TP out.
All right.
Jouet hits B. They take pretty much one turn, one timer to get control over the top side as they force ZDZ out, and they're just going to immediately shift back into the Dragon. As you see pings down there, team shifting down. I do like that one-wave break on the Dragon from AL. I think they kind of got control back on the map. They got a big tool out in ZDZ's TP, so well played.
Yeah, it's always great to get something for nothing. Just step on up there, and your opponent blows a summoner spell. He'll take that. Flandra going to be able to solo out this Dragon, no problem. Tarzan watching the only possible entrance through which EDG could make some kind of stand. ZDZ returns to the scene of his previous crime. He will be able to secure the inner turret this time around, but looks like there is a bit of a long flank being established for AL. They don't want to let this guy go, but I don't think they have a choice.
All right, again, econ on Jace this game. Given that there's a Nami that exists, help top you off, and then an Olaf too. Just don't think it matters that much. I know Flandra is the only member that's down, but I don't need to convince the viewers of the value of Olaf in this comp. I think we've seen it every time that Flandra has been able to get involved and Ragnarok his way through a fight. So, again, just I think any... Oh boy, ZDZ, he has flash, but he's looking kind of cooked.
Yeah, he's got good damage back out of Tarzan, but here's the thing. There's more than just Tarzan to deal with, and he shows back up in time to flag Drag and put his name on the kill. Flandra gets another one in his back pocket, and ZDZ will hit the dirt. AL, another 5v4 on the map.
It's not a side wave that was playable that time around from ZDZ. Is forced to TP out of the one side, -1. Forced to TP out of the one side lane, gets caught in that one. And team not there to respond, so ZDZ no TP, 20 seconds till he spawns. It's going to be a TP on top of the Baron. And Tarzan will be spotted, but flag and drags his way in as Baron, thanks to Corki being legendary, already has.
Oh, and Xiaohao, they're just going to jump right onto him. He's got a flash. Ishtal's impact his way out of there. Will be able to stay alive for a little bit of time. That is the ulti combo blown. So no heroic entrance, but the Baron is still falling on down. Bullet time will not be able to come up with the Miracle Steal. And here's Shanks looking for a big flank on the side. Gonna get impaled, gonna get pulled away. And EDG finding a pretty good fight lines for themselves. AL are broken up. They are not able to put the pieces together. Hope firing away, though. Still so strong on this Corgi. Gets another big one across the team, but ZDZ has rejoined the fray. Flashing forward, but blown up by the Corgi in an instant. Shanks and AL hold their ground, fight back, and make it a 3-for-3.
EDG deserves some credit for how they played that one out. I thought Sinya and the flash ult in really clutch, really helped interrupt AL in the fight that they wanted to have. And also, we did see that Cassio be able to gun down the Olaf. So, some positives in that fight. Still, Baron secured for AL. It's a positive power play, and Hope was able to stay alive. So, he's the one that's taking down the objectives and the one that's going to get AL already a win off this Baron take.
Yeah, I mean, they really were able to get
I like this from Sonya. This is great. A great interrupt. Again, Shanks couldn't find the full combo because the Skarner suppressed, and really well played on that Cassio ult. It kept Hope back. It did some good peeling. Sonya ends up getting Flandra in that fight. So I think of all the fights that EDG could have had, that's the one that was the best executed. And clutch that Tarzan was able to get that Cataclysm off before he died, because it did enable the turn. As EDZ flashed in, tried to find a one-shot on Hope. Shanks had that W up. Both 80 carries pumping out damage in that fight. As good attempts from EDG, but again, just the game state that we're in, some of the champions that we have for AL. This is a game that we very much favored them and their draft. Once Thundergag rolling too, and that definitely feels to be the way, as they are still playing both side waves, and they're going to give up 2 inhibitors for this. I don't exactly agree with this call. I think if mid-inhibitor turret's up, this is fine, but the fact that inhibitor turret was down, yeah, you're just kind of signing up to lose 2 inhibitors.
Yeah, this may be a bit of a rage split here. We'll see if ZDZ is going to be able to fall back and rejoin instead. Do want to give props to Sinian on that last fight as well. Masked his petrifying gaze with the flash.
Really well done.
Yeah, redirects the damage while hiding the animation. That's a cute little mechanic you can do there. But they're going for the engage. I don't know if cute mechanics are going to get Sinian out of this one. About to get taunted up by Shanks. About to get gunned down by Hope, who cleans up 2 kills. No problem. No time at all. ZDZ arrives to the scene, but it's with his team already biting the dust around him. Shanks and Kyle, the last one standing, and ZDZ actually in a decent position to be able to stay and fight this one out. But Shanks connects the Justice Punch. Kyle's there for the healing. Shanks misses the taunt. They can't finish off ZDZ, and that might let this game keep on ticking. ZDZ going to heal a little bit more. The second Nexus turret going to fall, and Kyle and Shanks think better of the game ender. They're going to get themselves out of here.
That's it. ZDZ is going to try and chase. Shanks is Kyle can try and play interrupt.
Yeah, another Justice Punch comes on through. The lack of mana, big problem for Shanks. Shutdown gold for ZDZ. And now looking for Kyle. He can't connect the bubbles. He's got nowhere to go. He's got no mana either. ZDZ on a rampage as he picks off each member of AL in turn.
ZDZ stepping up big on the Jason's game. We spent so much time talking about Fondra's Olaf and draft. Again, rightfully so, but ZDZ has had 2 really big moments in well-played mechanical fights on the Jace in this game. As let's take a look at this one. Flanders Olaf ends up going down again. Tarzan just setting himself one-way trip to get the Galio into the fight. Flounder was straight up fighting the Skarner under the turret, and when ZDZ entered with the Empower Shield, it wasn't enough. That runs in. I mean, Hope just does a bajillion damage here, as this burst in the lead was kind of filthy. Is traded out, though. Let's see that taunt from Shanks connecting on the ZDZ, because he one-tapped the W, and this is the difference maker. That's really good from Shanks. He got out of the damage, by the way. Oh, he just down-clicked. He down-clicked. If he doesn't down-click, that's game. He doesn't down-click that we are not still sitting in here in the game.
Oh, Potion of Iron.
Bought from ZDZ to get the burst of health. I don't believe that was an Ignite, just a heal cut. But ZDZ on the chase again. Shanks was This bubble and E was a little bit disynergized from Kyle. I think that if they line those up correctly, he is able to use the Blast Cone to get out, but that's not the case. ZDZ cleans things up and is the hero for EDG as he keeps the series alive.
Well, he will drag them just a little bit deeper into this best of 5. Still a long way to go up the mountain, but does at least take those first couple of steps. 3rd dragon was secured by AL during the replay, so they are on Soul Point now. A minute to go until this next Baron. I don't even know if they need to be too worried about Baron. It's an exposed Nexus, Cubby. It's just a matter of getting your minions pushed in and finding yourself a fight that you're comfortable with, and they can just push these go buttons anytime they want. There's no turrets in their way.
I think the death push, though, from AL, I kind of want to use the Baron to bait EDG out of the base. And also, if you have the Baron empowered creeps with the 2 inhibitors down, that's going to be victorious. Both Nexus turrets are going to be back on up. Those do respawn. Love that change made by Riot. I think it makes for a lot more exciting games in terms of ending. Even if it did nerf split pushing a lot. As Tarzan not spotted on an angle, and again, they're going to use Baron to get them out of the base, bait him in. Good word by ZDZ to spot out Tarzan, so well played by EDG as they try to mark both sides. Yeah, Baron's forcing EDG to get out of base a little bit. It's not going to be enough, and yeah, Flounder going to start this one up on his own. AL gonna rotate. We'll see how far EDG wants to commit into this fight, because this is dangerous.
Oh, Xiaohao gets found. Xiaohao gets bubbled, and he is going to have to flash away just to stay alive. Tidal Wave connects onto him, and that is the only smite that EDG have got to their name. They have to bail. This is Baron to AL.
No spellbook shenanigans to be had, and no contest on the Barons. So, Barons secured. AL again. They're going to refresh their inhibitors here as both mid and bot are respawning, but with no inhibitor turrets up to stop them. Gotta imagine that once they get the waves past the gate, or past the ramp here, gonna be free to navigate the base, take these, and try and get these 2 waves in to end the game cleanly. Flash up on the carries of EDG, so Tarzan cannot just send himself in to, get Galio ult on top and punish the carries. Both Sun Yan and Leave have ways to defend against that.
Yeah, they could go. They got a big wave grouping up top. They could go over there and just try to get the full 3 inhibs.
I think that's the move, yeah.
They do also want to finish this bot inhibitor, so they're kind of getting pulled in 2 directions. They're in a bit of a 3-2 split, a little bit awkward. Hope taking a bit of damage, does return twice as much back to ZDZ, who is now falling back to the fountain. This might be that moment that they need to be able to take at least this bottom lane inhibitor. They can now all group up together to move up for the top one. The wave is crashing, not with the Baron buff applied to it, though, and they are threatening to get the engage onto Shanks. Tarzan is going to pull himself on through. They'll take Xiaohao if they have to, and they will indeed take him. Now Sinyan caught off from the rest of the team, does get the Petrifying Gaze onto 2, but the turret's going to get taken down, and so will Sinyan. Now throwing into the Guardian Angel is ZDZ, and AL are just taking the fight on all fronts. Flandra and Leave locked in a one-on-one. Not even needing the old office. It's a quadra kill to Hope. He's cleaned up every single one. Pentakill to Hope to put a final nail in the coffin of EDG. AL 3-0, moving on to winners semis.
At Tarzan, he might have stolen that Ashe pentakill, but wasn't going to steal the Corki one for Hope as he finds it in this game. And what a nice series for AL. I know it was a cold end to the season. You called it out, Gordo. AL 5-12 in their last 5 series. Not what we expect out of AL, but going up against EDG, the Group Nirvana teams, they struggled. It might have been a miracle to make a triple upset happen at the play-in stage, but the Group Nirvana teams going a combined 1-9 against the top 4 teams we have in the LPL. Makes for what looks to be a rather one-sided bracket so far, and for AL, a confidence-building win, as of course expectations for them to go international. That was a game where I am more confident in AL and what they can do throughout the rest of the bracket after that series. I think that they took care of business and made it look pretty clean.
Yeah, really, really interested in what they'll be able to show now over on the lower bracket here for some of these Group Nirvana teams, because they're not going to have a lot of time to get reps in, but they're going to get more reps in against some of the Group Ascend teams than they've had so far. I think plenty of teams.
He was old-offing.
He was. It's good stuff there from the likes of the AL lineup. That was Flandra, wasn't it? I believe it was.
Oh, of course it was. He was old-offing.
I mean, of course. Who else? You don't want to steal that kind of valor from your teammate after a big Olaf game like this one.
Don't mention valor. I've had enough Quinn conversations today, but you can continue.
Well, give it some time. You don't know what's going to get picked in the next series.
It's the new patch, I don't think we're going to see it on 11.
You're waiting for the Quangle? See if it...
I'm not. Rafa's been hard pitching me this
I
all
know. Rafa's
week.
been asking us to play it on Caster Low for a little while, so...
This freaking degenerate, man. He wants to find whatever creative ways to carry he can, but... speaking of creative ways to carry, I think the Flandra, with that old off, and honestly the whole series, well, what a series from Flandra. They used 5-pick all 3 games to set Flandra up for success. It was the Shen game 1 that created just a really oppressive global comp EDG couldn't deal with. It was the Lissandra flex for Shanks that got the TF top lane that Flandre was able to take to get TF out of the Fizz matchup and put Fizz in one of the worst matchups that exists, I think, in League and for Fizz. And then it was that game 3 Olaf where the minute we saw that in draft order, we're like, oh yeah, this is a problem. If it's not for Cassio, Olaf can't be dealt with. And we really did see that come to fruition that game. And in spite of some heroics from ZDZ that I think ZDZ does deserve an honorable mention for this series. Even the Renekton game, I think that he was what got EDG in to those few dragons. I felt like he was the strongest performer on EDG's side today, which is a positive, as that was not the case in the series against NIP. I felt bad for Hoya coming out of that series, because Hoya had a monster series in that one. Yeah. It was AL's day, and it was really Flandre utilizing that flexibility to, I think, make the difference today. So he's the clear MVP of the series for me.
Yeah, I think that's an easy call as well. Even if you don't want to give it to him in this last game, I think Hope does a lot to earn it in this last one on the Corki. I think he'll likely get that last Pog, but the player of the series, I think you got to give it over to Flandre. The Twisted Fate flex was so great. The Shen was really, really good. I think the Olaf was a great pick. The fact that he's even willing to go for it, and then it did pay off for him pretty big time over the course of the back half of the game, even though at the very end it maybe was not exactly what needed to be played through to be able to close out the game. I think really, really good stuff for the likes of Flandre here. I can't disagree. I think as AL moves into the next phase of the bracket, their cold streak is over. Flandre looks back on form, and there's plenty of things to get excited about for this AL team going through the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah, again, this is a team that, for me, I think that the majority of LPL fans wouldn't have AL currently making it to MSI. I feel like BLG, JDG, and even Top Esports have better claims to making it to MSI at the moment. But AL is the team for me that I honestly look towards and get excited about, because when they're at their best, Tarzan and Flandre are world-class players. Shanks really came into his own last year to try and prove that he was a world-class player as well, along with Kyle, who I thought one of the big difference makers last year was the fact that Kyle was the strongest support in the league. That's a mantle right now that's been retaken by On, who has had a really good year. It's someone that is usually pretty critical of On and his time with BLG. Not the case this year, as On's been really strong. But yeah, for AL, I think that this is a confidence builder. They're a team that, again, I expect to be competing for internationals. I have them as a third. I don't have faith in Top Esports. I got more faith in AL. I still have JDG and BLG getting through right now, but I would not bat an eye if AL was a representative at MSI for the LPL, and they bring a lot of intelligence in terms of how this team's able to play, and I think we saw a lot of that today with some of these creative flexes that put EDG in serious draft binds. We looked at two of the drafts, Gordo, and said, wow, this is really AL favored. And even game one, where I think EDG had a draft that was playable, the Shen Nocturne Rise was so oppressive that EDG really, whatever moments they had where they kind of got going in the game, they were not able to carry it through to the end.
Yeah. And, you bring up expectations for this AL team. They are a squad that is running it back from last year. That's always notable when it happens in League of Legends, right? It's such a rare occurrence that I can count on. Maybe there's one per region that I can think of over the past few years. Of course, the Zeus owner Faker Guma Carrier roster from T1 ran back the same roster multiple years. 2021 EDG did it. Back then, after they won their world championships. 100 Thieves did it that one year. G2 did it during their peak. But the fact that I'm calling out these teams from 6+ years ago should be some evidence that this is not a common occurrence. And when you do it, the results have been mixed. So, I mean, if you're going to gamble on no roster changes, I think expectations get set sky high for you to continue to perform.
I do like the fact we're seeing teams adopt more 2-year projects throughout. And as someone that, I mean, keep in mind, last year in May, I said that I didn't think
FlyQuest did it too.
Yeah. I said in May last year, I didn't think LPL would win a single best of 5 against LCK teams for the duration of the year. I ended up being right, even though it was close. And part of that, for me, was there was some theory for me with LCK adopting the Fearless and how they viewed the game. But also it was projects. I looked at the top LCK teams that were dominant and saw projects that were pretty cohesive throughout the 2 years, whereas LPL were still trying to even figure out rosters. There were multitudes of changes going to Split 3 that I didn't even see coming before we hopped into those international tournaments. So yeah, I don't feel that way this year. I think a little bit more stability on the LPL rosters. And LCK are the teams that are actually having a pretty big flip-flop. And, of course, the LPL team did win that first international tournament in BLG. So I think that global landscape definitely set up to be a little bit more competitive. And I do appreciate AL taking this team and trying to have a year and a half project plus. As I don't know what change they could have made outside of upgrading maybe AD. That could have been a positive. And hey, I know upgrading AD, I'm usually a little bit critical of Hope, and we set Hope up to be the person that would fall today if EDG were able to win. He dropped 19 kills in the last map and got a penta. So Hope really was a standout in that last game today, even if it is a Flandre MVP for me.
Yeah. And if you are of that mindset that you want a 2-year project, you want to see something built up over a longer period of time, culminating, coming together to peak at the right time, then you are probably hoping that your LPL reps are BLG and probably AL. Because JDG, pretty new roster this year. Top Esports, pretty new roster this split. So they're both pretty early in their rebuilding process. So if that is your mindset, you're certainly rooting for AL to continue their journey through this bracket. We'll find out as the rest of the playoffs go on just how well they will be able to make good on that promise. They are looking like they're on a collision course with BLG, but BLG first going to have to show up against WE, which is going to be the next series to come on up. We are going to throw it to a break here. We're going to shift over to Alk and Grapes to take you through BLG versus WE. It's been a pleasure spending some time with you, Cubby.
You too, Gordo.
Stay tuned.
Fun of mine.
Absolutely, you too. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you all for the next series.
It was not so lucky for our Group Nirvana representatives so far here in the first round of the playoffs, but maybe our Group Ascend teams will have a little bit of a better shot as we wrap up the upper quarterfinals here in the LPL English broadcast. The Team WE will have their go of things against the defending LPL and First Stand champions in Billy Gaming. Welcome everybody back to the show. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Alk for this best of 5. Take a look at the bracket real quick, Alk. It has been a lot of one-sided series from our Knights Rivals winners, but maybe WE will have something to say about that today.
No, they will not, Grapes. No, they will not.
You gotta give them a little hope first.
It will be a silent night here. It's not even Christmas. We're like 6-7 months away from that even happening, okay? So, if BLG lose games, I said this on the podcast, which you can go and check out on our YouTube channel. I did a 90-50-10. I also put it out on Twitter. My 50% chance of happening is that BLG is going to lose less than 4 games throughout all the playoffs. And if it starts here with WE, then we got a lot of other big problems, I think, going on right now.
BLG have dominated the LPL playoffs over the last 3 splits. They have not lost a series in the LPL postseason since Split 2 of last year, where they lost to AL in the grand finals. 8 straight best-of-5 wins, looking to make it a 9th here against Team WE. But before we get into all that, we are going to wrap up our All-Pro unveilings here on the broadcast, starting with our Group Nirvana team from the broadcast perspective. I know none of our Nirvana representatives are here right now, and even 3 LNG players makes it look a little bit awkward given the fact that they actually lost to the team that we'll be seeing here today. But a lot of really solid players here on this list.
Yeah, this is our broadcast. We also have our community votes, which will be coming up a little bit after this. This just feels like Split 1, Grapes. You know, we gave LNG a bunch of All-Pro votes, and then they didn't even have the guts to make it into Ascend. They just had to lose to WE at the very last moment. Yet again. We can pull
up the community one. Just see any differences here. 1 Extended missing, certainly running the gauntlet there. But some differences throughout. A lot of LNG love by our community. I had Bertle, Junhao, and then Saber in the mid lane, and then the LNG bot lane to wrap things up. So that's where my head was at. Looks like maybe some better results in terms of who actually ended up in the playoff bracket, but maybe not doing so well in the playoffs themselves. So congratulations to our Group Nirvana representatives that made it to our All-Pro ballot here on LPL English. But let's start talking about the series that we have for you about to come up. Starting with BLG, your defending champions once again. It's been a while, since we've seen them play, but at 12-2 in the regular season, certainly another dominant year for one of the best teams in the world right now.
Yeah, it is more of the same. If you've been watching any LPL for the last 2 years, it is BLG somewhere in the top 3, and, you know, whether or not they'll be able to make it through playoffs, but this year has really felt like this is the BLG from 2024, or we're getting shades of that, where they are one of the most dominant teams here in the league. And it is just, as we got towards the end of the season, I think we started to feel like this was a more well-rounded team, where it was, hey, Shun might have his own individual mistakes, but he's really setting up the rest of his team for success. On is having one of his better splits that we've seen in recent history, and Viper is now really taking advantage of this carry meta that's coming through from the bottom lane. So I think as long as everything is firing on all cylinders, if maybe they have a stronger grasp on the new patch for 2610, then I think it's all steam ahead. We're going to be seeing this team continue to go through the playoffs as a driving force.
Yeah, you might remember a year ago today, at Split 2 was when BLG were starting to have their jungle issues, bringing in Beishwan to try to sub into some of these matches. Wasn't always met with regular season success in 2025, but as you mentioned, going back to 24, whenever this team has a good regular season, they generally perform well in the playoffs. Of course, they've won the last 2 championships without having the first seed, but having that extra first seed is a little bit of extra confidence here.
This Split 1 performance from them, by the way, in playoffs is one of the best records we have seen from any playoff team in the modern history, which I would consider anything after 2021. So if you look at this, I mean, just for the record alone from this last split, they played 15 games and they lost 3 of them. The only team that's even vaguely within that ballpark, especially for numbers, was AL in Split 2, where they played 16 games, they lost 4 of them. So in terms of dominance, they're continuing to show that they're a top-level team, and that 2024 is really important because that is the year when we saw Knight get introduced to this roster.
And when Shun was back with the team as well, rejoining here
Yes.
in 2026. Let's talk about Knight, though, for a second, because he has been on an absolute tear this regular season. And when you combine what he was doing at first stand to what he is doing now, I think it's fair to say that he is one of the best players, if not the best player in the world in his current form. And we're going to make the argument for that here as our LPL English broadcast, maybe a little bit biased, obviously, but he's been so good. Best KDA amongst anybody here in Split 2 so far, and ranking amongst top in all of these stats here in the mid lane specifically.
Yeah, it's crazy. Then this global, by the way, for champs played, that is of every single role. Every single role. There's 2 players that are above him, and 2 of them are actually supports, but there are very few mid laners that are matching his level of depth that we are getting from him this split. Mostly, I think, due to Fearless, but he is just showing out on a bunch of different champions. Obviously, his KDA, the highest in the world for players that have more than, a small sample size of games. I'm not looking at you, Surdy. So, he is a really, really incredible player, and if he's not the best in the world, then at the very least, you have to give him credit for being top 3 this year so far. The accolades are there, his consistency is there, now he just needs to go out and show it once we get to, I'm assuming he's going to make MSI.
There's still a little bit of work to be done, but you'd have to imagine that BLG are a favorite to make it to that point. You might argue that the LCK, generally a stronger league, but BLG, remember, won first stand the last international tournament, and when you take a look at the best team from that tournament and the best player on that team, also combining with the stats that he currently has been putting up, I think it is fair to say that Knight has been on an absolute tear and is going to have to continue to be the best mid laner, the best player here in the LPL if he wants to pick up a record 9th title here in Split 2. BLG still have to play their upper quarterfinal matchup. It's not just a gimme, so let's see who they are going to be facing today. It is Team WE. And it's an interesting story with these guys because we were not expecting to see them make it through that best of 5 against LNG, but because the other 3 Nirvana teams made it in, it was a bit of a shock to see that BLG ended up choosing this team over the teams from Group Nirvana to be their first round opponents.
Yeah, that is especially the thing that kind of gets me, is that they had their choice of getting either the the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th seeds from Nirvana, and instead they decided, we're going to choose the enemy we know. We're going to choose this WE team who we have beaten consistently throughout the years, and we're just going to take our win in the first round. Why make it harder on ourselves? Why even allow for the possibilities? But I think as time has shown with just tonight and the night before with our 3 best of 5s we have seen, the Nirvana teams have only won a single game between the 3 of them. So I think we're in good hands, and I think BLG have continued to show the correct choice here.
BLG did 2-0 Team WE in both series that they've played against them so far this split in that double round robin throughout Group Ascend. So maybe a little bit of familiarity there can help them out. But this WE team has looked a little bit better as of late. And remember their peak last year with this core in Split 2. They made a run to the top 4 out of nowhere, and it involved taking down the number 1 seed in the league, that being Top Esports. This time it's BLG. Is the blue shell in the back pocket here for this team? Will they be able to go on a miracle run? We don't think so necessarily, but it is something to consider that this Team WE team never seems to fully make sense in our minds.
And as much as I want to glaze BLG and how well they have done historically and just this year, it would be exciting to see WE do it. Just, again, purely from a theatrics standpoint, I would love to see WE take a series. Let's start with some games first, but it's almost, this feels very similar to like when TT beat BLG in Split 1 of last year. We were holding on to that the entire year, and then TT just eventually kind of downtrended. And even WE, we saw them after that Split 2. That Split 3 was not good. We kind of forget what happened in that Split 3 in terms of performance.
To be fair, ThunderTalk lost their jungler. He went over to BLG, actually, who we're talking about, was their star player. We're going to give WE a little bit of credit there. Their jungler monkey, very important in their wins. Can expect to see some coin flipping here in this best of 5. But another player that really has stepped up, specifically in their LNG 3-2 win, was the mid laner in Karis. He really was struggling throughout his time in Group Ascend, but had a great series against LNG. Ended up being the difference maker, as Bulldog was one of the players that a lot of people had some hype about. Wasn't able to hold up to Karis here.
I think Karis had one of his best series, and this is such an important time for it to happen, not only for them to keep their group ascend spot, but also just for them to prove in consistently, like, hey, the group ascend games that we did play, that double round robin where we were getting slammed by almost every single team every single week multiple times, they performed, and Karis came up not only in champions like the Aurora, the Rise, the Akali. This Smolder game was probably the most important one, not just because it's a best of 5, but it's not a champion that we've really gotten to see from him. He doesn't play these ranged marksmen like the Tristana we have seen from some of our other mid laners. So I was really excited to see that he picked this one up, and also the level at which we saw for him perform. Now, can they bring it today? That is going to need to be the question. They need to have their A game if WE is going to have a chance tonight against the first seed.
Bulldog had a good split, but he is not Knight, and that is certainly going to be the conversation that we have when it comes to Karis. That Game 5 performance, though, locking in the Smolder, being down like 3,000 to 4,000 gold in the game, and still being able to come back, certainly is something that is a winning trait in a player from Karis that we have not seen do a lot of winning since he has arrived in the LPL from the LCK. Maybe this is the start of another big surge for him, as the solo laners for WE certainly have their work cut out for them today. Team WE and BLG have had a lot of success in their own ways over the last 2 years. They have kept very similar cores, specifically around the top sides of the map for WE, and the solo lanes for BLG and on down in support position. But these two cores for the last 2 years, Alk, have played against each other quite a bit, and it has been very BLG favored throughout. 8 series wins, that includes 2 best of 1s, and they have all gone over to Billy Gaming, a 14-3 head-to-head. Team WE was able to take a couple of games in best of 3s last year, hasn't been the case this year, but BLG has certainly had their number.
Shout out to WE for at least keeping the kills even somewhat, you know, like down 100 isn't bad, but
it's pretty bad.
14-3 is not great, but you know what's the great thing here, Grapes? They only need 3 of them today. They don't need more than 3 today. They don't have to lapse up the 14. They don't have to get 11. They only need 3.
We'd be here for a long time if they had to even up the game score for them to move on.
That's true.
It'd be not good for any of our sleep schedules or any of yours. So thank God for not the case. But yes, as you say, just 1 series win for WE to make some history. They have never faced off in a best of 5 with this core of rosters specifically, so could be something to look out for as we get into the longer series, the Fearless series. That is what Team WE was able to do well during their Knights rivals against LNG, as well as their opportunities in the lower bracket in Split 2 just a year ago in 2025 that led to them finishing in that top 4 spot. We're going to keep holding on to that because that basically is our only hope, right, for this WE team.
But just imagine the world we would live in, by the way, Grapes, is if you look tomorrow morning, everyone wakes up at normal times, or as a part of North America, they're like, oh, let me go check the results real quick. What do you mean BLG are in the bottom side of the bracket? What do you mean they're in they already used one of their lives in double elim? You just set off like a bomb in the lower bracket for no reason. You just tell EDG like sayonara, see you later, brother, and then just let them like tear it up in the lower bracket. That would be historic, I think. And we've already had, I think, the last week and a half, just the play-in results by themselves already one of none, essentially.
It's been a wild few days to kick off the LPL playoffs. What's one more series gonna do, right? Why can't we just pull off, a crazy upset? We will say that Team W has been playing better. They started off the year 0-7. They were 0-14 in game score. Since then, they've won 6 games in the last 6 series that they played. Not the best stats, but not the worst either. They're taking games off of these teams in Group Ascend. They are showing levels of improvement, specifically after Monkey took a little bit of a break, came back, and then went through with this team down the home stretch. And that includes wins against teams like JDG, like AL. BLG, another one in that category that they have not played since Monkey ended up returning. Maybe an opportunity for them to at least show that they have a fighting chance, even if they are bound for the lower bracket sooner rather than later.
For sure. And as much as I would love to give them credit here, Grapes, I still just look at what the solo lanes have done historically and just this split alone, and I get very worried. I get worried when I have to think about, okay, well, they already they usually have to work within the framework of being behind gold at 15 minutes, and when you're going up against Knight, who is going to try to basically blast you in the first 10, I I'm struggling to find it, like an angle here for WE. And for Bin, who similarly is a very greedy player in top lane, Cube is almost entirely playing tanks, which you could make an argument to say, hey, like, he's just going to neutralize Bin. But we've also seen Cube, I think, mechanically mess up a couple of times, and those slip-ups are just going to make it very easy for BLG to pounce.
Certainly one of our weaker players in Group Ascend specifically. Him and Bin actually starting off their careers very similar times back in 2019, 2020, and have grown into the players that they are today. Certainly Bin has had much more success both domestically and internationally than Cube, but would be a fun story so far as you see the players walking into the arena. WE, remember, playing their Knights Rival Series remotely, so they now finally get an opportunity to be back in front of the fans. Love these shots that we get here in person, interactions with the fans, amazing stuff to see. We did get word from our production, Shivam, or producer Shivam, watching over some of the things that are happening on the Huya feed. One of the casters predicted Team W to win. It was 957 though, and he's like the WE guy, so like maybe a little bit biased.
That brother literally retired on this team. He played
Shout out
4
2017
years.
WE. That was a legendary roster.
He played for Team WE for a long time for some of our older LPL folks, so not surprised that he went for that one, but I at least agree with him that if WE are going to win today, it's going to be a 3-2. Yeah, it's going to be a 3-2. There's no way that I'm going to be seeing WE 3-0 BLG. That would literally break my mind and probably bankrupt the LPL on the spot.
Yeah, they're already not feeling great, given the fact that some of our teams that have invested lots of money into the stadiums that are going to be built will be instead playing in Group Nirvana this year. But maybe
I'm
WE,
sorry, IG.
they're in Sion, not today, I believe, but it's not the split. So you know, good stuff for them, even if they are maybe not the favorites here today. Take a look at the playoff bracket real quick, all, because it seems like we have a little bit of time before we fully jump into things here. This is an important series for a number of reasons. BLG on an 8-game win streak. But, you know, you'd want to make sure you're not having to go through this gauntlet. Look at how many more matchups you will have to play in the lower bracket if you lose this first round here.
I mean, even if you're in the lower bracket and you lose any of those games, obviously you're out. So that's the big worrying problem there. And what is cool to me, now that we have seen more Nirvana teams kind of get filtered out, is the word I'm going to use, it means that lower bracket is maybe going to, at least the first round is going to be a lot tighter. We're going to be seeing best of 5s between Thunder Talk and LGD and EDG versus the loser of tonight's series. But then afterwards, you're going to have to face JDG Top Esports, and then AL, and the winner or the loser, winner of this match, loser of that match. So I think this is going to make playoffs incredibly like top heavy. And it kind of sucks, but we need to see upsets, right? Like, it is on these teams to create those environments, create those situations where we can see some cool things happen, things that are, again, unexpected. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing JDG, Top Esports, AL, and BLG all in the top 4, which is kind of their seeding, but would definitely make me a bit sad.
It was probably what we were expecting going into the playoffs, even before the reckoning happened with our Nirvana teams upsetting some of these lower teams in Group Ascend. Maybe even more accentuated, though, is that there is perhaps a big gap in terms of the perceived skill of these teams, and so far that has come to fruition. There really is a top 4 at this point in the LPL, and maybe that is where we are looking when it comes to who's ending up going to internationals down the line. Not only MSI, but also Worlds, where there will be 4 teams from the LPL. Right now, there's a very even 4 that we'd be pretty happy about sending. Some of these teams are going to try to change that narrative, though. Down to the lower bracket is where so far our Nirvana teams are going to have to start. WE at least can get a chance against BLG before, more likely than not, they would end up down there as well. I think both of us, if we had to give our predictions for this series, would be a BLG 3-0. Yeah. I'm going to speak for you at this point, just based off of some of the things that we've said. Love to be proven wrong. WE love to do the unexpected thing. That was like winning a game against JDG, winning a series against IG. They're going to have to take it one step further than that if they want to surprise either you or myself today.
I've always held the belief that if you can win one game in a series, you can win multiple. And we have already seen that they have taken some top teams, but I also want to put into contrast that they did take games off of Weibo who eventually did fall into the or into Nirvana. They took games off of Invictus Gaming, who also went down into Nirvana. They took games off of NIP, who similarly went into Group Nirvana. So those are the kind of wins that I would put in contrast to teams like the ALs and the JDGs that they were able to find individuals off.
They took games off of them too. So
I know,
perhaps, but not the series, right? We need more than just that one game here today. Getting ready for pick and ban. BLG selecting first pick with their first selection. Team WE going over to blue side to start things off. In my head, when we're just looking at what to expect in this draft, I want Monkey to be very aggressive, right? He is the heartbeat of this team.
Other way around. BLG choose blue side. WE choose first pick.
Okay, that's. I think I might have messed that up. That's my bad. So WE gonna have first pick here. I think the point still stands though. Monkey, the main driver of this team, I think he's gonna have to coin flip a little bit here in the early game. Whether that's going for early invades, playing champions like the Trundle, the Xin Zhao, the Nocturne, things that can duel early. That is what I am hoping to try to just give his team a bit of an advantage.
I'm really, really happy that we're on 2610 and not 2611. And that may sound weird for some of our folks who are saying, I want to see Nami out of the pool. I want to see these enchanters out. This is, I think, the last patch where we're going to see the most balanced meta in a long time, where you have both enchanters and engaged champions being played in best of threes, and especially now here in best of fives. The jungle is probably the healthiest it's been in a long time. It's not just Xin Zhao Vi. We're getting Trundle, like you mentioned, Lee Sin. We're also getting some really fun stuff. Mid lane is really wide open right now. Like, Orianna's really dropped because of Cassio Prio, but we still have things like Ryze. People are still playing Annie, LeBlanc, Galio. Like, you can play a bunch of different things in mid lane. Top lane's gotten even spicier. I mean, we just saw Twisted Fate multiple times. Like, we're getting Fizz mid. Like, jungle and the whole meta feels really, really good right now. And that is where a team like WE might try to sneak something in. Like, let's throw a curveball through.
Seems like teams really starting to figure out
we're doing the
this meta as
MVP
well.
reveal now. Oh my god.
Here we go. We kind of were alluding to it, but I think if you asked most people what their thoughts were on the MVP if you watched the LPL, almost everybody would say Knight. 16 out of our 18 members of the English broadcast also picking Knight to win the MVP. And it was really not much of a discussion. I mean, there was some debate early in the season about how Tian was playing in the jungle for top esports, but after they had their sort of mid-season slump and Knight went on an absolute roll of everybody that he faced in the LPL, it was a pretty obvious choice to give him the award.
Yeah, and it was against everybody, right? Like, every single mid laner caught hands versus Knight, and it was just unavoidable for a lot of teams. More impressively to me is seeing BLG not only just the 12-2, but 24-8. There are very few teams who have lost less than double-digit games, and to see them have this level of dominance, Knight just continues to be super impressive. He is now the player with the most amount of All-Pro appearances, the most amount of first-team All-Pro appearances in LPL history, the most second most MVPs of all time. So he continues to be a legendary player. If you're wondering what's on our screen, this is a highlight reel of mostly the last three series, because Top Esports would have been their second to last one, then they play AL in the last one. We're likely to get a Knight interview. Yeah, okay. They're really dragging out this pre-show before their series.
I think they know the expected length of the series. They gotta get their runtime in. They gotta get the hours up. Shiva, if we could pull up the
moderators
stats again,
run ads
as
now.
we go through.
Run ads now.
we had the stats again that we had of Knight. Maybe we could pull those up during this interview as we are awaiting for the start of this best of 5 series. But again, just such incredible stuff. And if we just take a step back over the LPL as a whole and Knight's role in it, and you compare it to some of the other leagues, the most dominant individual player out of any of the leagues so far, right? LCK has been very close between teams like Gen G and HLE. The LCS is kind of a 4-horse race in terms of the MVP battle. Over in the LEC, there was all of the debate and all the controversies about the MVP selection. It feels like the LPL is the one league where there really was no debate over who the most valuable player of the league was.
Yeah, that's why it was really surprising to see 2 people not vote for them. Tien was one of them. Who was the other one? Did we have an awesome?
Yeah, we had an awesome.
It was an awesome vote. That's right.
Which
I
can
know.
understand by the context of who is the most valuable to their specific team, in a way. but that's not necessarily like what the award has kind of evolved into, right? It just should be the best player in the league. Maybe you could say, oh, Knight's teammates were better, even though he was maybe the better player.
Yeah, there's a bunch of criteria that's like kind of, I guess, individualized for each player or each person who's voting. For me, it's like, who are the best players in the league? Bracket, right? And then under that is, okay, which one of these players has the biggest impact on their individual teams? So like, if you were to take a matchup spread of like, hey, I think, and this is for example, I think that if you were to take the best players in the league, most of them are going to be, it's Knight, and then a lot of them are going to be junglers. There's a few that are AD carries, and then it's, okay, of those great players in the league currently, which one of them have the highest impact? And I just think Knight has basically aced both of those sets. Why did we give Knight this haircut? What's going on here? That's my...
It looks like he got a little extra time with the makeup team before doing the interview.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah, they low-key gave him like the... It's not Shadow's haircut, because they give this to a bunch of the players here and in the LCK, but he just... I don't know why he has the Shadow haircut.
Yeah, the little middle part halfway through. That's just, you know, they had to make him look good when accepting the award. Maybe there's a big sponsor that was like behind it or something. They had to get him set up for that. Looks like we're gonna have a couple more minutes before these two teams do take to the Rift after that Knight MVP award ceremony. But it's a very worthy award, as we said, and BLG continuing to look like one of the most dominant teams that we have here in the world. I know that they weren't the favorites going into first stand, but they ended up being the champions of that tournament. And that does hold some value when you take a look at where the international points and where the international positioning between these leagues lies at this point, as we're just a couple of weeks away from MSI taking place in Tejon.
Please, man, I need to see an LPL versus LCK series. I need to see Gen G versus one of our teams. I need to see Knight versus Chovy. Please, man. Like, thank you, G2. I will not say thank you. I will not, not give you your flowers for getting to the finals and beating Gen G. But I really, really wanted to see Chovy versus Knight in a finals, man. I was praying for it.
It would have been cinema. That seemed like what it was gearing up to be, and then G2 ended up ruining all the plans. Credit to them, obviously, but Gen G certainly could have performed a little bit better to get us that chance. A lot of really good teams in the LCK, obviously. It seems like we have like a 4-team race in the LPL right now, but maybe BLG is at the front of that race, and we have the other 3 teams kind of trying to duke it out.
I think it is a 3-team race for the second spot at MSI.
Yes.
Which, by the way, if you didn't know the MSI format, every region is getting at least 1 seed to send to. 1 seed is in. Every other region outside of LPL's second seed has to play a play-ins for 1 spot. But thankfully, because BLG won first stand, both of our teams are immediately seeded into the bracket phase. Yep. So we don't have to play play-ins. We don't have to face off against LCK second seed, at least for the first part of the tournament. Good luck to the other teams. Good luck to NA, to LEC, LCP, and CB LOL. Praise be unto you. You guys will have a lot of fun playing LCK second seed.
Yeah, I know. It's like, man, we get our second seed gets to go to MSI. Like, that's gonna be awesome. And then you're just gonna have to like beat T1 in a series to get there.
This is like Worlds like every year when we have LCK 4th seed in play-ins. This is literally every single time.
Because it's the second seed now.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's a similar format actually for Worlds as well. Maybe 4 teams in the play-in stage, one of them makes it into the bracket. So, depending on those international results, BLG might be able to help the LPL avoid having to be in the play-in stage in Los Angeles, just having those 4 teams qualify immediately into the Swiss stage. There's a lot to go here, and there's, I don't know, that it feels like a good year to be an LPL fan in terms of this international success. JDG had some good moments, had some bad moments at first stand, but they are still like a developing roster, and they seem like they took another step as well. You also have teams like TS that ended up revamping their rosters a bit, and then AL, who's always going to be steady, as our previous casters Gordo and Cubby were saying, and having the potential to be back at that original form like we saw from them in Split 2 last year.
Wait, I didn't even realize this as like a potential reward, and very far off again. But winner of MSI, as long as you get to your playoffs of your region in Split 3 or whatever your region, you immediately qualify for Worlds.
That's what happened to Gen G last year too. Yeah.
Awesome.
So
that's
added
great.
incentive.
Yeah.
Come over to have some good Texas barbecue, right? Down in Allen, Texas. That's the goal for these teams right now. Make it over to Worlds.
I gotta say, as much as I love the LTA, I don't think they could get me out to Allen, Texas. I don't think the draw of a World Finals can get me to Allen, Texas.
it's enough
I
to
just
get
got my
teams
permanent.
there.
I just got my permanent residency here in Canada. Okay, I don't know if I'm heading to Texas anytime soon.
You know what? Fair enough. Understandable. Hopefully these players will have a little bit more of that security for themselves going over for some international glory. As it looks like we're about to get started. There we go. We saw the music fading out. Our walkout's about to begin. Billy Gaming, your defending first stand champs, defending LPL champs, going to start their title defense run here against Team WE. Oh man, look at the oh god.
Whoa!
He's got so much aura. Oh wait, it's like a sofa that they set up for him.
I'm glad that they planned something out. Knight, dude, I love Knight.
That's me watching that's me about to hit the next episode of my TV show. Yeah, on the couch.
Wait, I need to move my cat over real quick. That was crazy, bro. Knight is a super like chill dude. His teammates and his coaching staff have said like he's not the most communicative in game, and he's not like a player that is gonna like necessarily be like a very strong vocal leader. Danny is trying to mold him into that kind of player this year, and we'll see what the effects of those are as the year continues. But to see him in that pose, I gotta say is a little bit of character building. He's at least partaking in some of the fun. He knows that at the end of the day we're playing a child's wizard game, so.
It was aura until it unveiled that it was like a like a polyester couch. I don't know.
And the couch is also long. Like the back of it's got some length. If it was like a shorter one, like a little bit closer up, it would have been fine.
Now, do we get Kara sitting in a lawn chair for this next walkout? That was gonna happen, or they have to all stand here?
We saw EDG. They did. I can't do this correctly. They did like this pose, which is technically Zeus's, but I've also seen other, like, I know it's a reference to something else. I doubt that they're all referencing an HLE top laner.
Well, no throne for Team WE to sit in just yet, but take a look at their roster. Cube, Monkey, Karis, About, and Arha. Monkey, their true captain, their leader. Going to try to take this team on what would be one of the bigger upsets that we've had all playoffs, and that is saying something given what we saw just a week ago in the Knights Rivals event.
It meant so much to them for them to win their first series. Talking to all of the fans for WE, just like, hey, it's been a very tough season. We were potentially going to go winless. We win our first series, and like almost emotions overflowing for both them and the fans. And so obviously, like you're mentioning, it is really important for them not only to win here, but to do it for the fans, right? Like, how many of these WE fans are in the audience and they're like, I believe in a WE victory, and to see that come against the first seed again, not in the first round of playoffs, by the way, would be, I think, like a Cinderella run already.
By the way, is this the new stadium, the IG stadium that they're playing?
No,
right
it is
now?
not. This is small as hell, brother.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, and I will go check actually really quickly, I'm pretty sure we are in Shenzhen. We are in the NIP home arena. I can also just check the LPL Weibo to see which one we are in.
The branding for the playoffs has been very cool. A lot of cool colors and things like that. So
the IG one is really tiny, so we would definitely not be getting a packed out arena like this. I have to pull up Google Translate right now to go see.
Regardless, we're excited for this series to finally get underway. A lot of pregame festivities, but looks like we're about to get started.
You know what? I don't even have to go to Google Translate because I know the GOAT of LPL English content, or LPL bracket English content, does have it on her Twitter. So 1 million scrolls later, I will find it. They already made us wait like 15, 20 minutes already. for the pre-show, so they can delay draft for a minute or two while I continue to scroll.
Oh, look at this poster.
That's super. Why did they do that to On? Why did they do that to On? Where is it? Oh my god. Girl! I gotta talk with you, girl. We are posting so much about Kanavi.
Not even our region anymore. Unfortunate.
She is a Kanavi fan, unfortunately, so it was sad to see him go and leave us.
Just a reminder for everybody here, winner of this series will play up against AL, who just took a 3-0 over EDG. Loser have to play against EDG in the lower bracket with only 1 life remaining. We're setting up right now for an Ascend top side of the bracket and a Nirvana/WE lower side of the bracket. Every single matchup has been chalk so far. Is this potentially the opportunity for that to change? Maybe not. We will see as the draft is about to
I
get
want to
underway.
believe, man. I want to believe so hard. It would be so funny if they lost. All right, that looks like we are getting a draft pan zoom. So we're going to be getting ourselves into draft number 1. As we may have said years ago, BLG, they chose blue side, which is a growing kind of precedent that we are seeing from a lot of our teams with first selection. And we're already seeing a lot of the powerful champions getting taken away, Varus and Orianna. I wonder if Cassiopeia is going to be a champion that gets focused, as her priority has really skyrocketed after DFT has been introduced.
Things like the Victor as well. There's that Cassio ban. I will say the one thing that I've noticed that blue side has an advantage over in terms of what these teams are prioritizing is the early game counter jungling, right? And that is why we see WE take away the Nocturne, one of the most obvious culprits for something like that. Running into enemy raptors on blue side much easier than on red side, just given how the map is structured and how the game ends up being played. Was hoping to maybe see Monkey end up turning towards that, but instead they're gonna have to ban it away, being on the red side and lock in an Ezreal for about his most played champion this split.
Fun to note as we get through this series, they have not played a single Nocturne game all year for WE. So to see it in this series would be a surprise. We're going to maybe see BLG break up the Ezreal Karma. It does make sense. I wonder if this is going to be us moving into Karma Yunara, although Yunara has definitely fallen out of favor. There's still Corki for trying to match range. We've also seen a lot of Caitlyn start to come back in, so that could be something that becomes much more prevalent as the series goes forward.
So it is that Karma split up. We saw about play the Ezreal alongside a Nami for Arha in their win against Team LNG, so maybe that is the selection here. Would also take away combinations like the Corki Nami later on in this series. Vi here for Shun, certainly a good one. Always laying that cease and desist onto the Ezreal despite the arcane shifts coming through. Gonna have easy point and click CC against one of the most slippery members in the game right now.
Okay, Rumble is interesting because seeing a Karma and a Vi on the enemy team makes me a bit worried. It makes Rumble a lot more susceptible to getting dove potentially on later waves in the mid game, or going on sides or going into team fights. He gets caught out. That could be a problem. Picking up a Bard alongside that, you don't know what BLG's bottom lane is going to choose, so this really feels like WE are opting for maybe more comfortable blinds so that the lane matchup is a bit easier over trying to get what is potentially the best pick in slot at that time. Sivir is going to be the response here from BLG. It seems like they want themselves a front-to-back team fight where Karma is going to be keeping the rest of her team alive, Sivir is going to be also giving herself some space, and Vi is going to essentially be a one-way missile sent to the enemy team's backline.
And a lot of flexibility for what BLG can do with their solo laners. They can go for the full-on team fight if they would like, or you could go towards more of a 1-3-1 style with having the Sivir with immense wave clear. One of Viper's best champions throughout his career, a 22-6 all-time record playing this bottom laner. As we head into the second phase of bans here, BLG and WE have a little bit of disparity in terms of what they have to select. Still a jungler that Monkey will have to pick. You might see that targeted here in the ban phase.
Are we going to get rid of Annie? Or not Annie. Are we going to get rid of Akali here as BLG? I don't think Knight is super afraid of the many answers. Also means that our mid lane kind of priorities are suddenly put into really big question. What are we going to be picking in our game number 1? This is a large focus in the mid lane. You have 4 champions banned from this role already, so we're going to be dropping into maybe things like Aurora. I doubt we're going to be seeing Ahri, but That
Ari's
Azir.
been something both these players like. I would not be surprised.
Game 1 though is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Game 1 is extremely crazy here. So what is the last ban going to be from WE? We got the Trundle. Okay, I mean it's good for Vi. Maybe we get a Scion in top lane. We still have. I mean we're playing into the Rumble, so might as well get rid of maybe something that's going to hurt us if we're going to put Bin immediately on a weak side tank.
That is my thought exactly, and also something just a comfort takeaway for Monkey as well. Final ban coming up here for Team WE. Gonna probably target the mid lane to try to pinch that pool further, or make Bin have to choose something that he would not like to play. It is the Aurora that you were talking about, champion that Knight has done well on. Maybe Kara's hasn't had as much success on. I would expect to see a tank locked in here for BLG. That is why they might most likely ban away that Trundle.
Alright, what else are we going to get? Ooh, Cassante. Dude, how are we in Cassante? Game 1s, we've been seeing a lot of different flexes. This champion has definitely fallen out of favor. I thought with maybe Doran's Helm coming in, we would see him shoot up a little bit in play rate. Getting the Scion, as I was saying, so great front line. WE have no ways of eating through a Scion and a Karma right now. So for me, it's kind of what can we pick as champions from mid-jungle that are either going to be subversive to that kind of game strategy and avoid the Scion, or champions that outright are going to beat him. And with the Rumble already taken, I doubt we are going to see this champion flex into mid lane and seeing a ranged top laner here coming through for Cube.
Yeah, the Inferi might have been a decent choice for Monkey. It looks like they're just going to get comfort here for Karis in the Ahri. Played it very well in their win against LNG. It was the game 4 that kept them alive in that series. Ended up going, I think, 9-1 on that pick. Nefiri just giving you a little bit of extra damage that is very desperately needed in this WE comp at the moment.
Let's go into the Vi. And what do we say, Grapes? We're here in game number 1, and BLG have decided they gave counterpick over to Knight. Makes sense. He's one of the players that gets the most amount of draft resources when it comes to making sure that he's comfortable in his lane matchup and what he wants to do in a game. It seems like he's going for one of these assassins. There is no tanks on the side of WE, and only really the untargetability of a Nefiri W that is going to save anybody, so I wouldn't mind seeing a LeBlanc or an Akali come on through here. For BLG, it seems like they're making themselves into a dive composition, one that is going to be looking to poke out their opponents and force them away from objectives with just the overwhelming amount of shields and sustain that they have from some of their other pieces.
Knights had some good games on this LeBlanc so far this season. I think one where he had double-digit kills very early on in the game, got out of hand very quickly. Might be another one of those here as the mid-jungle for BLG going to have a lot of agency in this early game. Vi LeBlanc going to be able to really make Karis' life miserable, and then after that happens, very good setup in these side lanes as well. You have, the pushing lane in the Sivir Karma. You have Bin with a lot of CC. BLG have a lot of tools to get off on the right foot here in this game 1.
Yeah, looking at his very last game, he was playing up against Top Esports. I casted that series. For some reason, we had a fight where Knight got to start off the game 2-0-1 at 5 minutes on LeBlanc. And the rest was history. He went 17-3 on that game in that game. So very disgusting. For WE, they really need to win through the first part of the early game, like Ezreal Bard roaming, Nefiri getting invades early. I need to see them play these first 10 minutes on pace with their opponents, because I think this game gets a lot more difficult for them as we go later in, as we get to 3 items, as we get to 4. If they have 3 dragons by 20 minutes, obviously the game's going very well for them, but then it becomes a question of can they secure that soul. I need to see them get some of the early drakes for me to feel confident about their chances here in this game 1.
Our top 4 teams so far have had good times in the upper bracket of the LPL Split 2 playoffs. The only team that has yet to play is, of course, your defending champions in BLG. They are up against a very familiar opponent in WE. Have not lost a series over against them in the last 2 years. Will this be the time? About to find out as game 1 is about to begin from Shenzhen.
Alright. Quite even representation for both of our teams here. Maybe BLG just a tad bit louder. That could also be confirmation bias for myself.
If I'm not mistaken, Xi'an is close-ish to Shenzhen. They're both kind of in the south region of China. I wonder if there's any carryover there with the regionality of some of these teams here. BLG don't have a home arena, but they do have probably just fans throughout the country, which is why you see a lot of support for them over anywhere that they are, no matter what, here in the LPL. Some early trading in the mid lane, nothing too crazy as we have junglers starting on the opposite sides of the map. Seems like Monkey is going to want to try to take down Bin early on in this game.
Alright, so well, what else can we see here? Like, is there any early game pathing? There isn't very many wards. We see already that WE have elected to put more wards kind of into the entrances of their jungles, but they did it so early that a lot of them are already falling. BLG being quite respectful themselves by having some wards of their own in the topside river. Nefiri is a champion that is notorious for being able to jump over walls, and especially against Vi, she is very weak early on, so I'm a little surprised to not see Monkey jump over a wall and try to invade, especially because one of the big strengths for this team last year was that Monkey was probably the first jungler that we saw really be willing to cross that line over the river and invade in the first few levels.
Oh, look at this. We got to just see
What's going on
proxying
here?
a wave through the first 4 levels, and Monkey's going to be in a good position to catch him out. Jumps over the wall, uses that call to pack, get a little bit of extra mobility. Bin's going to just try to TP out of this, and Monkey doesn't have the juice. Bin is going to get out for free with having that free wave in there. Be a long walk back to base, but it's better than losing your life.
Yeah, I guess. It's pretty bad, though, I will say. Maybe actually losing your life would have been better, because Bin would have come out of zombie form and teleported top and not missed any of this. Seems like Cube is just trying to hold this for now, maybe crash a pretty big wave, get himself an early turret plate to equalize the lane. There's a good spot there from Monkey, but all of that information going over does mean that for now it is going to be, we're going to be seeing WE have a small lead in at least one of these lanes to equal out what has been happening in top lane.
Yeah, so that's 5 minions lost for Bin, even though he used the proxy to get a wave, you know, a +1 advantage in the wave department, you could say. Doesn't mean that he's going to be too upset with how things are, though. He's the Scion. He's not going to eventually be able to kind of ignore what the damage the Rumble is going to be able to put out. But maybe having that stifled just a tad to start this game.
Oh, Karis. Very, very positive trade going over to the Ahri there. No chain from Knight. We're already seeing Arha get active. Okay, this is exactly what I want to see. I want to see them get active, put Bin in a really uncomfortable spot, especially if you are on this Scion.
And seeing more of these early game support rooms. Bin did not flash in that first engage. This time will have to use it, but might not even matter. He's in that 1v3 and will mean that Cube can burn him down with the Flame Spitter. That's first blood for Team WE.
Oh, and this wave is going to push back into Bin. He has no teleport. And he's still going to have to walk all the way back. Great roam coming in from Arha on this Bard. Usually Karma Sivir want to be a lot more aggressive in the lane. They want to be more abusive to their lane opponents. But right now it is just making sure that we can set our Rumble up for success. Maybe that leads to an early grub start for this Team WE team. Or maybe it's going to be them looking for a push with Rumble getting his first item soon.
We said going into this series that if WE want to take a game, shock the world, maybe even win against BLG like they were able to do against their first seed in Split 2 last year, have to come from Monkey and some early plays. Looks like Shun's going to try to make an early play of his own, though, invading the second spawn of the Raptors, but Monkey will just smite it away and hit level 5 to even up that experience gap with his opposing jungler. WE off to a good start. Going to have to keep it going, though. The early game is where they need to shine.
Yep. And right now, bot lane is looking incredible for BLG, already setting yourselves up with a very good matchup here with the Sivir into the Ezreal. Ezreal just can never match your wave clear. You really have to be able to battle the Sivir early on as this champion to kind of get some kind of value, and already has the call as well. So we're going to be getting more money on every one of these waves, and essentially just open up bot lane prio for the foreseeable future. And once these AD carries transition to the mid lane, it's going to be the same thing.
Fight over this crucial second spawn of the Crab, not claimed here by WE, and now it's BLG that have the numbers advantage in the mid lane. Knight doing a ton of damage and Shun dashing forward as well. Tether does not connect onto the Nefiri, and Monkey will be able to get out alive, but BLG do win the scuttle fight.
Yeah, they get the scuttle, and you already see that Shun is moving into the top side. He wants to get vision. He wants to track Monkey. Maybe he can get a timer on one of these camps. He can tell where this Nefiri has to be in the next few moments here. So, Knight! Knight!
Oh, he's taken low. Karis gonna go down. That is a solo kill for your MVP, living by the slimmest of margins, down with 100 HP.
Dude, that was through heal, by the way, from Arha. That was through summoner heal. Not even able to find that underneath the turret in a 1v2 there. Very clutch coming in from the MVP of the regular season. And just exactly what we expect coming in from Knight. It's part and parcel, I think, to a BLG game to see this happen.
Yep, that is what Knight does. We are hyping up Karis and his performance against LNG in that Knight's Road stage. But Bulldog, not as good as Knight is kind of what our argument ended up coming down to, and we are showing that here. Knight got the snowball rolling here on the LeBlanc. And we saw the last time that happened, ended with 17 kills in a game against TES. So already a bad omen for Team WE, although they are performing well in other areas of the map.
Are they going to hunt down Ani? Has no sums?
Yeah, there is the ultimate landing here onto the Karma, bursted down 100-0, and then Monkey uses the second proc of the ultimate on the Viper. He finally is able to flash away, but it's not going to matter. Monkey gets a double kill, he'll die to the turret, but that is surely a worth trade for the Nefiri, and WE are off and running down in the bottom lane.
Okay, they got 2 kills there. Ezreal's going to hit on this turret. WE have come to play. If I'm going to nitpick this, though, I really would have preferred, hey, let's get that kill onto the Karma and then set ourselves up for the Dragon, making sure that we can stay on top of this game when we're going on to Cube.
Oh, and Knight is going to make a play on the opposite side of the map. Cube had to keep that wave pushed up, unable to fully crash against the Scion, and he will pay for it with his life. Knight, another kill on the board, and you see that in his item inventory. It's a Dark Seal with 2 stacks.
There it is, but you know, at the end of the day, it is still just a 2 for 2 across. We even out our game here. It was only a single turret plate gained by this Ezreal. Took a recall so he can get himself the Sheen. I don't know how I feel about this start because I'm looking at where the gold is right now, and 500 gold lead is decent for Monkey at 8.5 minutes, but BLG are looking to get themselves multiple grubs. And both my LeBlanc and Sivir are ahead right now. Almost 1,000 gold between the two of them. That is, I think, exactly the kind of game strategy I want.
Oh, and about Narha continuing to punish the summonerless of Sivir in the bottom side. Viper's going to play under his turret. He does that pretty well, though, all things considered. BLG, historically, throughout the split, very much a top-side focused team, and Viper has just been able to hold his own and then pop off in the team fights later on. This is about what we're seeing here.
You could just play the 3v3 in mid, right?
Yeah.
If Viper, hey, you just survive, top 3 player in the world needs jungle support mid, we're going to take that. I think you're always going to be willing to have that, especially with a 12-2 series record there. So far, it's an even start to this game, but we like the scaling on BLG. We need to see them continue to kind of push the pace there. No Dragon being started up at 10 minutes is making me a bit worried here for WE. And it's going to get harder and harder to get bot priority versus this matchup, so.
Gonna go back on the bottom lane. Monkey has that Cycle Sword completed, and On was caught fishing, looking to try to clear out some vision, and he will not live to tell the tale. About gets on the board. It's another kill going over to WE. This time they'll make their way towards the Drake afterwards.
Thank you for answering my prayers, WE. Makes me feel more secure in your chances of being able to win this game. Great job. Exactly what we want to see when we're talking about playing into Sivir Karma. Almost never really going to win the 2v2 duel, so you need to get a jungler involved or separate them. And On still doesn't have his flash, so thought he was safe in the Tri-Brush. They did not have wards in the vision. They did not see Bard enter in through the Raptor Pit, and so he got a very, very nice magical journey there. So 1,000 gold here. We've been seeing the gold kind of ebb closer and closer into WE's favor for the first 10 minutes here, and that's good. I just need to see more. That's always what I'm going to say about any team, really. And I'm looking at Smite completions coming up soon. Should is 6 jungle treats away from having that. And that just means he's going to be having that evolve Smite. Maybe that means we get into, some more counter jungling, especially with the solo lane starting to get unlocked.
Yeah, Shin definitely opting towards power farming at this point in the game, while Monkey trying to help out his teams. Kind of displays the play style, right, of each of these junglers and what they have to do to help their team win. The laners on BLG can kind of hold themselves self-sufficiently, whereas Monkey feels like he has to really make plays in order for his squad to have some level of success. Kind of ends up coming at the cost of his own CS. See if it ends up mattering. Shun is ahead in levels right now. Monkey going to take to 8 after completing this grab.
It's a good game strategy. If you are going to be the team as WE who's coming in as massive underdogs versus BLG, you need to disrupt the early game. You need to put your team at an advantage. Karis has flash, has ultimate.
Yeah, first gank
no!
Going to be a success in the mid lane onto Karis, and who else but Knight to get another bit of experience, a little bit of gold in their hands. BLG clearly focused on getting the MVP ahead, and it's working so far. He's 2-0-1.
Did he just flash back into the opponents? I think he just ulted. He ulted towards his turret, flashed towards Knight, and then had to ult back while the Vi ultimate was going on. I hope we get a replay of that just so we can clarify, because if my interpretation of events is true, that's a very costly mistake coming in for WE. At the very least, you can maybe make the argument that, hey, his flash maybe not as important considering he went for the Malignance on Ahri. The ultimate's going to be his substitute summoner spell, but Knight is opening up a really big advantage now here in mid. Already has the Luden's Companion done and is almost a full level over his lane opponent.
Good start for one of the legendary players in the space. The rest of WE, though, having a decent time, at least at the moment. They hold the gold advantage, albeit slightly. Seems like they have reoriented their lanes, make things a little bit easier for Karis here in the bottom lane. They send Monkey back down on the bottom side. Viper once again has his flash. He will use it to get underneath the tier 1 turret, but Monkey will dive in all the same and still be able to pick up the kill. Shun dashes over, should be able to trade back onto Monkey, but he flashes over in just the right time. And the Vi is too scared to go into a 3v2. A successful play once again for the Neferi in the bottom lane.
And Neferi is one of the best champions at diving. She has her invulnerability that she has on her W, and when she comes back down, her dogs are the ones that are going to be the tank the turret aggro first. So just a lot of different mechanics going into that play. Great job from WE. It nets them a kill. It also gets them some more turret plates to help save Karis here, but a teleport coming in from Bin. We also have Knight on the way.
Karis might be in a little bit of trouble here. Charm lands onto Bin, uses the first pocket Spirit Rush, gets away from the Unstoppable Onslaught, and actually ends up escaping from the Decimating Smash. Nicely done by Karis. He actually is able to survive one of these plays.
That was really good, and that's expensive now here for BLG. They need to commit to this bottom side. They have 3 grubs. They're going to take the first turret of the game. Rumble's also getting paid. Crystalline Overgrowth and getting himself a little bit of gold there. Not all that bad. It is still going to be an up trade here for BLG. As they get the turret on the back end, they're able to at least equalize some of this gold. It means that getting into this next dragon, we'll see what the priorities are. Whether BLG feel like they need to fight or they want to fight for this next dragon, or if it's just going to be them looking for Herald so they can maybe push the tempo of the game, get themselves some more gold, and get some more items ahead of these other carries on WE.
Yeah, getting that first turret certainly going to be valuable. You see these first item completions all across the board as we are awaiting this second dragon to spawn. WE actually kept things close though, and in large part due to this Bard pick for Arha. He's had a great time on it so far. It's been fun to see him grow into a little bit more of his own as he transitioned over from Weibo back tier 2 WE. A bit of an unexpected roster change, one that maybe we were critical of on a Weibo side. But WE are happy to make the change, and Arha has looked better as of late.
All WE has. I mean, they literally spent the first half of the regular season in Split 2 going winless. And to see them here in such great form, good to see. Let's continue to monitor whether or not they can have a more competitive game, because going even versus BLG is fine. Getting leads against BLG is even better and would maybe indicate to us that this WE is a lot stronger than maybe we thought they were coming into this playoff bracket. Dragon is up, Herald is up as well, but WE have more members on the bot side, and the vision placement for BLG right now is a little scant.
And look at the items right now. Monkey just picked up a Serpent's Fang combined with the magical boots. He is certainly the most fed member in the game, and with teleport advantage here for Cube. WB certainly going to want to fight this one out. Tempered Fate does not connect, but the dragon has been tagged. No movement around the top side of the map just yet, as WE instead turn their priority towards gaining that mid priority once again.
Top laners are always going to be able to move. Cube has teleport, Bin has ultimate if he really needs to. And with 3 grubs, I think BLG are more incentivized to hit turrets here. So Dragon's going to go over to BLG. Monkey, do you decide to do this? Do you have enough time to do this? Because Sivir could technically move after this mid wave here. You see pings are coming on through.
Surprised that WE didn't want to fight. given the advantage that Monkey currently has, instead looking to trade objectives, but Monkey might not be able to do that as his laners all went for resets. Arha and Karis finally arriving, but Bin and Viper are here first. The Herald's at 4,000 HP, getting dangerously low, but Monkey's able to smite it away. Shun, though, looking to make him pay, goes to the Cease and Desist onto Karis, and Knight is there to try to follow up. Karis has to flash away. That's 300 HP, but on the backside of things, Cube is trying to bite down Viper, and the Sivir is down. First kill going over to Team WE, and they're looking for even more. About dashes forward. They're able to get a second kill as the call of the package is shoot on
They're doing
Team WE are doing it. It's a triple kill for the Nefiri as WE get the Herald and even more.
Then maybe they shouldn't have picked WE. Maybe they should have just picked another Nirvana team here. They're going to hunt for Bin. He's out of this one. Herald was spawned in the mid part of that play. They get the mid-tier one. They teleport to the side lanes to get more gold, and WE just slammed open this game versus the first seed.
What an unbelievable start as the playoffs here in the LPL continue to get even more wild as we take a look at this replay.
This fight is all over the place. Look at where the damage dealers are in comparison to the front line. I mean, Cube is lighting up on and Viper. We see that Karis is actually taking up global pressure from both Knight and Shun. They're not able to find him. And the fact that Monkey gets 3 kills here, this Nefiri is a big problem. She is going to dive straight into the back line, eliminate the Karma, eliminate the Sivir, and is also a champion who, a very few who can actually follow a LeBlanc if she decides to dash all over the place. So 4,000 gold lead, that's really well positioned here for WE to kind of continue rolling on in the game, and they're coming upon a lot of important item spikes, most importantly looking at about who's about to finish his Muramana.
And another item, the third one, potentially coming in for Monkey very soon. That Black Cleaver going to make it even so that Bin is going to be vulnerable against this Nefiri, who is 6-1-2 in this game so far. Nefiri, one of those champs that really can snowball a game if he gets ahead just a little bit in the early to mid game, and Monkey's done that and then some.
This is really impressive. That break from Monkey. He needs to be spreading those tips wherever he went, whatever activity he took part in during that time. He needs to be sharing that with the rest of the class right now because he came in completely revitalized. It didn't fix their split, but WE started winning games. They won their first series of the split, and he's definitely looked like a better player since then. So exciting to see what other developments we can get for them. Dragon in the spawn for 2 minutes. Baron's here. They need to find Karis.
Cannot be standing there. The Vi's going to go on to the Ahri with that Cease and Desist.
Yeah.
Dashes away, though. Taking Shun down very low and allowing enough time for Monkey to come in and make it a 1-for-1. 7th kill of the game for the Nefiri. And he's looking for more. Flashing over the wall. Looking for Knight. And the MVP has gone down. A double kill for the Nefiri as Monkey is the MVP of this game so far.
What's going on here? He's absolutely styling right now. WE are winning this game from this position here. If everything keeps going their way, it's going to be feeling good. You have a 5,000 gold lead in their first game of playoffs versus BLG. They got to hit mid. Monkey's completely fit. He's 8-1 in this game. Who else on BLG is dealing with him?
Nobody at this point. He's going to head back to base very soon, pick up that third item, maybe even more. It's a 3,500 gold lead between Monkey and Shun. Shun had a decent start to the game too. Remember, he was up in farm? That is no longer the case. It is both a kill and a 40 CS lead for our Nefiri.
Dude, everybody laughed at Zach, one of our mods, Hyper Colossus, for putting Monkey first team All-Pro for regular season.
Who's laughing now?
Maybe he, you know, as the joke says or the saying goes, never wrong, just early.
What did he know?
So we're getting a pause. BLG are saying, okay, there's no way Nefiri is 8-1 right now, guys. So we need to investigate this.
There's a bug on our screen. We're losing to WE. That's not supposed to be happening right now.
Yeah.
Pretty shocking start to this game. Can we pull up that blue shell graphic again, Shivam? Though I wanna just I wanna give a little bit of a lean into that. It's in his inventory. They got some mushrooms to boost ahead a little bit, but once that's up, they're about to throw that thing, and BLG better have that item blocker horn if they want to be able to avoid
Super horn.
Yeah.
I did not know this was a real. The only time I've seen the super horn item is when I go to an arcade and I'm playing the like monopolized 4-party Mario Kart in the stupid like driving thing.
Oh yeah.
I literally did not know what it did. So I would just be like, oh cool, I got it. I use it. And I'm like, I don't know, I don't know what this did.
It is pretty OP. I mean, BLG feel like they have one in their hands, just how dominant they have been. remember that Top Esports last year, they got the first seed, but it was more of a question of who the best team in the league still was, right? BLG were going on their honeymoon phase with Beishuan. You had AL still performing very well. JDG, even with Pays, like making some sort of movements in that split. This has been much more of a definitive first seed for BLG, which is why we feel like it's a bit of a different conversation here.
By and far away the best team, and kind of reflected that in some of the All-Pro voting from the official LPL broadcast. First time we've ever seen an entire team be in all of the first pro all-team, or all-pro first team. Do not show them the LCK votes.
Yeah.
LCK historically has made
that's what they thought. LPL was like, if we want to beat the LCK, we have to vote like the LCK too, and that's what they did this split.
They also did change their all-pro votes to be very cringe. Apparently, the teams that lost in the play-ins could not be voted for all-pro, which
that was
I know
weird.
I made my own tweet about it. There's no I mean, to be fair, I don't think players like Weibo, I don't think players on Weibo, IG, were going to be making all-pro, but we had a lot of people vote for Awesome, or a lot of Jwo votes. I know there were some community members who put Guwon MVP.
Maybe the LPL broadcast is right, actually. Now that I'm thinking.
Don't do that to our viewers. Don't do that to our viewers. Look, our viewers, a lot of the chatters, some of you, yeah, but your votes, it's fine.
It is an interesting perspective because when we were doing our all-pro ballots, only were able to select Ascend teams. That was just the decision that the LPL English team ended up making. Maybe you could argue that everybody should be considered, but then there's just like the strength of schedule that they've played. To me, it makes much more sense to vote for everybody in the regular season because it's a regular season award, right? Knights Rivals, that's all considered part of the playoffs, and so it was weird to me to have that decision be made. Justice for my boy Awesome, man. That's all I'll say. I mean, there was some good AD carry play throughout, but that guy was unreal.
Oh? No, I got excited. I
You
saw
got
everybody
baited.
get flashbanged in red. It wasn't enough for them to have the longest pre-show in all of history, but we also needed a pause.
Gotta get those minutes up, that watch time. As we say, shout out to our coffee viewers. You can go check out the link in our chat right now if you want to go support us as well. Helps us both on the broadcast side as well as all the amazing people behind the scenes who make this show possible, including our producers, our graphics developers, and everything like that.
Hey, come here. I'm getting a fan favorite. We've got time anyway. We're showing the cat on stream.
Oh,
Tiny me.
so
Okay,
cute.
let's-
Has Mimi adjusted to you guys' sleep schedules? Is that
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I mean, we don't really she's a very chill cat for the most part. She's not food motivated, but she will come and hang out, aka come terrorize us when she's hungry. The only adjustment I've seen from her is that when we go to bed, which is anywhere between 5 and 7 a.m., we'll just hear her meow, and she's and it's the thing where she brings a sock to the rest of us. Anyway, we don't have to talk about my cat anymore. We can talk about the game as we're back in after whatever the pause was.
Look, it's not just us that have to adjust to the sleep schedule. It's all the pets around here too, specifically for the Alk household, the Alkanilia household, where you guys are up watching the games every day. So shout out to y'all.
Famous Rumidelia. We miss him. So, back into this game, 30 seconds, Grapes. There's not going to be a big importance on Soul for what this game is now at 20 minutes with one dragon apiece, but I think WE just keeping up the pace, making sure that they're staying on it, and hey, it is a Hex Tech Dragon. I think you are never going to be hard-pressed to say no to this kind of objective. Great job from WE, just kind of muscling BLG away from being able to put any vision down.
Team fighting has been good, and right now, BLG's composition does not necessarily work as well in the 5v5. Sure, you have the Sivir and the Scion, right? But Knight really would prefer to be in these sort of situations like we saw here on the Cube, going for these assassination attempts in the side lanes, whereas WE very much set up for a full-on 5v5, especially with Monkey at 3.5 items. He's making his way towards the Dragon Pit now with BLG focused topside. You'd imagine that this Dragon should go over rather easily.
WE, you have 3 for WE, I mean, you're the team that doesn't have grubs, but I think it matters less when there's no side pressure. There's no long lanes for for BLG to play through that are outside of bot lane, but Ahri's the best champion to really take care of that. I've loved the respect we have seen from WE in these lanes where Rumble isn't like too far out on sides. I think Bard's also been covering very well. So WE are just playing good fundamental league right now in terms of what they need to do with their composition in this game versus their opponents. And when that happens, it is up to your opponents in BLG to figure out how they want to break that. How do we get into the backline? How do we generate pressure? We have 2 items now for both Knight and Viper and Shun. Is this the time for us to be making a play?
Knight thought it was, but actually ends up face-tanking Monkey. Who's the assassin now? The Nefarious popping off as Monkey gets kill number 9, and the MVP is down once again.
Dude, if they had maybe a little bit more time out on the map, that could have been Baron here, but they just got the Dragon, and I mean, Monkey is going to be the player of the game of this game, but how much more can we see from him? He has a huge shutdown, and that's kind of what I would like to see from BLG if they're going to have any chance here in this game. They need to go bounty hunting in this game. Okay, Monkey has 1,000 gold. How can we set him up? Maybe can we get a bout in the mid lane? But it's so tough when these 2 champions have an incredible amount of mobility in their kit.
We're talking about some of that split 2 magic. Last year, WE making a run to the top 4. A lot of it was off of performances like this from Monkey, as he is absolutely the most important player on the Rift right now. He says, screw all the pregame festivities, all the MVP crowning, all the All-Pro votes. He wants to make a difference here in the playoffs of split number 2. BLG looking for a play on the other side of the map. They're going to fully dive Cube 3v1 without a wave. Not going to be a problem as Shun gets a big shutdown onto the Rumble, who's down for the next 45.
They're trading plates on bottom side, but I think you're always going to have to take that risk as BLG. So getting all of this gold, and I like this pressure from them going for giving the gold over to Viper. Getting the 3 items on this Sivir is going to be paramount for them being able to mount any kind of comeback here in this game. So turret will go down. This gives them a lane to play for on the side. Now that you have both side lanes open, does mean that BLG can try to long push one of these lanes and then move that into getting mid priority, but you can see that with all their vision up here, it's going to take a little bit of time for them to move and get some down in WE's jungle. So WE, let's keep up the pace. We now have 3 items on our Ezreal. Bard is looking really strong and even has a Mikhail's. Everything is going right for our team right now. We need to keep that kind of momentum up.
Yeah, he's got to keep looking for fights, keep being aggressive, and Monkey, certainly no stranger to that. He's going to pick up a couple more camps, head back to base, most likely finish off that Guardian Angel as his 4th item.
Ooh.
At the 24-minute mark. This guy is just absurdly fed at this point. This is what we're seeing out of like Knight on his LeBlanc. Last time he locked it in. This time, though, it is Monkey, his opponent, who has ended up doing the same thing to him.
Are you willing to say that Monkey is the Knight of Jungle?
In this game, sure. Throughout the rest of the season.
In this game? Yeah.
Our All-Pro
One
ballads
game
certainly
sample size.
tell a different story. But this game, I'll give it to him. He's
Okay.
the Knight of Game 1 against BLG. He can do that.
Okay, alright. Worthwhile title to have, especially if that means you can get the first game win. But I don't think that dragons are that important in this game, but if WB obviously get this next one, then we start to have a conversation of like, okay, so how does WB close out from this position? One of the strengths of having a Vi and a LeBlanc is that you're supposed to be deadly on side lanes. You're supposed to go hunting for a Rumble later on, for even an Ahri in some of these lanes, but for one reason or another, for how this game has come in, Shun just has not really had the same effect here in this game on the Vi. His targets are kind of sparse. Like, who are you ulting as the Vi? Is it going to be Ahri? Well, we've seen multiple times now that has not worked, and it's not going to be onto Monkey or onto Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, the big tools that BLG have to try to take Monkey down kind of get countered by the champion of the Nefiri itself, right? You can untargetable to get away from things like the Scion or Vi ultimate. Knight's not really going to be able to assassinate him at this point, and Monkey now also has a Guardian Angel, so he's going to, even if he does go down, be right back up and ready to go. That Black Cleaver and the Serpent's Fang as well, just a lot of initial counterplay that he's going to be able to put into this BLG composition. Really great itemization, really great performance so far by Monkey, who just hits level 16.
Wow, he gets a 3rd point in his ultimate now. I mean, for WE, it's very easy when you're with the winning position. You get to put vision wherever you want. You get to dictate a lot of how the tempo of the map ends up playing out. And we've now seen this a couple of times here, particularly in the death column here for On. But one of the downsides of playing Enchanter sometimes is that because you don't have like a big beefy body, you don't have the HP that you can kind of play around with, it does make it harder to get vision. And that is what has led to WE get a lot of picks early on, where they separated the 2 laners in the bot lane, and they got a lot of kills and a lot of gold for Monkey. So
Yeah.
they take control of the bot side, they get the dragon, they put themselves on soul point.
I mean, especially when you're behind, right? Like, getting vision into these corridors when you have assassins left and right, the
It's hard
Nefiri
enough.
and the Ahri, just like able to strike at a moment's notice. It's a tough time to be a Karma, as On has certainly learned over these last few minutes and change. WE going to just clear out any of that vision, and you can see On having to have a bodyguard alongside him in Shun to just even have any opportunity to get some of that vision opportunity back.
BLG want a group right now. They want to see if they can find somebody, because to me, if a Sivir is not able to get mid priority or meaningfully enough get it, then I think we have a problem. We have failed.
Shun
maybe
has found
a
out
cube.
Cube. Ends up popping the Zanya's Tempered Fate. Some dyssynergy there, but now Monkey is diving onto the backline, already forcing Viper to use the Spell Shield and the ultimate. And now the battle lines have been drawn. Charn lands onto Shun. He flashes away from the Equalizer as Cube overheats, but now Monkey looking for plays on the other side as well. Magical Journey over Mara, looking to try to finish the job onto the Vi. Lands the stun after the Vault Breaker, but it's not going to matter. Guardian Angel already has been proc, and he will be the jungler of BLG, likely going down, canceling the Vault Breaker is about. Karis gets the gold, and it's Baron on the minds of Team WE.
And Cube just gets the teleport back in. He'll have his teleport shield. Nothing that BLG can do about this Baron. What an impressive game. Not only finding the win versus LNG. BLG are going to continue, though. They want to see if they can bring over Bin, but I think it's too late. We've now wasted this.
4-man death dash, though, then goes Knight. They're able to assassinate Orha. Cube overheats. Will go down as well. WE might have over-indexed themselves. And it's a big play from BLG to get a couple of kills back. Monkey looking to try to equalize, though. Jumps over the wall, but Bin with a nice throw of the Slayer, able to make sure that nobody else goes down.
Super close there. Monkey has ultimate right now. If he gets vision of any of those squishy members like the Karma or the Sivir, sayonara, brother. We're going to be seeing you on the gray screen there. Baron still goes over to Team WE. For now, it is a small deficit. That is all because of the gold bounties that BLG were able to grab. And now we're 2.5 minutes away from this objective. Summoner spells are completely lit up here. This is as close of a fight that BLG are going to get in this next dragon with all of these flashes down.
Really
See
nice
the
toggle of the
re-engage
vision
coming
here.
in from WE.
Bin is timing that perfectly. Getting that knockup. Could have been game. That didn't end up happening.
If Viper was able to get more damage down in this fight, if they're able to get more consistent crowd control, if Shun was alive, then things are just different there. Massive chunk from about onto Viper. You can even see the damage in that team fight. Split between the solo lanes of BLG, but Soul Point here coming up in 2 minutes for WE.
Well, there are still 3 members with Baron. One of them is Monkey down in the bottom lane. Team WE still able to push 2 lanes simultaneously. Karis in the mid lane, about in the bottom side. Both of those guys still wearing purple, and they're going to try to take away at some of these inner turrets to make sure they get the gold back on their side before this eventual Soul Dragon spawns in a minute 30.
Just play on 2 waves. Can be a bit difficult for WE to siege right now. The Baron is definitely helping them, but versus a Sivir, as long as the waves are not coordinated, and we can kind of see that, like the bot wave is just now coming in, the mid wave is crashing onto the turret. This means LeBlanc and Sivir kind of get to move around and very freely pick up this gold. It does mean that it's going to be simpler for BLG to contest, at least for now. However, all of this gold right now is concentrated Monkey. If they can catch him, that means the fight is actually even. He has the entirety of this gold lead for WE, but conversely speaking, he is all of the gold lead. He will one-shot any one of these carries from BLG.
Yeah, and again, very difficult to try and assassinate this champion in the Neferi specifically, especially now that she's 9-1, has the Guardian Angel working towards that 5th and likely final item. With the dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Q pushes a wave in. You'd expect him to teleport somewhere safe to make sure he's able to join his team in a 5v5, as the Baron buff is about to expire, so won't be available for when this eventual Drake spawns.
Pretty big cooldown. Does have a ton of ability haste at this point, so it's probably closer to a 10-second here from Monkey on his W. But they have complete control. Look at this vision in the river right now. It is all darkness here for BLG. They need to operate with imperfect information here. And all the while, WE, they have a wave that's stacking up on bot side. Top lane's also going to start pushing. BLG need to win this, not only just for the soul.
This fight likely decides the game. Charm immediately lands onto Shun as Kars has already chunked the jungler of BLG down to half HP. Spell Shield does block away the True Shot Barrage, but Bin still frontlining, trying to find an opportunity to enter the fray. Dragon is low. It's at 2,000. Shun goes over the wall and steals it away. That is a big takeaway. No soul belonging to WE just yet, but Monkey still does not care. His name might be Monkey, but he's got that dog in him here in this game. Number 1 in more ways than one, taking on down. Going to be a triple kill for the team. WE jungler about gets a double, and that should be it. WE pushing down bottom to take a miraculous Game 1 win.
Who needs the soul when you can just win the fight outright afterwards? BLG, it would have been a one-way trip for them, and it seems like for them, they're going straight back to the drafting board, getting ready for game number 2. An incredible start to the series for the group Ascend Lassie.
They chose WE, might be starting to regret that decision. From 1-13 to 1-0, WE take this one.
Dude, what the hell is this playoffs? Like, what?
The reckoning continues, Alk. The reckoning continues. WE, they are showing that Group Ascend might just be it here in this playoff bracket. They get their first win over BLG this year, and they're looking for more. They felt hungry, and it was monkey, monkey, monkey all game long, ending with 12 kills on that Neferi jungle.
Dude, incredible stuff. And I feel like we have seen this result before. Where did we have a lower seeded team winning game? Oh, it's the first series of the playoffs. JDG up against Thundertalk.
That is true. Are you saying that BLG are going to wake up and win the next 3 games?
It could be.
We both did pre-series predictions, quote unquote, unofficially. No graphical representation to make sure that we get screenshotted. 3-0 BLG. That is already proven to be incorrect. So for Team WE, a win spiritually at the very least. We've been saying they've been able to take games off of some of these top teams. BLG, just the latest victim of that.
I said in the pre-show, if you can win one game, you can win more. So now, for me, for WE, I want to see more. I want to see, can you show the depth here in these best of 5s? And you could make the argument that because WE have already played a best of 5, that they're maybe warmed up on the patch. They've played more games on 2610, but there was some time in between now and the play-in, so hopefully BLG are coming to play here, because getting sent down to the lower bracket in round 1 as the first seed is not the look you want to have as our MSI hopefuls.
That is true. It would be funny, though, to see them lose. I mean, yeah, in terms of your hopes for the LPL as a region, a lot of that lies in BLG's success. But seeing teams like Team WE have this upswing, to have success, is a really great story to tell as well. We were feeling very down on our bottom teams from Group Ascend after they almost all got upset and taken down into the lower bracket, or down into Group Nirvana, I should say, last week. But WE, kind of the opposite story of that. And when you think about what the other teams in Group Ascend ended up doing that ended up dropping out, the Weibo, NIP, IG, they all had maybe slower ends to the split, right? It seemed like they were faltering, misstepping in the back half. Team WE have been on that upward trajectory, and we saw it here in this game. Maybe that trajectory is continuing to go up and up.
Dude, such an incredible bout here. I was noting how even the early game was. It was kind of going back and forth. Knight got a solo kill onto Karis. He got the 1v2 kill onto this Ahri, and I was like, okay, what else can we see? But I think WE, and specifically Monkey, who is for sure going to get himself a player of the game for this one, they just took apart this team. They killed Bin early. Then he has no teleports, so now Rumble kind of gets a freer lane. This can be a harder matchup to play into Sion if one thing goes wrong or a couple of things go their way. And then he goes bot lane and he gets 2 kills, right? Like, they were able to find On repeatedly. They're also able to cut away the Sivir. So when Knight doesn't go into side lanes and start exploding other people, I think players alongside Monkey here showed a lot of resilience, specifically Karis, who won't get a lot of attention for this game, especially for getting solo killed, but him living, or at least expending so much of BLG's times in multiple plays, is kind of the reason we saw them end up winning this game.
Yeah, the KDA for Karis wasn't great, but it could have been a whole lot worse with all of the resources that Shun, Knight, and the rest of BLG were throwing towards him, and ends up absorbing a lot of that pressure, as you say, turning it into Monkey getting trade backs like you see here onto Shun and Knight in return. And that got that snowball rolling, and it rolled all the way down the hill into BLG's Nexus. Just getting some more looks at this. I mean, Monkey has a couple of picks that he's just really solid on. Luna Fury definitely one of them, and that's the beauty of Fearless. We're going to get to see even more come out here, as you mentioned, WE might have some fun answers on patch 2610.
This is good, man. This is just well played. Just a very, very well-played game from Monkey, who I think is probably one of the players that has, like, the most inconsistencies. He is going to play aggressive. He is going to look for angles. I think Nefiri is a perfect champ for that. I'm just worried when we start to see him pick up champions like Lee Sin, because he just does not have the ability to kind of, like, execute on them, and they require some more aggressive tendencies from other laners to kind of prop him up. So just a great game played from them. Demi's like, let's go! We just won game 1 versus the first seed! Hell yeah!
I wasn't expecting this to happen! We won a game! Neither were we. WE. So congratulations to them. Now having taken series against 3 of the 4 top teams in the LPL, or taking a game, I should say. Gonna have to make it a little bit more to turn it into a full series as we await our player of the game for game number 1. Certainly a formality being awarded to Monkey. BLG, on the other hand, though, we've got to find some answers, and I think it has to go down to the jungle, right? I mean, the lanes did what they did, but Monkey being able to set the tempo from level 4, forcing that teleport out of Bin, they've got to find some way to try to address that problem. You thought maybe some counter jungling was in play, didn't end up happening, and allowed for Monkey to get off to the start that he wanted.
Didn't get across. We did not see a ton of Shun in this game. Vi has certainly started to fall in priority. It's a champion that kind of requires a lot of farm until she gets her ultimate. She can make some ganks happen, but wow. Monkey 12-1-3. By the way, I just wanted to note here for Monkey, he has played now 3 games of Nefiri this entire year. He has died twice, and 2 of those deaths were in the same game,
Wow.
going up against Weibo. So he is now going to skyrocket in terms of his KDA on this champ.
By the way, 7th win of the season for WE, 5th MVP for Monkey. Goes to show kind of the amount of high quality games that he's had, or I guess you added the extra 3 from Knight's Rivals.
Quality
and it's 50-50,
games, yeah.
So he is the driver behind this team's success, as we have seen, and he proved it against our defending champions in BLG, who are suddenly on the back foot entering the remainder of this best of 5. We're going to take a short break here on LPL English. When we return, we'll have the draft for game number 2 between BLG and WE. Back here on LPL English for Game 2 between BLG and Team WE. Reminder, we're going to be on every single day for the next week as the playoffs continue to roll on. We're wrapping up our upper quarterfinals here with WE taking a 1-0 series lead. Grapes and Alk on the call. And Alk, I have a little bit of a fun fact for you as I was scrolling through some teams' history. BLG and Team WE have only played one other best of 5 in their history. You want to guess who won that one?
Didn't WE would have won this? Because this would have been like pre-2022?
Yes, it was 2021 Summer Playoffs, and Team WE won 3-0 over BLG.
Oh.
So far, BLG have never won a game in a best of 5 against WE throughout their entire history. Shout out to riff.gg, where they have this head-to-head information. It's been a good start for them, but they're going to have to keep a lot of that momentum going against a team like BLG, who certainly knows how to rebound from a loss.
2021 BLG would have been like Doggo, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Doggo, Icon. I'm just looking this up now. Now
Yeah,
I'm
so
just
it was Bew, Weiwei, Zeka, Aiming, and
Oh.
PP God. What a team! That is an insane roster that they've got. And
That's
then for
crazy.
for WE, it was the Shanks and Elk team that
Mhm.
that they were playing with. Pretty solid. I think they ended like top 6 or something that split. Missing as their support Breathe and Beishong as well. So one of those really solid
finished
WE
third.
teams.
They
Oh,
finished
finished
third.
top 3. Damn.
That's crazy.
No, I
Yeah,
have to
Breathe,
remember that.
Beishong, Shanks, Elk missing. Yeah, and this is the roster that kind of put missing on the map before.
Put Elk on the map
he
too,
kinda-
right?
Yeah,
Join
put
BLG the
the-
next year.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's actually pretty crazy. Wow, that's that's some history there. But let's see if it continues to be the case. I mean, now having a 4-0 record in best of 5s, not a lot of teams can say that they have that kind of head-to-head versus the best team in the world or best team in the LPL.
I'm picking the cherries from the tree right now. That's what we're
Yes,
doing right now.
yes.
Getting ready for this game. You gotta find the stats where you can, right? As it's not been great results through, since that best of 5 win. I think, and from 2022 and beyond, very BLG favored as the disparity in terms of the team's placements has definitely taken a bit of a shift. But those were only in best of 3s and best of 1s, so maybe the best of 5s is where Team WE ends up having that upper hand. Waiting for the draft of game number 2, you'd imagine that BLG want to stick to that blue side, and we got to see a little bit of a different look for them. Obviously, they got a lot of comfort and things that they wanted in that game, but it did not work out in the way that they were expecting.
Yeah, and they got smacked, right? Like, they got smacked down very hard in this game number 1. It felt like all of the same ways we've seen BLG lose previously, which is individuals outside of Knight getting caught. They weren't able to snowball enough through Knight's lead, and then the game kind of collapsed. We got to see that one of the rare champions that actually gets to follow a LeBlanc when she dashes away. Great punishment that we got to see coming in from WE. And that just means that I think BLG are going to need to be that much more cognizant as to what their early objectives are and what their team is actually able to accomplish in the first few minutes, because that was a draft where you had a lot of ways you could have piloted the early game, and it's not like BLG chose the worst versions, but they got punished by WE, specifically this bottom lane. On and Viper got caught out enough that it gave Monkey a lead to start.
And a lot of it goes down to the way the mid jungle ended up working out, specifically Shun on the Vi. He ended up having pretty early CS lead, right? He was farming very nicely, getting level advantages, but as the only player in that game, alongside Knight on LeBlanc, that had agency to impact the side lanes, would have liked to see him do a little bit more of that to get his team on the board. It's kind of the ups and downs of Shun as a jungler, sometimes playing a lot for himself, other times sacrificing for his team. It seems like he's more of a selfish player than the BLG junglers that were with this team last year, and that definitely, in general, works out for them as Shun is able to kind of play his own game. But when you're up against somebody like Monkey who's willing to sacrifice anything to try to help his team get an early lead, you have to adjust to that, right? And have to find different ways to play up against that. If you're going to power farm, maybe on a champion that's not the Vi, and maybe giving your team a little bit more agency on the lane, in the lanes on their own.
Oh boy, this is exciting already. Dude, this playoffs is already kind of starting to shape up into one of the most exciting playoffs, because we were doing all of this lip service for BLG, all about their greatness, their history, the magnitudes of these players, and now WE have put on the table the possibility of a 3-0 being more realistic than it was
Okay.
45 minutes ago.
Hold the phone. Hold the phone.
Look,
I'm holding the phone
it's
right
possible.
now.
It's possible. They won a game.
was
They
one
won
game.
the first game.
It was one game. We'll see if it turns into more as we get into the draft of game 2. It's long ways to go in a best of 5 between BLG and WE. Our first and last place team in Group Ascend. BLG with first selection actually end up going for first pick, where WE end up opting towards a blue side. You wonder, something like that Nocturne could pop up again, something that Monkey could use to get active. It's actually WE that takes that champion away this time around.
It's been one of their most bans just across the season. It gained a little bit of kind of power towards the end of the season, but W just don't want to play the Nocturne. I don't think it's going to be realistic for them here, and mostly just want to get rid of that for Shun, even though I think it's a champion that we've actually seen him kind of struggle on historically. I remember some of those Nocturne JDG Shun days. So we are seeing Jarvan, which Jarvan makes sense to me as to why we're seeing it banned so early, but I think the fact that we've seen champions like Pantheon kind of fall to the wayside in jungle is a little disappointing to me, especially because it has been the most played for Shun so far this split this year. So we'll be seeing what their first pick is going to be. A lot of options from jungle still, but there's a lot of blind mids. I mean, Ryze made it through this draft and wasn't banned.
I was going to say the Lee Sin certainly has been rising in priority. Shun hasn't played it this split, but it's a 21-9 record on it overall throughout his career. Monkey certainly can play it as well, so a takeaway from him. And it's going to be the Blind Monk locked in first for BLG.
He does have one game. Shun does have one game of Lee Sin,
okay.
But it was,
I did my numbers wrong. My bad.
Yeah. I think it's fine. I don't know if it's first pick blind worthy, and look, if you're a WE fan, you and I as WE fans right now, we're locked in, we're saying, good, Monkey cannot play this champion anymore. We don't have to potentially get terrorized by this happening. And now we're getting a blind Ryze. I think just 2 picks alone, I'm already kind of happy. I'm happy. We're getting Xin Zhao maybe. And we can still pair this up with like Lulu or another Enchantress.
Pretty good start for WE. I was going to say maybe the Trundle comes out, but it seems like there could be other opportunities for that in the future. One thing for WE, they win a lot on the champions that they are very comfortable on. Things like the Akali that are now banned away, the Ezreal that was played, the Rumble for somebody like Cube. As we get later into Fearless, you have to wonder how that will start to affect picks and bans. They really are going to want to make sure they get their priority picks. Speaking of priority picks, that's a Jace for Bin and an undefeated 5-0 Annie for Knight.
Okay, what is the top lane champ going into this? I mean, you're not going to have the Scion anymore thanks to Fearless. Kassante's been a lot weaker, and we'll see if Cube can hold his own there. As a Ryze, though, I gotta say here, Grapes, you got a lot of good ways of being able to play this game. You're going to be having Rod of Ages. Depending on what rune he goes, you can actually battle with Annie in the early game, and then you can play the side lanes, and as Jace, you do not want people going into your lane that are not your strict lane opponents. You do not want junglers being up there. So we're getting an Ornn. We're going to play to late game, and I think that's a risky gamble from WE going up against BLG.
You know, you're happy to see Monkey not on Lee Sin. I'm happy to see Cube not on Jace, personally.
Okay,
He has had a rough go of things on that champion. 0-5 this split. W have had rough goes of everything, but this is also a very good champion for Bin this season as well. He's been playing a lot of it here in Split 2 specifically as we head into that second phase of bans. Bottom lane still left to be selected for both squads, so we're going to see that AD carry pool pinched a bit. Caitlyn,
Lucian, seeing so much priority just being, hey, you have to win the early laning phase. Corki starts to become an option. Misfortune has started to creep back up as we've seen champions like Yunara get sent back into the Shadow Realm. And Seraphine has taken quite a few nerfs, but I still think an Ashe Seraphine here for WE would do well. On the flip side, I think it does kind of answer some of the problems that this BLG comp will have later on, but lack of damage, I would be a little bit worried here, so BLG are going to need to have something that's a bit consistent coming in the bottom lane for Viper.
A lot of picks still available despite already having these pools banned away. Viper, things like the Corki, things like the Caitlyn, things that he could be very comfortable on, no longer available. That, alongside the Ezreal and the Sivir, which were picked in the first game, some of his most played champions this season, so I have to dig a little bit deeper here, as this is a conversation you were having on the podcast actually last week, Alec. The Seraphine for Arha has not been a very comfortable thing, but if you compare that alongside an Ashe, this is a very scary WE composition.
This is the first time we had seen Ashe Seraphine for WE was in that best of 5 versus LNG, and now I think WE are kind of throwing the question over to BLG. What are you going to do? Are you going to try to pick the Seraphine? If you want to pick Emilio lane, well, we already got rid of the Lucian. Honestly, this might just be a Xayah or Khan game. I think it's the only way that's going to kind of introduce a way for Viper to deal with some of the champions here from WE and still give Viper on a 2v2 that can fight early on, even if it is just a Seraphine answer. Seraphine instead going to be taken away. I gotta say, Grapes, I don't like this here for BLG. I think they're in a really, really weird spot right now with what their damage profile looks. They want to be really burst heavy, but they also don't have the consistent damage to be able to match here. So I don't know. I'm worried.
Ooh. A lot of different opportunities for interesting pickups here for BLG. The MF would really accentuate some of the team fighting power that this BLG team already possesses, and that's going to be the lock-in. It's a very squishy team comp, all things considered, though, for Billy Gaming, I should say. WE have a lot of opportunities to just absolutely melt this team come later game fights.
No Braum, right? Like, no Braum going into Ornn, into Ashe. Someone to just block these things. I look at something like an Ashe ultimate, and who on BLG can you point to that is going to reasonably block this summoner, or this ultimate coming in from the champion from WE? I don't know. And then who else is going to be able to stand in front versus a thing like Xin Zhao? Like, is it going to have to just be Lee Sin kicks them away? This is a risky composition coming in from BLG. They need to win through the early game. I think Misfortune Seraphine can help do that. They need to play with this mid-jungle 2v2. And they need to find ways of being able to stop cars from roaming around the map, because that could be a big problem coming in this game.
And just like we said in game number 1, Xun on the Lee Sin cannot just be a farming jungler through the first 15 minutes. He has to be on the map even more so than in game number 1, given the way the rest of his composition functions, impacting some of these lanes, trying to get somebody like Cube or Kara's far behind against some of the best solo laners that we have in the LPL and perhaps the world. A lot on this jungler's shoulders as his team is now down 1-0 in this best of 5 series to kick off the playoffs. BLG have not lost the best of 5 in the LPL since 2025 Split 2. It's been 8 straight, looking to make it a 9th, but they're already on a back foot against Team WE.
And with a very risky composition here, this is again a composition from BLG that needs to get rolling early. You do not want to go into a 35-minute game versus Ornn, Ryze, Ashe. You will just lose on the spot in 90% of scenarios. So, damn, I did not think we would be getting really confident here for WE going into game number 2, not only with a game win, but with a draft where the game just gets easier and easier as it keeps going.
Well, was it beginner's luck? Or will this be another incredible upset in the LPL playoffs? It's game 2 of WE and BLG. And already we get some early fighting. Level 1, Monkey having to flash away. 100 HP ward into the bush. Gonna make sure that a kill goes over. And the level 1 play for WE gets punished massively. That is first blood for Knight.
Why are we level 1ing into this team? I mean, Chase has 2 abilities. Xun basically has 2 with his Sonic Wave. That is not the level 1 that we want to be having there. They were trying to get vision. WE get their hand caught in the cookie jar. And a first kill going over tonight, that kind of feels like the game plan every time we talk about BLG.
I think that WE had the same game plan as we had for them entering this series, which is to try to invade early, and I think BLG, they knew what was going on. They knew that on blue side, they were going to try to have their Raptors invaded. They were perfectly prepared for that situation. Knight ends up getting a big stun, and then the rest was history. Not going to be the end of the world for Monkey in terms of his clear, just slightly delayed compared to Xun, and they are pathing towards opposite sides of the map at this point.
We've seen this consistently for Monkey, where he just goes for Raptors, red, and then goes for Krugs, but then just takes a recall. It just means that you get to come back out on the map for Scuttle with an extra longsword that the Lee Sin wouldn't have. And another thing we didn't touch upon of draft is that thanks to WE having this Ashe, they're going to have perfect information in BLG's jungle, which could be one of the silent killers of this game. If this game does end up going in their favor, I think part of it is going to be that they've had essentially perfect information on their opponents.
Yeah, and if Shun can't, have the element of surprise, it makes those early ganks much more difficult, and those early ganks are what BLG's composition needs to succeed. Of course, first play ends up working for them, but still a lot more to be done. BLG want to equalize this series. Take a look at some of these win records. There's that 5-0 for Knight on this Annie. His most played champion, actually, here in Split 2, and he hadn't lost a game on it.
Good for him, man. And it's, what's surprising is that Annie is not like the carry champion. She is the supportive mid laner. She is very similarly in the vein of a champion like Galio, except maybe just less aggressive, or more aggressive. Shun is here, I think they're dead.
Some very aggressive clicks here by the WE80 carry. Shun does not land the Sonic Wave, but still has a lot of damage. There's the beat drop onto Arha and a kill going over to Viper, as BLG's bottom lane also gets involved in the action.
Double tap on the beat drop is just an instant kill. Arha didn't even use his flash there. Got double summoners. I think About is dead, though. You needed a recall, brother. Yeah,
some greedy play here for this Ashe. Lulu might not work out. There's the early plays that we were looking for BLG. Shun gets himself a kill.
Punished. About, we need to just channel the recall immediately. I know it's going to suck. You're going to miss out on that wave, but now you've given over 300 gold to BLG. On top of your support dying, you're still going to miss the wave anyway.
You're looking for an answer. On to Knight, chunks into the half HP, gets under the turret, but in goes Shun once again. Karis gets the trade, but it'll be a 2-for-1. And this is not looking like game number 1. It's 5-1 already for BLG.
2,000 gold here for BLG. We need to keep up the pace of this game. It's not a great spot for Knight to be in. Yes, he's still 400 gold up. Yes, that kill goes over to Shun on his Lee Sin, who, by the way, 2-0-3. Looking like last game for Monkey on his Nefiri. But and Knight just TP'd back, so he's in a bit of a tough spot, and it's going to get harder as Karis continues to get more and more items. So these are very tight windows that we wanted to see BLG play on, and they are succeeding right now.
It was definitely a telegraph play for Monkey, but a play that needed to be made, and WE looks like they have to try to push the pace to equalize a little bit in the gold department. They're going to wait for an entire wave to crash in, but it is Shun on the other side of the map, so a 4v2 regardless, unless we see a teleport come in early for Bin. Already a cleanse popped by Viper, but they clear out the wave nicely and won't be able to go for the dive.
I think Karis might be a little bit kind of screwed for this play now, because he has to walk through mid. How are they going to get through? They're going to send their entire 4-man squad to try to escort all of their members back into mid-wave. Karis showed on the wave. Good job from Viper and On to clear the minions to make sure that that dive never comes through.
Yeah, and that's just very good preventative play for a bot lane that has been kind of on the weak side throughout this season, despite them being some of the best players in the league. And you take a look at some of Viper's stats, right? He is definitely not one who gets the most attention on BLG, but he still leads the league in DPM. That kind of just goes to show the kind of player that he is and what BLG feel about the confidence to just leave him on an island and have him succeed throughout this regular season.
What else can we see here from BLG? Now, the gold is just continuing to compile here, especially this mid-jungle. Knight is just getting more farm against this Ryze. Maybe I misunderstood how this matchup should go. I mean, technically Annie has longer range spells than Ryze does, but I just really appreciate the fact that this champion's scale. There's the flash from Bin. Makes sense when you're playing the Ornn.
Not too bad. You burn Bin's flash, but now your bot lane's going to have to pay with Monkey being on vision. Shun already is level 6. He's going to try to cook Arha into the wall. Doesn't be able to do that, but he will still get the kill. Viper has to flash away, but it's still a 4v1 for About. Shun lands the Sonic Wave, is looking for the Resonating Strike, eventually going to land it onto the Ashe, and she will go down. Kill going over to On the Seraphine. Another very successful dive for Billy Gaming.
Yeah, and I gotta question Karis here. Why are we not looking for a Realm Warp to get back into this lane a little bit faster? Especially if you're gonna rotate. Annie got to this before you did, and you both had ultimates up. So, a big mistake, I think, from WE's mid lane. They got the flash out from Bin, but now Shun up a 1,200 gold. He's likely to finish his Sundered Sky on this back now. And I think BLG are very firmly in control and can continue to dictate this game with the big leads that they're starting to accrue here.
This is more of the 1 seed versus the 8 seed that we were expecting all going into this series.
Oh,
BLG, from minute 1, have had their hand in this game. 3,500 gold lead, and we haven't even had the grub spawn yet. Already some some lane rotations for both squads, as WE are trying to get About and Arha into a place of safety, but Viper and On aren't letting them have it.
Got to keep up the pace. That's what we needed to see coming in from BLG. They're a composition that does a lot of damage early, likes to be in their face, has a lot of playmaking. On's almost level 6, which I think is really dangerous. Monkey, I don't know if we're allowed to do this.
Lands onto On. He still has his flash, though, going to use it to try to escape. Monkey still on the hunt, though. Has a lot of ability to kind of gap close, but look at Knight waiting in the wings, looking to try to land an ultimate into Monkey. Knows his only path is forward. Lands the kill onto On, but it will be a trade as the jungler for WE falls, and Arha's running the wrong way into the Dragon Pit to try to allow for the rest of his team to survive, but that might not even happen, I should say. Cars is down to 200 HP. Arha going to eventually get chased down by Viper. He lands a double shot, and Knight's on the way to finish the job.
Probably just going to give this over to our mid laner. Good guy Viper. Good guy Viper.
It's a good delay.
Yeah. Yeah.
There it is.
Arha probably should have just died a long time ago. It's going to really kind of screw over the reset timers of the support. Also, Grapes, do you see a big lead that is not in gold? Do you notice what I'm seeing here? Look at. So I'll just draw our attention here.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at the XP difference in some of these lanes right now. Specifically, support. On's about to have his ultimate. Arha is nowhere near getting this, and he's walking mid. He's not getting his quest done any faster. He's not going to get anything in this mid lane either. On's going to have ultimate, and I mean, it looks like for now we're not going to have a fight that makes that super impactful, but now On can just roam into the river, and they can always have priority to at least look for a fight if once Shun finishes these topside camps.
Now, the one thing going for WE, they're able to get the grubs because BLG was focused on securing the Infernal Drake. More of a preventative measure, if anything, though. They're not going to be hitting turrets anytime soon. It's more to make sure that BLG don't take down their own. At this point, 4,000 gold. As we approach the 10-minute mark of this game, WE, they have the scaling comp alk. They're going to have to scale very, very far into this game.
So, I didn't do this during the draft, so we'll kind of set the parameters here now. At 20 minutes, if WE are down 5,000 gold and 3 dragons, I think that is where we kind of say, like, okay, high likelihood that they're going to lose this game. BLG need to continue to pick up dragons and make sure that we never kind of get to that late game fantasy. We're at 10 minutes, we're already almost at 5,000, and they got themselves a dragon. I think we're on pace right now to continue this domination, and even with some of these ultimate buttons up, I personally have not been super convinced with how WE have played this game too.
You know, oftentimes we talk about teams maybe being a little bit more risky to play the, harder to execute composition, one that needs to thrive in the early game. But when you're the best team in the league, maybe it's a little bit easier to make that call, and that's what BLG made for themselves so far, working out very well. Keep their foot on the gas pedal, though. They are no strangers to doing that, however, as we know that they are the best team in the LPL, and the LPL has Crazy as their game. And they're looking to try to continue that pace here.
One of those players is going to have to be Karis, who is still not anywhere near this Rod of Ages. I wonder where he's out in terms of gold.
Ooh. Double ultimate. Forces the flash. Enchanted Crystalero dodged away from by both of the bottom laners, but Monkey's still going, knowing that On doesn't have flash. Crescent Guard has been popped. When becomes lightning does not connect, but they will still be able to take down the Seraphine. And Monkey's diving on the tower again. Viper will go down. It's another kill, a big shutdown over to About. And WE get a little bit back in the bottom side.
They're trying to take some more turret plates. Lee Sin is in the area. It's a good trade. 2 for 1. Get plates on bottom side. I think Cube is completely fine with just trying to go even in this matchup. So now just finished his top lane. Oh, wait a minute. That's Bin and Knight.
Want to try to make something happen down here. Sonic Wave resonating strikes. He lands onto Arha. He uses the Wild Growth to try to delay the inevitable. The chase still continuing, though, for BLG. Arha dodges away from another Q. Actually will escape with his life.
Big wins there for WE. Getting those 2 kills important for trying to make this game a little bit more tenable to play. They also finished off some big quests there. Top lane, most importantly here for Cube. They do have an ultimate. No one's getting spotted on this control ward.
Here comes that Realm Warp. Karis looking to try to enter the fray alongside Arha. 4v1 on to Bin, and the Jace not going to be able to win that one. Karis getting a kill. That's 3 straight for WE.
And look, the Dragon timer's in a minute and a half here. They're going to try and get gold. Who does this go to? Is it going to be for the Rise or for the Ornn? Looks like they're going to teleport the Ornn away to make sure he catches mid. These are good answers from WE, making sure that we're playing to sides now that Rise has his ultimate. BLG are going to continue to keep up the pace, though. They'll grab some more turret plates. Again, a lot of this gold has gone over tonight, but getting those kills, incredibly important for WE.
Might not look like much, but being able to claim first turret, get some big shutdowns, have about at 2-2 instead of 0-2, really going to help this scaling dream that WE had when they locked in this champions, or this pool of 5 champions for themselves. Get to the 30-minute mark and have the team fights go their way. And they're on pace right now. It was a 4,000 gold lead, 2.5, 3 minutes later.
We're making progress. We're making progress as WE, but we'll see. We'll see if that continues to be the case here. I mean, we're going to be having a couple of really important items coming up soon. And Knight has no TP. Is he going to really be in time for this next dragon? Spawns in a few seconds here. He's going to have to leave now if he wants to be relevant.
Karis does have that TP, so he'd be more than comfortable to kind of just sit here with Knight for as long as he can. There goes some trades. Looks like the Knight going to use Tibbers to disincentivize Karis from going for a fight, but he doesn't care about that so far. Lands another Incinerate with a flash, and meanwhile in the mid lane, we're going for another scrap. In goes Cube with the Call of the Forge God, ends up knocking up just on, and the Encore goes wide. And WE now have priority in the mid lane and can go for the dragon themselves.
There, yeah, that's a big win for them. And with Knight not grabbing the kill on top side onto Karis, I'm getting worried here, Graves. Some of those early leads are starting to fall. The last bastion for me to really feel like this game has started to shift in favor of WE outside of a massive teamfight win is them getting this gold bounty off of Shun. If this gold gets taken away and they're able to grab that gold, I think suddenly the game is in jeopardy for BLG, and we start to look at WE as the favors here, at least for the time being.
Rift Herald spawning in 10, so W is going to know where BLG is and where that shutdown can be collected. Speaking of, in they go immediately onto Shun, who kicks Monkey away and chunks him down to half HP. BLG have gotten to the fight first, and the Make It Rain is slowing about down. Going to get 1v1 by Viper, and in goes Shun into a 1v2. Pops the Crescent Guard for Monkey. Bullet time comes out, not going to finish off a kill. In goes the stun, and Monkey will drop. Knight gets the kill, tower claimed mid, and BLG regain control of Summoner's Rift.
Great job. Great job. Get gold into your pockets. So this is what this team wants to do with this composition. Make sure that you're getting gold, skip power spikes, make sure that you're stronger than your opponent, because just the raw utility of some of these champs from WE is going to outlast and outdo what their opponents can do. So they get those kills, they get the turret on bottom side, or on the top side, yeah, in the mid lane, and then you also get the Herald, which is going to be really important coming up for this dragon. And for WE, they're just split up, right? Karis and Monkey going for this play. The fact that on Liz for this long is incredible, but look at where all the damage is. About is on one side of this fight getting 1v1 by Viper. Arha has to split his focus. He would much rather just be sitting on top of Monkey if he can help it, but because they can't try to focus one side, BLG split apart this fight, and that's exactly why they win it.
The dragon goes to WE. They'll delay the soul, but BLG now have Shelly and can use it to try to break open one of these towers, either mid or in the side lanes that each have one plate remaining. Fighting around the bottom river now. Dragon to claim, but perhaps a fight to be had. Call the Forge God comes out again. Lands on the both of the bottom laners. On's going to be the first target, and Viper's the second. A 2-0 immediately for WE. Searing charge of the wall. They found Shun, but a 2-man Tibbers is going to delay things for now. Bin goes to the skies, takes down a bout, will eventually go down to Monkey with the Wild Growth on top of him, and they're able to get another kill, but it's a 3v3 now. Crescent Guard has been popped. Shun still alive, not going to go down. The Conqueror has been procced, and Knight is popping off, gets himself a double kill. Monkey will go down next. A triple for the LPL MVP, and BLG turn around the fight and get an ace.
Him and Tibbers wipe this fight completely for BLG. And what was supposed to look like WE maybe trying to fight back, maybe looking competitive as we get closer to the third dragon of the game, it goes completely in BLG's favor. The Herald spawn there from Shun coming in as a battle bus for his team. Big swing in terms of the gold lead here. And as we get back into this fight on the replay, this flank from Knight, no one spotted him coming in. Just the action, there's too much fighting going on. This ult from Cube is perfect, and honestly, the rest of this, the first half of this fight is perfect, I think, for WE. But once Knight gets into this spot, it's just beautiful. Two-man stun, Bin comes over top, they get rid of the Ash, that's one. And then this, look at this Herald from Shun. It kills Karis, and it almost basically kills Arha as well.
And that's a 2v2. Shun just doesn't die somehow, and now we got more fighting in the top side. Karis not long for this world. Knight is now 8-1 in this game, playing his signature anti-pick that has brought him so much success in the regular season, bringing him even more in the playoffs.
And continue to siege here, continue to take away jungle camps from WE. About a minute away from Dragon here. I don't think Soul, again, is going to be a big portion of this game. But the fact that we are seeing an ultra-competitive BLG just continue to steamroll them in the early game. On!
Front of their plate, On finds a big encore, and Viper separated, but it's not gonna matter. Monkey taken very low. Shock Blast plus the double shot gives the ADC for BLG a double. They're gonna take down this turret and even look for more. Karis back from the death realm, but might be ending right back into the grave. Cube lands a searing charge, able to get one more, but Shun, unstoppable, going to end up getting another couple of kills, and him and Knight running the rift here in game 2.
Holy crap, let's go Knight! Flash under that turret, kill that Ash! Let's go ahead and start to siege onto an inhibitor turret here. Grapes, I gotta say, that is the fight that I feel kind of ends the game here in favor of BLG. We're 30 seconds away from 20 minutes, and we'll kind of revisit the win condition I gave for them. I think being almost 10,000 gold up is definitely going to put them in the driver's seat. And look, we didn't get any of the dragons I wanted to see, but I think a 10,000 gold really makes up for some of that deficit in the objectives.
Yeah, it cancels out. I think we could say that for sure. Look at this ulti from On. What an angle.
Dude! Flash ult onto 3 members. The only way it could have been better is if Cube had not interrupted Viper's ultimate. The bullet time on top would have just been cherry as well, and then you just kind of put in WE to bed at this point.
Just superb team fighting for Billy Gaming. They like to play these chaotic skirmishes in the mid game. That's what their composition likes to do, and no doubt it has worked out for them. There's that check mark of the 20-minute mark. Can BLG are in a good spot.
Yeah, that's I would say so. I had my doubts, man. I had my doubts about Shun Lee Sin, but he's really showing up on this one. Does help that he did get the first blood and then proceeded to get more kills throughout the game. So, looking good on the pick. We wanted to see them run an early game, and BLG did exactly that. Congratulations. You passed.
Now this is going to be the big question here. They 5-man dive Bin. They take him down. And it's 20 minutes into the game. Looks like they're going to just take this turret and not look for a Baron flip. Might have been BLG's only angle into this game. It looks like they're going to try to still play the long con here. Going for this tower, taking a tier 2 as BLG answers in the bottom lane.
They got 3 grubs. I'm not sure if I really like this. That was also an objective bounty going over. If WE get 2 objective bounties, feeling really good.
And On our in, searing charge lands onto the Lee Sin, Crescent Guard as well. They're trying to dive, but the turret is doing a lot of work already. Cube has to flash away, but the turret shot nearly takes him down. 3v3 as Knight is looking to chase down the rest of Team WE. Shun jumps over again, able to get one before eventually giving over a big shutdown to a bout. It's the gold swinging back into WE's favor, but BLG makes sure it's not a wipe.
Oh, Cube is dead. Cube is dead. Hunt him down, Viper. The rest of the team, they want this.
There's no turret here for Team WE, so it looks like BLG can continue to chase, but a nice Realm Orb gets them away. Karis ends up saving the day here.
Great. So when we came into the series, there was a lot of talk about BLG and how well they would perform, how dominant this team is going to be. If this WE team gets dropped in the lower bracket, I'm afraid for the other teams down there. I'm afraid for EDG. Like,
Yeah.
This WE team came to play in the postseason. Their play-ins and now, between the two of these two best of fives, I'm ready to see this team continue to climb.
It's just Split 2, man. That's what WE do. Last year, top 4. This year, maybe more. I mean, right now, the way they're playing, they took down LNG, who is perceived by many to be the top team out of Group Nirvana, and the other Group Nirvana teams ended up getting out. So, if you think about how they were able to perform against that team specifically, certainly a lot to fear for Team WE's opponents. Go through the lower bracket. Kars looking to face check a bush. Gets hit by that beat drop, but here comes the enchantment for Valero. It lands onto On. Polymorph in, and about already gets a kill. But a big insect comes through from Shun. Able to knock Arha back into his AD carry, but a teleport comes in from Bin. He flashes over the steering charge, looking to finish off a little bit more damage, but Shun gets his jump canceled. It's about to knock about a 2. WE are finding a fight. They've already got 3, and they still have 5 strong. On to Bin they go. Wind becomes lightning, and Bin becomes toast, and only Knight remains as WE win another miracle fight.
Did they just mess around and find out? Grapes, don't tell me that there's a chance for WE to come back here in this game. They are starting to hit some of those power spikes here. We're getting those masterwork items started to give out by Cube on this Ornn. That is a Seraph's and a Rod of Ages already done here for WE. On gets caught. They're trying to poke out Karis, but an Ashe ultimate, and just the damage is not all quite there. I mean, where is the bullet time here from Viper? It's not up because they use it on that topside play. A misorganization of some of the timers here from BLG, and a great punishment from BLG or from WE. Cube on this Ornn, man. This might be the top lane champion of the patch right now. Between him playing this, and then we got to see that Hoya game in the play-ins. I'm really starting to believe in the Ornn tech here, and the Unsealed Spellbook as well, giving him even more value. The WE coach, man, exactly. You need that hype right now.
It's not over just yet. Encore lands onto 2 members and combined with the bullet time. Arha immediately goes down. Shun going to go immediately far forward. Gets knocked up in the searing charge and gets taken down by about again. On the next target, but in goes Bin. Knight has Tibbers unlocked and Viper still untouched in the backline. Cube using the Realm Warp to try to escape, but it's 3 more kills into the hands of BLG. Solo laners for WE on the defensive. It should be the Dragon spawning in a minute. Shock Blast not going to find Cube, but Knight is still chasing him down. Not going to find a kill.
Should be an inhibitor turret going down. BLG completely piss away what was supposed to be a 10,000 gold lead here in this game. And thanks to WE picking up that dragon, there's no soul here in 30 seconds. It's merely getting them to the 3rd dragon on their side. They're just getting more and more items. Now it is all about, can we get the gold into the right spots here? Rise is trying to get a little bit more gold so that he can finish this actualizer. And Hellgrapes, if they get that, I really feel like WE could start hunting down some champs here. And they try to find Knight. Ooh.
Call of the Forge God lands onto Knight. The knockup is pure, but Knight ended up generating enough space underneath the tier 1 in mid to make sure he doesn't go down. Dragon has spawned. BLG look like they want to contest this, but Baron buff's
look where Monkey is
for WE for the next minute.
They have Baron right now. I mean, yeah, we could just hit on this mid wave. Monkey was doing his blue buff, and now he's going to go for Raptors. I don't think they want to fight for Dragon. They want to get more gold right now. They want to fight for turrets.
Knight has a big flank from the bottom side river, and WE know nothing about it. Onto the tier 1 turret
now. He's spotted now.
Again, Knight has been spotted, so WE know they have to retreat sooner rather than later. Volcanic goes through from Cube. In goes Monkey once again. Nothing connecting on the Encore. Means that BLG have a big tool no longer at their disposal.
Jesus Christ, BLG, do not give me a heart attack now. Dude, look, everyone doubted. Everyone's been doubting, myself included. Knight has a flash here, and he has the rocket belt. The extended amount of range that he will have to be able to access. But now BLG are split. Shun is hitting the dragon right now, and the rest of BLG are surrounding their blue side jungle. So we're continuing to see WE are taking really smart spots to try to fight. It's a 4,000 gold lead right now, but if they get this turret, you start to cut into that.
Arrow onto Viper, immediately pops the cleanse, but that means On doesn't have it for himself. Goes away, still surviving, and in goes Knight. Lands the Incinerate onto Cube, takes him down to 60%. When becomes lightning, does not connect onto Viper, and so he will survive. Shun still waiting, has not taken the dragon yet because he's just waiting for an opportunity to find a flank. Sonic Wave doesn't connect, and BLG will retreat towards the dragon, but mid lane still belongs to WE.
BLG are losing gold right now. It's been 3 mid waves that they've had 4 people sitting here. None of their side waves in position. Bot lane starting to push in terms of WE. They're just going to ignore this. WE, we have Relborp. What are we looking for? Are we going to go mid? They're playing really far up against this inhibitor. Oh, nice. He's going to find About.
It's going to find About walking straight
About,
into
no!
his own demise. One-shotted with the Tibbers. And that's kill number 12 for the LPL MVP. Q blast cones away. It's Dragon plus About here for BLG.
Why is he walking there? I don't know if he has Hawkshot. I don't really care if he doesn't have Hawkshot. He should just not be walking into the Raptor pit. They have no vision. They know that BLG have control of that side of the map. That is just, unfortunately, some rookie mistakes coming in for About in his Tier 1 debut this year into the LPL. Big mistake for them. It does mean that BLG still are going to grab that dragon, but what else are we looking for?
Landing. Realmorp in for Karis, but it's a solo journey. Could end up being his demise. Shun kicks him away, but it's still going to be Karis with the Actualizer nearly taken down on. One more Essence Flux should do it, but he's not able to get into range. So it's the kill just going over to Viper. Cube going to be targeted as Bin knocks him back into his team. Stun lands onto him. He's able to get McHale's. In goes the bullet time. Ara gets burned down. It's a double kill in for Viper. And Shun's looking to finish off this game. Jumps in with a searing charge. So it's going to be Cube dashing away, but Bin's able to get it with a shock blast. Another team fight win over for BLG. It's scrappy. It's messy, but they're still ahead 6K.
And they've got another mid-wave to play for. That inhibitor for WE does not respawn until a minute. Does BLG feel confident with just Monkey and About to end the game? No, they're going to take their resets. They're going to try to play this the old-fashioned way with a Baron up in 40 seconds. Why? Why, Graves, have we seen this game go from a 10,000 lead to a 4,000 lead, back now here to 6,000? BLG are just trying to find any way possible to really make this a nail-biter.
They're playing this like a solo queue game, and I fully respect it here, especially for WE, who know that they are outmatched in terms of their hands, in terms of their reputation, in terms of their legacies against the might of BLG international champions. And they are just making things as chaotic as possible and knowing that they scale into the late game. We're seeing Ornn upgraded items already onto Monkey, probably another one this time onto About. Even more power available for Team WE with Baron now back on the map.
How can they get back in? I love you, Durexad, but you gotta go away, brother. I need to see the summoner spells right now. Thank you. Okay. Bin and Knight not having flash, I think does favor WE. You have the Ashe ultimate, you have the Ornn ultimate. We've seen it time and time again. We called out from it from draft. These tools make it hard for BLG to walk up and not get immediately stunned. Thankfully, On does have access to the McHale, so can cleanse one of these targets here. But anytime there's a pick, anytime one of these members from BLG show On vision without their summoner spells, they have to keep that in the back of their mind here. And we've seen WE consistently pounce with it.
Got 24 stacks in the Medjay Soul Stealer, though, for Knight. So if anybody gets into his range, even though he doesn't have the flash, they will die. He is very strong right now, working towards a Void Staff. Last item actually just picks it up as he's level 16 with a rank 3 Tibbers. 4,000 gold ahead of Karis as we will continue to play this dance around the Baron until the Dragon spawns in a minute 40.
Jesus Christ, man. He's 12-1-11 on this champion. He's 23 KDA.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good at this game.
Yeah! I would say that Knight is a very good player. That is a... I would not say that's an understatement.
We were talking about it basically the entire pre-show. As this was the day that he got crowned MVP. Looking to try to live up to that name and that reputation here. Shun has to safeguard away from an enchanted crystal arrow. That could have been disaster if he got hit by that ability from About.
We are playing we're just playing Nayram, baby. I love it. We took this is how you put the LPL English into the LPL right now, okay? We're putting the English into LPL. We're just playing North American ARAMs in the mid lane. No side lanes. The only person that's actually been tending to top and bottom lane has been Knight. He'll take a wave on top. He'll go down to bot side. He'll get his blue buff. He's at least trying to play some of the map here, but very tough. Now we're moving in. This is kind of for the soul in 35 seconds here. BLG get a Mountain Soul, I think it does assuage some of the issues we had with this composition in terms of just being able to tank up what is a 3-item rise and now a 4-item masterwork coming in from About.
Remember what we said, Alk? You don't want to see you don't want to see WE at 35 minutes. Well, we're 3 minutes away from that, and if they can get this dragon, we will certainly get to that moment. Monkey found his moment. He goes on to On with the 3 talent strike. Call the Forge God lands on the Seraphine as well, and On is nearly down. He will still live throughout all the healing, able to escape with 300 HP, and Monkey is taken down. And here comes Knight. Goes with Tibbers onto Karis. Shun jumps forward as well, and BLG now have a numbers advantage with the dragon about to spawn. Shun flashes away, burning down from the death stance, and Karis will be able to get the kill. Enchanted Solero and lands onto Knight. The health bars definitely not on WE's side, but they're at least able to equalize things in the kill front.
Neither jungler is here. About is low. Cube is low. This should just be Soul going over to BLG.
Teleport coming back in for Bin. He will have the upgrade and the shield, and WE are in between a rock and a hard place, and that rock's name is Bin. Teleport coming in once again, this time for Karis, but he's going to get checked out by Viper here. About 400 HP. Will be very easy to take down with just one ability, so Karis knows his only way to go is forward onto Bin. To the skies he goes. Chunks Bin down to 40%. And About it goes for a double kill. Takes advantage of the wild growth and pops off in the bottom lane. It's a triple kill for the Ashe, and WE once again win a fight.
And Shun is still dead for another 7 seconds. This could be WE picking up the dragon. Look, what a crazy game number 2. WE already came in with a knockout punch in game 1. Do not tell me we are going to see WE move up to 2-0 here in this score. I will not believe you. We are 33 minutes in, Grapes, and we have 56 kills here in the second game of playoffs for BLG.
He's awaiting in the fog of war, hiding in a brush, maybe trying to find a steal, but it will not happen. Soul denied for another 5 minutes. And WE's late game fantasy is starting to come true.
Dude, I'm starting to get antsy. My hands are starting to tingle. That might be because I haven't eaten in a few hours, but this is good. This is great. This is exactly what the playoffs were supposed to be. WE are coming to play up against BLG. An inhibitor does fall, and it is the mid again. So small wins here. BLG are still up 6,000 gold, but we are starting to get to the point here, Grapes, where that matters less and less.
I need to see how About won that fight. I was not expecting him to be able to turn that around.
That brother flash forward.
Holy moly, this guy is strong at this moment in the game. 5 completed items, an Orin upgraded Infinity Edge, and a Guardian Angel to boot, even if he ends up getting taken down. About has turned into that win condition for Team WE, as they will once again battle around the mid lane. Baron available, but not taken just yet, as WE looking to try to take down this tier 2.
They can't do anything. Remember, Bin has no flash. Knight has to be able to use his if he wants to, but just consistently, the through line between this game and the last is that on these enchanters has just been getting caught out. The enemy team is just using him as a punching bag to say, hey, we're going to jump on top of you. You cannot peel for yourself. You're not an Alistar. You're not a Rel or a Nautilus. We're just going to make sure that we can punish. I think Knight is doing such a good job of playing off of vision, because the thing that I usually harp on when playing against Annie is that insides, she's incredibly weak. You can hunt her down, turn her into a sack of gold sitting on sides, and then you can move on from there. When she's not showing, you don't have the ability to attack right now. Kars showing on bottom side, he does not have teleport. This could be a win for BLG. They just need to look for it.
He has the Realm Orb available, but yeah, it's not going to be in range just yet. He had to clear that wave, or else that inhibitor turret could have been in danger. So now WE losing control of the top side river. BLG taking the advantage, but WE will instead use this opportunity to push down the mid lane once again. The super minions seemingly not mattering at this point. The teleport comes forward from Knight, looking for a deep play. Shun on the hunt, but WE sniff it out and end up backing away. At least for now, Monkey will face check the Lee Sin at this point. Can win out on an individual duel, knocking him up and forcing him to dash away.
Okay, low-key, I don't have any Night Glaze for that one. I just think that teleport kind of sucked.
It worked if they were going to keep going for the tier 3, but you could see that the teleport was coming in, so WE definitely knew it was up, so they backed out.
I don't know. I think it's tough. Either way, that's a win for WE. You just got a summoner spell out from Knight. He won't be able to match in terms of priority. Karis will have his teleport coming up soon. And guess what? There's still items being built here. Grapes, there are tons of Ornn items. He's getting access to Summoner Spellbook. Baron's going to get started. Bin's going to have to TP in, and they have no vision of this. WA don't know anything's going on here.
It's going to be too late, even if they do. Teleport comes in for Bin. It'll be 5v5. But it's just the Baron taken for free. BLG still up in gold. They're going to add to it with the take of the Nash.
The Baron will help them end the game if they win this fight. But I love this Scuttle. One of the best additions, I think, to the season. This Rift Scuttle giving you vision around an area. BLG are going to have to walk in blind. I think they would have seen the Ashe there.
Arrow
It lands!
Lands onto On. Call the fourth god immediately coming out, knocking up 2. Bullet time though.
Oh my
It's
God,
huge
Viper!
alongside the Encore. And it's going to be Aura and Cube deleted. Bin and Viper have found their moment in the mid lane. It's a double kill in for the MF, and Car is not long for this world either. It's an ace picked up for BLG, and they'll win the decisive team fight at 38 minutes.
Are you telling me I waited 37 minutes for that? Is that what we're doing here, BLG? We're going to move up to 8,000. We're going to take ourselves to 1-1 in the series.
It's not been as clean as they might have hoped, but the win comes all the same. It took 38 minutes, multiple team fight losses, but the Nexus will go down. BLG even things up, and we've got a series here in our final one of the upper quarters.
72 kills in 30 minutes. Crazy, crazy stuff we are getting from our two teams here. And BLG, I think they much needed that win, because if they throw from that advantage, I don't even know what that locker room is going to sound like.
I have some ideas of what it would sound like, and none of it is good. So I'm glad that it didn't happen for one of our best teams throughout split number 2. They get a win over Team WE, and a best of 5 now becomes a best of 3, and BLG have been pretty good at those so far. A lot to unpack in that game. You thought that BLG would have been able to close things out a little bit cleaner, though.
Just taking a look at this year's stats, this is the bloodiest game all year from the LPL, so great job. I'm glad we're setting records in terms of getting 70 kills almost in a game. That was a buck wild game. What an intense bout between these two teams, and one that I was not expecting coming in from the 1st and 8th seeds of Group Ascend. Completely different trajectories, completely different series records, just represented here. 1-13, 12-2. Why is that game close between the two of them?
That's just the LPL. You never are able to predict what is about to happen. Things just end up flipping upside down all the time, and that's what happened here in this game, in this series. As it really felt like WE was ready to stage an ultimate comeback. They found a pick onto On, but targeting the Seraphine was just not enough, and Knight ends up winning that game, thankfully for him and his reputation, because if you lose on a 13-1 Annie performance, that's going to definitely spark some conversation.
So I'm looking really quickly, because now I think 70 kills is a rather high amount to get in a game. I'm looking. Yeah, we currently, out of all of the major regions, that is the bloodiest game all year. The only people that come close to us is LCP. In Split 1, they had a 66 kill game in 45 minutes. So, damn.
We said WA wanted to play chaotic. Even though they had the scaling composition, they felt that while they were so far behind, that was their only way back in, and it ended up working out. You remember those 3 crucial kills around the bottom lane simultaneously, or I guess consecutively for them. They get the bottom lane kill, they get the kill onto Bin right afterwards, and that kind of allowed them to get back into the swing of things a bit. And this was just a really entertaining game. WE never giving up, and that's kind of what we've known them for.
Yeah. Oh, they only had 62. Okay, never mind. It's not the bloodiest kill. Yeah, LCP still has that. Oh man.
one of the though.
Yeah, one of now. Doing math on stream is bad anyway. I shouldn't have done that. Damn. What an insane performance here from BLG and also from WE. I feel like if there is a way to award both teams a win, this would have been the game to do it, because WE, they fought back it here. But they were losing for the entire game. It started with a level 1. It continued on until way past level 18 for many of our players.
And you take a look at some of these replays, these fights got close. But BLG ended up just winning a couple more of these decisive ones, a large part thanks to Knight and Shun. Either of them could be the MVP. I think it'll go to Knight because of his insane KDA at the end of things, but Shun really setting the pace of how this would have gone And you have to wonder, if you're Team WE, if we just don't get first blooded at level 1, is this a different game? I think it might be.
Exactly. Like, imagine we are not down 300 gold plus 2 assists, by the way, going over to Knight and Bin. If this does not happen, so many things kind of start to fall into place. About and Arhog get to keep their flashes. Mid and top lane get to keep their summoner spells. So there's so many small things, and it kind of feels bad in a 38-minute game to say, hey, the game was basically decided within the first 2 minutes. But realistically, the like cascading, chain of events all start from them losing the level 1 and going for that invade.
Yeah. Still though, WE, their ability to just keep their mental strong and play this out does have to be, credited and maybe even just studied of how they do this, right? I mean, it feels like this has been their MO ever since Monkey has joined this team back in Split 2 of 2025. No matter how far behind they are, Monkey is always willing to look for a fight, and a lot of the time ends up winning them. He was the most useful 1-in-11 jungler I have seen in quite a while.
That's true. Yeah, I would agree with that. Look, this is the fight you're checking a look at.
Yeah, oh my god.
Yeah. MF does not have the same dueling capabilities, especially when you're even at that point. But this game, realistically, was a mid-jungle diff. Like, if there's anybody who's getting MVP in this game, I do think it's going to be one of Shun or Knight. Knight does have a 14-1 KDA, or a 14-1 spread, so likely we see that kind of go over to him. But On had a lot of amazing ultimates. That bullet time from Viper essentially wins them the fight. Just the small things. Really is the small things in the fights.
It again is what we've been talking about with the BLG bottom lane. They might not be the main story throughout 90% of the game, but it's just one crucial fight at the very end that helps their team win. I think Slayer calls him the closer for BLG because you bring out Viper as the big gun at the very end once you need the game to finally end, and that's what happened with that incredible bullet time encore combination from the MF Seraphine of Billy Gaming, who even up our series at 1-1, waiting our player of the game. I'd imagine it's Knight, and deservedly so for the play that he had.
Hey, I was pleasantly surprised with Shun on Lee Sin. He played very, very well. So, yeah, but being 14-1 and 13, having a 27 KDA is good enough. You got the funny number on KP, 30% damage share. Feels good, man.
So the 13th MVP of the season for your MVP in Knight, as he takes BLG to a 1-1 series tie against WE in the first round of the LPL playoffs. We'll see who ends up getting a match point. One of these teams will after this short break. We'll have the Game 3 draft up next. Back here for LPL English, game number 3 of BLG and Team WE. We both thought it would be a 3-0 coming in for BLG. You're defending champions in both First Stand and the LPL. But WE have made this a very competitive series. If things go a little bit differently, we could be looking at a WE 2-0 right now. But BLG end up stealing that game back from them and making this a very close series.
I feel so bad for all the folks not watching. So if you're watching us now, whether it's on Twitch or on YouTube, you're becoming a part of history. You get to tell everybody, no, it's not just that BLG went up 1-1 in the series. It was a very close game. I say close, but you're going to look at that gold graph and be like, dude, they were up like 8,000 gold on average for like a large majority. And that's fair. I think it's completely fair if you want to argue that it's not. But that's why you're not on the show right now. That's why I am, okay? That game was really a little too close, I think, for our first seed. And if a few things go right, like you're mentioning, we could be on the other side of a 2-0 break here for WE. So
Yeah.
I don't want to have too much hopium, though. I don't want to be overdosing on hopium.
It's one of those games that the scoreboard, if you're just scoreboard watching, it doesn't necessarily tell the full story.
Yeah.
You look at the scoreboard, you see Knight went 14-1. BLG won the game after having a really early goal lead.
Yeah, 38.
You know,
yeah, whatever, man. Like 38 minutes, whatever.
Yeah, but the way that game actually ended up, W very much could have won that one if just a singular fight went their way. And it was just one team fight, basically, for BLG that got them a 5-0 and ended up giving them the game win. And as we progress further on into the playoffs, into this series, I should say, W are definitely wishing they had that, and BLG are happy that they are not going to be forced to reverse sweep Team WE to open up their postseason run.
That's true. That would be pretty cinematic, wouldn't it?
It would.
3 games, bet reverse sweep. You know, we're talking about the 1st versus the 8th seed.
Hey, on the podcast,
saying.
you said over under 3.5 games that BLG would lose in this playoff bracket. They are already 1 down. And they haven't even played the top 4 teams yet, so...
Don't worry. JDG is going to be in their future when they get to winners finals, and at that point it'll be a 3-0, so they won't lose the game there. They're going to go against AL after this. Their toughest opponents might just be Chorus!
At this point, looking like it. Well, the team has been pretty good. I think About and Arha definitely deserve their flowers, as well as Cube on that Ornn game. Had some really, really good team fights in that one. I feel like a lot of the time when you compare the careers of Bin and Cube, very much Bin favored, but Cube has had a very good series so far today.
That's a very interesting twist you took at the end there. I was like, where are we going with this point? You got there.
You think it's just, you think it's Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby, but the Coughing Baby's got some hands.
If you're on Roblox, definitely. The Coughing Baby wins. The Coughing Baby clears.
Yeah.
Just say it. I've never been in a store and been like, wow, this Hydrogen Bomb is really goddamn loud. I have been with a Coughing Baby in a store, and I'm like, dude.
I was wondering where you were going with that one.
What the hell is this?
Getting ready for draft of game number 3. WE will have first selection. We'll see what that ends up meaning for their decision making in this pick ban cycle. Seems like jungle going to be very important. Monkey got off to an early lead in game 1. They won the game. Shun got off to a very good lead in game 2. BLG ended up winning the game. I'd imagine these jungler pools continuing to get pinched and pinched. Their priority in the draft will be higher and higher as we go throughout the rest of this series.
And the question that we had as we get further in this series, or we have, present tense, is as WE, you have not played a ton of best of 5s this season. You've played 2 in play-ins, you played 2 in the playoffs as Split 1. You're now in your 6th series overall. What is the depth of this team? We have seen Karis, Cube, and Monkey play together last year, but what about Arha? What are we going to see from these guys if we get to ourselves? Obviously, at minimum, we're going to see 4 games here tonight. We could see 5 if BLG give up another game here.
And it feels like he's living up to that pressure. He's able to hone it in and lock in. Remember, we didn't see him really do much in the playoffs last split because they got quickly eliminated after qualifying into Group Ascent through Knight's Rivals, but looks like with a split of growth alongside maybe having a new support Narha down there that has grown alongside him throughout the split, we've seen this rookie AD carry really take into a form of his own. We'll see if About and Arha can be that difference maker against one of the best bot lanes in the league. As we get off to picks and bans once more, going to be WE opting actually for second pick here with that first selection.
Same bans as usual though, Nocturne, Orianna. It is now Lucian who has been promoted to first round bans here alongside the Varus and the Akali for BLG. So does Jarvan get through? I think for WE you have to kind of make that value proposition. We're going to get counter pick here as WE. What are we going to be trying to get in trade? If we give up this Jarvan, what are we getting in trade? It's going to be the Cassiopeia here. So we're going to give over Shun's one of his most played champions this split. But what are we getting in return from WE? Are we getting something from Monkey and Chorus?
It seems like if you're going to give that Jarvan away, you'll have a plan on how to address it. What that exactly will be, we have yet to see just yet. Things like the Poppy have been selected in games like this for Monkey throughout this season. Could see that like we saw in game number 5. The answer for Team WE though, likely going to be this Corki Nami that they have played ever so often here in this season.
Corki Nami makes the most sense. We'll see it here. I would have potentially advocated for saying like, hey, is there another like matchup we want to try to grab? But they just want to make sure that they don't get this pair separated. Is this going to be Caitlyn Nico or is this going to be Caitlyn Elise? Is kind of my question, because those have been the two duos, and especially in terms of the lane, that would be the things that I am looking for. We also have seen Caitlyn Lux. That has been a little bit more hit or miss. We're going to see it here again coming in for BLG. So big question is whether or not About and Arha are going to be able to kind of match in lane. I've had a lot of criticisms for this 2v2 playing in the first couple of early games.
This Kate Elise, or this Kate Lux I should say, always high risk, high reward. It seems like finally BLG putting a little bit more agency into their bottom side, allowing for Viper and On to get a more advantageous 2v2. Karus locks in the Aurora. He has not found too much success on this champ specifically this season. He always turns to it though, so he is rather comfortable on it as we enter the second phase of this draft.
Aurora also just has a lot of good matchups. Technically, this could be a flex, but I doubt we are going to see Q pick up the Aurora. He's already played it once this year. We'll see if that ends up being the case. Almost all of the kind of relevant tanks in the meta are gone. Sion and both Ornn are now taken away. So other tanks, other tanky champions, honestly, I'm quite surprised we have not already seen Ambessa here in this draft, or is going to potentially be the up-and-coming top laner that we're going to be looking towards.
Monkey focus so far. Normally you pick the Jarvan into the Trundle, but it seems like WE are still worried about that pick because it is such a high specialty for Monkey specifically. And they'll target Nice Victor as well. Make sure there is no late game assurance on BLG in terms of that damage after you get towards the 30-35 minute mark like we saw in game number 2. Final ban for BLG, likely going to be back into the jungle, as it feels like Monkey is going to have to be continuously targeted if BLG want to win.
He still has a bunch of champions, like technically Wukong is still up. You could also play a Mundo game here. You could play a Skarner. There is also Maokai, which has definitely risen in priority. Renekton blind for Cube. So we're giving Monkey counter pick in the jungle. He needs to see all 5 champions from BLG to figure out what he wants. WE have some good poke, but I think the jungler is really what is going to tie this team together, because I'm seeing kind of some disparate parts, and BLG I just think has a more coherent draft strategy right now with this Caitlyn Lux Jarvan.
Especially with locking in a Cassante like this, allowing for just a little bit of frontline and some weak side over towards Bin. Final pickup here for BLG with the mid lane pool pinched rather heavily. The Mel would make a lot of sense just given already the long range that BLG has. You're adding to even more of that artillery with Knight locking this one in, and it's a Nidalee here for Monkey on R5. Oh my goodness, we are going to try and punish this top side of the map.
Why is there an Italy in my game? Why is there an Italy in my... I mean, sure. Okay, so let's kind of talk about what this looks like. Hey, Caitlyn Lux really likes to play at range. Mel does the same, but now this is an arms race here. Grapes. This is Corki Rockets with Imperial Mandate Nami right before it gets nerfed on 2611. Then you have this Nidalee who can be throwing spears, but at the very least, she's going to be a heal bot. She's going to be a second Enchantress. So this could make a champion like Renekton really powerful. This could make About be a 1v9 machine here in this game.
Very fascinating composition, and of course you also have the Renekton Italy synergy that we saw maybe at the beginning of this decade, now beginning to rise more into priority here. If you get the push in the top side for Cube, might be able to 100-0 a Cassante, especially before he hits level 6. You'd imagine that is the focus here for WE in this early game.
Okay. I'm so excited. I'm so excited, man. Why are we getting Nidalee in the playoffs? This has been, again, one of the healthiest metas, I think. We're getting Caitlyn Lux in Game 3. We have a Nidalee in the game. We had Fizz mid earlier. Like, there is a lot of really cool stuff that's happening currently in this patch. So, I don't know, I think I really just want to kind of just immediately dive into the game. Nidalee can also cross the river very early on, so with some of these waves of priority, specifically from the solo lanes of WE, I want to see if Monkey is going to be willing to cross the river and start to get in the face of Shun.
It's evened up at 1-1 at this point in the series. BLG have the advantage of just being the higher seed, and WE continue to know that they're going to continue to try and experiment here to keep their playoff hopes alive in the upper bracket. We're off and running here in game number 1. Looks like we see some early skirmishing here as Arha is already forced to burn that heal. We're going to get another look at it as we transition back into the full screen. Half HP onto the Nami at this point. Viper already has that lethal tempo procced, and Viper and On continuing to play aggressive. They're going to have a big advantage in this 2v2.
Yeah, Grapes, this is why when we try to see lanes that are about playing the first 5 to 8 minutes about as perfectly as you can, it's the reason why I don't like those odds for About and Arha. They are not the strongest laners, and yeah, we just see them get immediately punished there. So, good job from BLG, and some early vision from them to also spot where Nidalee is. Knows that the Raptors are not there, so she has to be on the top side.
Now we'll wonder if there is going to be a early back like we saw in game number 1 for Monkey after completing his red side quadrant, or if you go for a play on the top side or an invade onto the blue buff, which Monkey now knows has not been taken yet by Shun. The pushing power already beginning as it's about taking a very early back, just wanting to confirm that he will not die, and Shun's going to maybe try to make him pay.
Nidalee, they're going to try and contest. I mean, they have bot priority coming in from this Caitlyn Lux. You have no reason as Nidalee to try to look for this. I think he should just go and give up his lanes here.
Oh, the binding. It lands onto Monkey. In comes the Flag and Drag as well. The healing is big, but not going to be enough just yet. Monkey has to flash away, but Shun will follow all the same. Marshall Cadence secures first blood for BLG. Another binding connects by On. It's a double kill for the J4.
What are we doing?
Going to try to make it a trade, but he's running straight into 1v3. He ends his life away. That's it's 3-0, maybe 4 as About dodges away from another Q from On.
Oh my god. If they get this killed, the game's over. We're going to game 4 immediately. But as it is right now, it's kind of already over here, Grapes. Like, this is not a good spot for them to be in. Monkey's going to try and chase out Viper. It's good for him to find this. If they can grab at least 1 kill, it feels better.
Oh, Arha flashes, gets the movement speed, looking for the ebb and flow. Viper flashes away in response, but he will be able to live. Maybe a small opportunity now here for WE to get themselves back in the game. Monkey can cancel this recall again, would be good, but instead it's going to have this wave crash.
You mean to tell me that he had flash the entire time as this Caitlyn and could have gotten that kill onto About? I'm disappointed.
It's a chaotic game so
yes,
far.
it is.
Viper was saving his flash for a good moment. He ends up, living because of it at the very least. And already off to a good start. You see a pickaxe compared to boots down there in the bottom lane. It's going to be very BLG favored for the long next while.
Good stuff. I mean, look, BLG get to start off with 1,500 gold. I don't know what team in the entire world in terms of professional play would not love that kind of start. And because they know that, hey, I see his bot side camps, I know what those timers are, go and invade top side, get his Raptors. And by the way, Shun has still not done any of his top side either. So those blues, those wolves, those groms are still level 1, and he's just going to kind of rubber band himself back into the game here. Monkey did get spotted, but it's Nidalee. What is Nidalee going to do versus Boots, Doran's Bow, Corki? Like, we got no damage.
It's a very conditional amount of crowd control down there as well, with the bubble from Arha being the only ability to lock down members of the BLG 2v2. Krugs have been taken, and Monkey maybe not just looking to get away. Light Binding connects once again, and the Nidalee's down to half HP on having a very good start to this game, just harassing the hell out of WE's jungler wherever he sees him.
As much as On has been picked on this game, or this series as a whole, I respect the hell out of him for going for these things, like playing the Caitlyn Lux. He really wants to play like his kind of style, while also just doing what's right for the team comp. Seraphine in game 2, he's been having a great split, I think, and a great year overall here for BLG. But 2,000 gold lead at 5 minutes here is not really where any team wants to be, especially not for WE, who we saw the graphic before, 0-5 for Karis on this Aurora this split.
Yep, and if you combine it with the whole year, it gets even worse, I believe. 5-20 on it throughout his entire career, so maybe it's just the teams that he's on and not necessarily having a lot of results, but specifically this champion not necessarily bringing him wins.
BLG get the startup dragon with their priority, and Grapes, I'm still a bit in a tizzy because I don't see the value of a champion like Nidalee here in this game, at least from the outset. And part of where I could have seen maybe some adaptations is that this Nidalee invades very early on. Jarvan is usually not a champion that clears particularly fast, and so she can kind of be a nuisance in that way, but just because of how the lane has gone, how the first couple of minutes have gone, it's really hard for Monkey to play that kind of savage style in the jungle when there's so many timers. It
might be even harder now as a fight has broken out around this first dragon. Viper and Shun are very low, and in goes Monkey to try to finish him off. Viper goes down. They're going to steal this dragon away. On's a half HP.
Where's Monkey
going? For the hills. The ultimate not available yet for Knight. He does not proc it. And it will be dragon secured for Team WE. A big way for them to get back into this game.
2 kills and a dragon. That's exactly what we want to see if you're a WE fan. Maybe I am a great caster curse here. That was a good job for me. I'm feeling good about the fact that I was like, I don't know how they win this, and suddenly they just get right in there. Karis had a good flank, applied pressure on the back end, about kind of putting pressure alongside onto Knight, who did not have the ability to really force anything in that play. BLG taking a lot of damage from that dragon, and so WE get to eat up a lot of that gold that they were behind. Yeah, just I'm watching Monkey and About particularly. It's kind of split here from BLG.
It's an insane fight for them to want to take, but it ends up working out pretty well. About cleanses the binding and ends up getting away from a lot of that damage.
Look at this Chemtech Dragon. It has put hands on BLG. Like, Viper, no sums, he can't be there. He had to use his barrier, by the way. That's gone now, and he still ended up dying. Hey, you giving over those 2 kills? It's gonna make it a lot more palatable to play this Nidalee, by the way, who down only about a kill's worth of gold and is starting to get to that point where she starts to clear these jungle camps quite speedily.
Going back to your point about what Monkey could have maybe done better in the early game, I was kind of expecting him to go for more of a vertical jungling approach, but he ended up going for the invade, ends up finding Shun and On right on top of his blue buff. And does not end up working out for him. Top side of the map was where we were maybe expecting W to have their power, but hasn't really been the focus just yet, as the Grub's actually going to get started up by Shun.
As a Renekton, you should be trying to get these Grubs as soon as possible. It's the kind of the thing that your champion does, is get priority, especially once you have your ultimate. You just kind of get to be a demon for the rest of the game. And anytime you put a point in this ability, you are the best champion on the Rift at that time, if everything else is even. So, until WE finish first items for this bottom lane, I don't think we're going to see any more meaningful power spikes come through, or any early fight from them. So, it's up to how BLG are going to leverage this Caitlyn Lux, and whether or not they'll be able to find other timers. I mean, we're going for more invades.
Yeah, but this time About and Arha are here. See the Kate Lux on the way, and it will be a numbers advantage in a 3v2 because Monkey's on the top side and actually just went back to base. Blue buff going to try to be delayed here until the Nidalee can arrive. Karis giving up his mid prio to instead try to just bail out the Nidalee, making sure that Monkey does not fall further behind.
Yeah, just look at this bot lane turret. Like, they are completely ravaging this turret here. I get you protected your jungle camps, and in competitive, you can definitely do that, but I think that that's a very, very costly move. That was 200 gold given over to the Caitlyn Lux, and that's just more of the turret plates there.
Between Worlds comes forward from Karis. They're looking for a play on tonight. Monkey has his spear rebutted, but still going to look for the kill. One more auto from Karis, has a 3-hit passive, and it will be the Aurora picking up a 2v1 in the mid lane.
Okay, hey, good job. We just killed Knight on a 1v2 in mid. That costed all 3 flashes from all 3 players involved there. So, pretty big. You've now eaten up some of this gold, but it's still an 800 gold lead thanks to this bot lane. Like, we need to fix this situation that is this Caitlyn Lux, and hey, that could just be a single fight. That could just be Aurora jumps in the backline, one-shots the Caitlyn. That's the gold lead, immediately gone.
And that's what the Kate Lux is intended to do, get that early lead and roll with it. But About and Aura have done a nice job stabilizing. It's actually only one combined death across both the bottom laners so far. Just the farm not really going their way. You already see the Hexopics completed for Viper. Shirelias for On. They have hit their spikes very quickly in this game.
Well, kind of makes up for the fact that some of these other lanes aren't going to plan, I think, for BLG. Rocket Belt's already completed here. Kind of cheeky from Karis to do that, by the way, just to get the bone plating away from his opponent. But if there's a Shirelias and a Hexoptics already for the Caitlyn, I don't think we're fighting for this dragon in 30 seconds.
Yeah, a very big bot gap in terms of the power levels of these champions right now. Thankfully for WE, they were able to claim that first Drake off of that Juan team fight, so they will not have to worry about a early soul stack once again for Billy Gaming. Be very surprised to see them go for a fight here, but it looks like they're still posturing around the bottom side with Karis and Monkey joining as forces down towards their bottom lane.
There's a chance for them to find something. No bubble makes that hard, but they still have the tidal wave. And Cube could TP. That is something that we could see them look for if they really want to try to fight for this.
Jumping forward as Karis uses the Rocket Belt and naturally will go between worlds. Shun caught out of position and will have to flash away. That is a big summoner spell off of the jungler for BLG and might give WE a little bit more confidence to work towards the dragon.
Yeah, Shun's just going to have to go back to his red. I think they want to take this final wave and then look for the dragon. Karis is still waiting in the wings. Mel's going to have to reconnect. They're going to try to find Viper.
Yeah, looking for a flank. Doesn't have the ulti, but already forces the flash with the weirding on. Tanks a bunch of damage with the shield. And in comes Knight. Shun on his way as well. Teleport still available for Cube. He's going to issue it right now to try to join the rest of Team WE. About still able to dish out a bunch of damage. He's Haste tanking here with the Gatling gun going. Valk's away with the rockets. Able to deal a lot and allow for potentially the rest of WE to finish the job. In goes the Croc. And it'll be 4 kills for WE.
And Ben doesn't even have TP. He can't match this. That is 4 kills going over to Team WE and the Dragon here. And they'll be able to even take some more plates on the bottom side. WE are absolutely competitive in this series now. 2 Dragons. I mean, you're basically going to be setting yourself up with a massive advantage. What did we say? It was 1 kill onto Viper. That's all you needed. Knight is now 0-2 on this Mel. Whether it is a lack of respect from BLG, whether it is better coordination, call it what you will, but WE are outplaying BLG in these scenarios. Great job from Karis and from Cube yet again to find this angle into the backline and onto the most important carries of BLG.
And then Cube comes in and just eviscerates these squishy members. The TP shield means that he does not even take a single point of HP. And with that TP advantage, BLG are now on the back foot. You take a look at the damage charts. Big 0 up on the top side, and that's because Ben was not able to join.
Just a good job. Good job from WE. And this is the solo lanes that we saw. Let's highlight Karis. I know we have an L3 from his play-in series, He was the pivotal member. It was Monkey who gained a player of the series, but it was this guy who was essentially the make or break star for them in that performance to bring them to this playoffs.
And Karis is a player we were very critical of throughout WE's run in Group Ascend during the regular season. Him and Cube seemed like the two worst players in that group all regular season long, especially when it came to matches against these top teams like BLG, just seemingly outmatched against these type of high-level players in the solo lanes. But Karis, so far, has not been better than Knight. I think we can say that so far Knight has still been very good. But he's definitely holding his own and finding his moments to really take advantage and make things happen here in this series. Some skirmishing here in the mid lane. Nice job from About to get away from that final spark.
Here we go. We're now kind of getting into this weird area here for BLG where some of those first item spikes are not as powerful as they were. Viper's getting close to an Infinity Edge second item here. It's already a Trinity Force. Imperial Mandate is done. And so WE are starting to come into their own here in this game. And by the way, About was just at 25% HP.
Ooh, Monkey's been caught though. Gonna get hit up by the flag and drag, chunked down to 40%. Poke is big, but it's huge on the other side here for WE as well. Those rockets from About are starting to hurt.
Yeah, WE, but BLG, they have the poke and they have the damage. WE, they have the poke and they have the healing to be able to sustain and take it away from their opponents. So this is making it near impossible for BLG to get meaningful damage down in time to secure some kills. Herald going over to WE. They already have 2 grubs here. Well, what it was a terrible early start here, in my opinion, from this bottom lane has now started to flip, and I think that this Caitlyn Lex has actually not gone enough. I mean, there was only 2 plates on bottom side left.
BLG still looking to fight though. Herald already secured for Monkey. Karis goes between worlds, not able to get over just yet because of the Cataclysm, and they snipe down the Nidalee. Nicely done by both On and Knight to get a shutdown into the Mel's hands.
No Herald to be secured, though. It'll just be the objective itself that goes down, but that poor eye is going to be looking around. Where's Mom? Where's Dad? Well, guess what? You're going to be stuck in the orphanage for now. This is a good flash coming in from About, and a good force from Bin. This is likely to be at least 1 turret plate if BLG wanted. There's a pretty fat wave if they need. And all the while, Cube got himself a turret in bot lane.
So not the worst thing, but not the best for Team WE. They didn't get everything that they wanted out of that play, but they at least denied BLG from getting an objective of their own. We have this Ocean Drake spawning in about 50 seconds. WE would love to get off to an early soul stack, and an Ocean Drake on this comp works very well considering there's 2 enchanters as well for Monkey and Arha to work with all that healing.
That's a lie. I was going to say I was never going to doubt you again, WE, but I'm definitely going to. I'm definitely going to doubt you.
Yeah, next
again,
game I will also be doubting them.
I will. There are people in our server that are reminding us that this could have been this could be in another universe a WE3-0, but we're not going to get into that right now. Got Dragon spawning in a few. About not having Flash worries me a little bit here, but Bin doesn't have TP. Renekton does, and neither does Knight. I wonder if BLG just decide, let's take some turrets, let's get the mid-tier one, let's get the top-tier one, get gold for ourselves, instead of trying to fight when Renekton's going to have Dominus plus his TP.
Aris, he uses the rocket belt to go forward, but he gets instantly hit up by the light binding and taken down. Viper assassinates him, and that will be the Aurora out of the picture for this fight around the Dragon. Knight initially tried to walk down and will eventually join his team. BLG just going to get this Dragon for free.
Well, that's my fault for believing in WE for just a moment there. Dragon still goes over. Cube teleports, but for what? You're not going to get anything here for this play.
Yeah.
Karis thought he had a lot more damage than maybe he had more dip on his chip than he thought, because this is just a rocket belt and an alternator. You don't do very much in terms of the damage.
He was feeling himself after that last fight, but it doesn't end up working out, and a bad TP from Cube means that they're not really able to get much out of it, and it'll be TP advantage for Bin in a couple minutes when Baron spawns.
What a back and forth game. What a back and forth series this is here between our 2 teams.
We did not expect that coming in.
Nope.
And here we are.
And that's good. That's
awesome. The most competitive series so far has been the one in the 8. And the team that BLG, the best seed, decided to choose, as was their right, for having the best regular season record out of Group Ascend. I always
They
love
could have
it.
chosen.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I love it when the teams like choose their opponents, because I feel like it gives teams like WE a little bit of extra motivation, right? Like, they thought that you were the worst out of this group. You definitely want to try to make them pay.
Sometimes it's matchup diff, but a lot of the times, like historically speaking, it is usually just the first team picks the lowest seed available, and then you keep going up and down for that one, depending on what your seeding is. So it is just surprising to see that BLG chose a fellow Group Ascend team after they went 5 games with the best Nirvana team from the standings. But WE have come to play here in the playoffs. They consistently seem like they have at least something to say, something that they want to get down on the Rift. And I'm just glad that it's competitive, because like you were mentioning, a lot of us, and I think a lot of the community members, were feeling like this was going to be an email of a series. Like, okay, 3-0, we're out here in 3 hours, we're going to go to bed early, and we'll just kind of forget that this ever happened. We'll get ready for our second best of 5 tomorrow. But no, it is really delivering, and I think it's exciting to live in the moment here for WE.
Paris going forward with an ultimate of his own, ends up zipping right back out. Nice usage of the Between Worlds invulnerability, but it's not going to result in too much.
And what are the things that we're seeing from WE that are making them feel competitive? It is, hey, Monkey is making a lot of great plays that are opening up spots. Cube and Karis, for some of the mistakes that we're seeing from them, they're also having some really, really big moments against BLG. And that comes off of the back of an entire regular season, and even the international success that we've already seen from BLG, and the dominance they've had here in the LPL, kind of in contrast to that. And that is what I think is making this super fun, and hopefully the viewers at home are not just kind of getting mad at some of our teams here.
Sometimes you got to sit back and appreciate the fun entertainment value that you're getting from some of these games in the LPL.
Hell yeah.
We can worry about BLG after this is all over. For now, we can appreciate what WE is able to accomplish, and BLG looking to try to make an answer here as an ultimate comes through from On. Not going to find too many members. With the Dragon spawning in a minute 40, but not much to fight over other than that, so BLG just kind of fighting for fun at this point.
I like this approach from WE. Control the river entrances. Make it so that Caitlyn Lux do not get to set up. Make it so that Mel has to walk into Fog of War versus you rather than the opposite happening. And just because they have a Nami in Italy, they kind of just get to continue to do this here, Grapes. They get to freely sustain off of all of this. Cars coming in on a flank, trying to find Viper.
Yeah, already pops the ulti. Knight already chunked very, very low, but will not go down. Nice use of the Between Worlds. Cars has made very high value out of that ultimate ability in this game, as he's looking for his first Aurora win of 2026.
Good job. No flash now from Knight. Shun similarly doesn't have that flash from beforehand. Should be a dragon that W will be looking for. We've seen a lot of Hextech souls. I know we were kind of looking at the last 2 games in terms of the souls, but this game, getting more ocean dragons is going to feel good, whether that is on either team. And when we're talking about 2 compositions that really kind of want to play at range and whittle away at your opponent's resources, Ocean Dragon is going to essentially nullify that. So whoever is able to get the majority of these outside of just having the soul, it actually makes the fights a lot longer than maybe they should be normally.
They've already been very chaotic, very back and forth, very poke oriented. So to see that continue to be accentuated would be a good sign for whoever is able to claim that Ocean Soul. Monkey throws out the spear, it gets rebutted by Knight, but that's a big cooldown that will not be available for the time being. Bin dashing forward with a teleport shield. A flash binding from On is forcing a summoner spell in from Monkey himself. He actually doesn't flash, just uses the rocket belt to get away from that one. Karis is on a big flank as the Dragon has been started up by WE.
You can just jump over this wall. They should have seen that there's a blast code. Did they see that it was Aurora who went over? No eyes on Karis quite yet. I love this vision toggle from our observers. Cube is inside the pit. What can Viper? Arha? Does he have, oh, he has ultimate. He could look for something here.
They're playing the slow burn. Our team WE waiting for BLG to engage on to them. Q3 misses from Bin. Dragon now at 3,000. On throws out a little bit of extra poke. Karis on the flank has been marked by Knight. 4v4 around the
my
bottom
God,
side, and
Bin!
Bin is found, and Tofo strikes onto about. Combined with the ulti from On, it will be the AD carry for WE out of the picture. Cube has a Steric shield pop. The all-out from Bin will seal his fate, as it will be the Dragon already secure for Team WE, but the fight potentially lost. In goes Karis, goes between worlds. It's now a 3v3 as Bin's looking to continue to dive forward. This time onto Arha, the tier 1 turret going to provide a lot of security, but Bin is a very tanky Cassante and will be able to tank things up for a little bit longer. BLG end up getting 2 crucial members, but it is WE claiming Soul Point.
And finally, the gold swings back into BLG's favor, but that Dragon Soul Point secured here for Team WE. Really, really important. We haven't talked about it quite yet and kind of the impact that it'll have, but Nidalee with Lichbane and her passive, the trap or the kind of the markings that she puts, that is going to make it almost impossible to smite steal versus this champion. This engage from Bin, man. Finds the flash, gets the push, puts him into the arms of his team. And while the rest of WE, Cube trying to get in the backline and distract, it is such a clutch fight to open up a window for BLG to find something here in this game.
Monkey just one-shot Shun. I don't think the Jarvan was expecting that. Ends up equalizing the kills at the very least, making sure that WE do not fall too far behind, but it is a 2k lead, still in favor of BLG. You think about Bin in this game, on this champion, the Cassante, the weak side in general for this player a year ago, definitely not the strong suit for Bin. As Monkey gets taken down very low. You might remember, Split 1 playoffs, Bin on the Cassante had like a completely int play against top esports that ended up losing them the series and eliminating them from the playoff bracket very early on. He's learned a lot since then, is what it seems. Bin has had an excellent game on the Cassante here today.
I love it. It's also been just a different look for this player, right? We've seen a ton of M-Pesa, a lot of Rumble, looking at his most played, a lot of Gnar especially here, a lot of Jace as well, but Sion into the Cassante, a little bit more well-rounded, and that's kind of that's an expectation that I wanted to see from BLG as a whole as we've gotten in. I feel like the player who has done the least amount of evolving in terms of his play has been Bin so far. So to see him kind of start to reach out, it's not super uncommon to see them, especially in these best of fives, but early on, that's called priority. That's, hey, we're putting a certain amount of draft resources into trying to get these champions early.
Yeah, and it's the next step for a player that is the youngest player on BLG as well. Got to start 6 years ago back on Suning, made it all the way to the World Finals as that carry one trick, right? He was playing Fioras, getting pentakills, but it's this next evolution in his game, being able to take the Orns, the Scions, the Cassantes, and do work with them that is going to turn Bin into a really good top laner into one of the best that we have ever seen in competitive League of Legends.
Well, he's already had the title of one of the best. This is a Cube teleport.
Oh man, yeah. TP coming in immediately for Cube. He gets collapsed upon by 3 members of BLG. They pop hysterics, but it looks like Bin is isolated on the other side. But the Cassante is just a little bit more powerful at this point. A questionable TP once again coming out from Bin's opponent means that it's a 4v5 on the map for the next 30 seconds here for BLG.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. And guess what? That's a minute and a half before the Dragon. That's extremely expensive. Monkey gets his Raptor camp, but they lose control of mid.
Oh, and now Shun's going back in again.
Oh,
Lands the
no.
flag and drag onto Monkey. He has to dash away, and that is for the signal for the Cataclysm to go forward.
Oh,
The jungler is down, and Bin is able to pick up the kill. Carvis goes between worlds and ends up running right into the BLG team. About gets chunked down to 40%. They don't need to continue the chase as BLG can head straight over to the Baron with Monkey out of the picture.
They still have healing, though. They still have all of this available to themselves. Cube is going to move in for 5 seconds, and depending on how long BLG take on this, they're going to be late to Dragon in 50 seconds, so they need to finish this very, very fast. It's going to be Caitlyn, it's going to be Shun, and it's going to be this Cassante
Big light
right
finding.
now, right here.
On is very low on mana, but it should still be the Baron being secured. Cube, of course, did not have his teleport because he used it to die about a minute ago. So it'll be BLG wearing purple, but WE is going to have control of the mid lane with their Soul Dragon spawning in 30.
They're going to reset here. They're going to be second out onto the play. BLG are coming out onto the map faster. They've got Baron, they've got home guards, and like you mentioned, the teleport discrepancy there. They might try to play through this bottom side. So BLG entering from the top side river. They need to clear all of these wards. That control ward that's actually sitting did see a lot of the BLG members jump into the river here. So, an important fight. This is sole point here for WE. We already talked about how easy it is for Lich Bane Nidalee to steal this objective. And now we're getting Aurora with yet another flank.
Well, you can't steal it if you die early, though, and that's what Bin is trying to prevent. Flag and Drag already has found out Karis on the flank. The Aurora has to use a W to escape defensively. Ace in the hole goes on to Cube instead, and all that has come through from Bin. Has a lot of damage with the Pathfinder, but so does Monkey, and so does Team WE. Oh! Bin has to flash away, but he will end up surviving. Cataclysm goes forward. Shun still not going to go down to the final spark. Has taken the members low, and it'll be BLG here to finish the job. A double kill for Viper. Knight picks up another. It's a triple kill in for the Caitlyn and a 5-0 ace for BLG.
And they're just going to teleport mid. They've got Baron still on their side. They don't care about the Dragon right now. We'll let the lanes figure out the rest of the map as Shun solos this objective. And that is going to be the fight. That is the last nail in the coffin here for Team WE.
Might not be the game just yet here, Alk. It will just be the Dragon Soul being denied. With death timers nearing 20 seconds at this point, nobody on BLG except for Knight is here pushing, so it's going to be a little bit more, but we take a look at this fight that broke the game open for Billy.
I thought this was a split fight. I think that Shun going in onto Karis is a little questionable, but the solo lanes from Team WE are just making mistakes consistently here, and another split fight where Monkey, About, and Arha are on a completely different page from the rest of their team, while BLG are so strong. Shun on this Jarvan feels like he is untouchable in so many of these fights, and the range from this Mel, from this Caitlyn, are now untenable for Team WE. None of this is saying that we had highlighted earlier is mattering when you are getting completely destroyed.
Oh, and Monkey's dead again.
See you later.
Tried to check a little bit too closely into his own jungle and ends up dying once again. It was a great start for Monkey, but now he is 2-5 and not in a good position to carry this game. BLG have turned their gold lead and popped it up to 9,000 at the 31-minute mark. And this could be the final push. Baron buff available for the next 15 seconds, but it's still a 4v5.
I thought that headshot was going to do a lot more damage than it kind of did. I got you baited. I got you baited by the headshot. But still got Baron for another second here. It's the last moment before it falls. They'll just, if they can't end on this wave, they're just going to go top lane, and that gold lead is going to expound even more here.
Finding, connects onto Cube, who has to pop the dominance. Viper gets one-shot by Karis from downtown, and WE will stay alive in this game. Bin has to dash away. How did Karis find that pick? Cube looking for even more, goes for a stun, but in goes Knight, and he one-shots his opposing AD carry all the same. Says anything Karis can do, he can do better. Lands the root onto Cube, and Shun's back in with a flag and drag. Monkey coming back from the death realm will make things an even trade. Bubble lands onto Shun, and him and Bin are getting dangerously low. Knight, though, in the back line, still doing a ton of damage with the artillery that he provides on this Mel. But WE want to continue to push the pace. Spear does not connect, and that will be all she wrote here in the mid lane.
That saves the game for them for right now. Monkey, the longer you can chase, the better this feels right now. This is a Lux with very little damage. Shirelia's first item and probably some more enchanters afterwards. Was not able to properly sneak in. Is anybody going to face check him? Might just try to go hunting for a little bit of fishy fish here. If not fish, then it's going to be chicken. Looks like we're going to be having raptors for dinner.
Good enough. Get you some protein, or maybe you got a little crocodile instead. Cube's gonna face check. Had no idea that Knight was still here. He's thank you Renekton though with that Spirit Visage, so no chance of one shot. It is just the croc in the wings. Got Baron in 130, Dragon in 2. It's still sole point for WE, but BLG feels like they have a strong hold of this game.
Yeah, Shun is really damn tanky. Like, he has Merc Treads, plus he also has Spear Show, or not the Spear Show, what am I talking about? The Maw of Malmortius, and the Black Cleaver, and the Sundered Sky. Like, has a ton of HP. And WE's team comp, yes, I talked about the poke, but a lot of it is kind of upfront burst. You're trying to get the damage of an Imperial mandated rocket to slam, and this Karis to get 3 procs of his passive to explode an opponent. Can't get through that if you have a bunch of HP and a ton of shielding here. Great job from BLG. They're just going to take this bot lane tier 2.
Only Karis
so
here.
many moments, Scrapes. So many moments from WE that I wish, they probably wish they could get back. Like, that teleport from Cube, what happens if that doesn't go down that way?
Which
what
one?
if Karis had not died with the one where he had the Hextech Rocket Belt on the alternator and he just randomly goes in, dies one-shots?
These small moments have made or broken this series so far. WE had a lot of them in Game 2 as well. We could very much be looking at a different series if some of these opportunities go the other way around. But that is the nature of being the underdogs. You're going to make mistakes, and so for WE, it seems like their strategy is to maximize the amount of opportunities that they can get something right.
All Fog of War. Kasante's pushing top, but has TP. This is so dangerous from WE. They have to walk S4. If you try to walk into River right now, it's like, well, there could be a Jarvan there, and then there could be a Caitlyn, and thank God there's no Mel. We just saw her in mid lane.
So we'll end on a Viper. Pops the heal already, about chunked down to 60%. Tidal Wave going to knock up on, who gets taken very low with the drag back of the Aurora Q. Q on the flank, looking to try to take down the enemy's support, but he gets hit up by a binding of his own. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, and Knight comes in with a teleport at level 17. Bin is 20, and we're ready for a scrap of all time here around this Soul Dragon. Viper already chunked down to half, and that's going to be a big disadvantage for BLG.
Who can Bin try to
Over
take
to
out?
Chorus.
On might be dead here. Chorus!
He one-shots on immediately with a weirding. And so it will be a 4v5. Shun still over the wall, though, has the opportunity to deny the soul once again. Redemption from the Death Realm
Their
comes
base
through
is going
from On. That's
down!
the only thing that he can do. BLG just going to try to stall the Death Timers out. No teleports available, but they can allow the Supers to do the rest. The Dragon is down to 6k. Bin tanking up a lot of the poke that W are trying to dish out about. Is running low on mana. He will have to go forward at some point. Dragon's at 4k. Karis has his ulti up again and is looking to try to one-shot at somebody there. He goes between worlds. Bin is taken very low, and Bin goes down and out, gets the shutdown, and they're going to do it. A big Cataclysm comes forward from Knight and gets a double kill right back, but it's a 3v1. Dragon and the Soul to go over to WE, but the Nexus is now in danger as Viper has instead teleported into the base, or gone to the base himself. Knight going to be targeted, down to half HP. A spear connects onto him, and Monkey will jump forward and pick up 1.1k. WE, they win the fight. They get the soul, but their base is in tatters.
And they save the Nexus turrets here. Great Ocean Drake, Ocean Soul might have just saved this game here for Team WE. That minion! Oh my god, 2 minions, a cannon and a caster on a wonderful day for BLG. Go into the base, take down a Nexus turret. It'll respawn in 3 minutes. I don't know if the 6,000 gold lead is enough here for BLG. An Ocean Soul is one hell of a drug to get around some of this poke damage from BLG. What an incredible find from Karis right in the middle of that fight. And Shun just never was able to get in. We saw the battle lines being drawn.
Karis might be down 2,500 gold, but he's had equal, if not greater value than Knight in some of these crucial team fights that have allowed for WE to nevertheless persist in this Game 3 that could break this series open one way or the other. Baron now being started up by WE. Knight doesn't have teleport and is in base, so it'll be a 4v5 for now, with Karis now joining the fray. Spear lands onto Bin. He's still very tanky at level 20. Not going to take too much damage. Shun still in the area as well. The front lines are still massive, but WE starting to pack a punch.
Yeah, Ocean Drake just means they can do this infinitely, ad nauseum, all day, every day, the entire game. They can throw spears, continue to chuck out phosphorus bombs and all of these big rockets. It's impossible for BLG to walk in. They need to be decisive. They need to find one pick, one person, and then move on. Go to the next play afterwards. You can see how tough it is, but they're still having a gold lead. We're starting getting to a point here where a gold lead starts to matter less and less, but for right now, it is relevant because BLG, they have item leads across their opponents. They have gold leads, but that is going to start to shrink as more and more waves for WE get soaked up.
Karis soon to have his death cap. He thought he was scary before. He will be even scarier now. That death cap, not something that Knight currently has in his inventory, opting instead for a little bit more utility with things like the Rocket Belt, the Crypt Plume, and now a Medjai's for himself, getting that movement speed. But it's still going to be WE having the power of the soul. The inhibitor has not respawned yet on the top side, but they're playing her on the top side right now, so they don't care about that too much. It's at half HP, and BLG have to make a move.
It's gone! It's just gone here! Shun can't get in!
Flashes over, trying to find a steal, won't be able to get it. Is the Baron Nashor secured for Team WE? Now the question is, can they escape? They have their Baron empowered recalls, they will be able to do so, but BLG looking to try to make something else happen here with control of the mid lane.
Grapes, I think I've said this before, but stop me if I have. This series is so good. This series is great.
We've
this is
all said
awesome.
This has been a real treat. You open the kitchen fridge, you open your fridge, and you see a little like leftover tasty treat that you thought everyone ate all of.
There's just a slice of
little bit
pizza in
left.
there, bro. There's a good slice of pizza sitting in the fridge.
You're expecting it to be empty. You don't think it's gonna be too much, but man, it tastes even better when that is the case. As WE are taking our #1 seed, our first stand champions, to the absolute brink here today, and it's only the first round of the LPL playoffs.
Oh yeah.
WE has so much more trajectory to continue to grow if things keep going their way.
Got an Ocean Soul, and they're playing on 3 lanes right now. BLG feel constricted. They can only play on 2. They can only meaningfully manage one of these other lanes, and it's just turret plates going aside. It's gold going over to Team WE, and it's going to get them closer and closer to getting to the nexus of the opponents. BLG had 2 separate occasions where they could have ended this game, where they could have gone into the enemy base, and they may have missed their window to win this game.
It lands on a Viper, but he's able to use a 90 caliber net to escape. Mid lane tier 2 should go down with the next wave, as W are still wearing purple for the next minute and change. Will time up relatively nicely with the spawning of this Elder Dragon, which will have to be BLG's way to get back into the driver's seat of this game.
If they do this, like, I feel
some
like
devil magic working here in the LPL
I know,
playoffs,
man.
dog.
Like this feels so close to game number 2, but like game number 2, there was always the argument that hey, Knight is 14-1, or Knight is 11-1, whatever. He's really far ahead. This game, Viper has 4,000 gold. He's gone for a last item Edge of Night. What is he doing? Is he going for GA? We're sitting on the Dirk. We're trying to pick what it. Okay, he ended up choosing the Edge of Night. Are we gonna secure that? If he is, okay, he's gonna have the spell shield now. But Viper has 4,000 gold. I really have not seen Viper in this game. I mean, it almost feels like he has picked up a lot of kills, but he hasn't been the driver. He has not been the closer that we have labeled him as.
He hasn't done much since that last fight about 10-15 minutes ago around the bottom side alcove. They ended up 5-0 acing. You thought the game was over, but WE did not. They were able to hold the line, take only an inhibitor, and end up being in this position. Down 4,500 gold, but still the opportunity to claim an Elder Dragon at the 41.5 minute mark. Mid lane control belonging to WE for now. Tidal Wave gets popped. Knight ends up rebutting it right back and pops arrow to very low and immediately assassinates him. But speaking of assassination,
that's
what happens to Viper. Chorus gets him and goes golden. But Shun's going to be able to knock him up and take the enemy mid laner down. In the back line though, with his monkey looking to try to assassinate on Guardian Angel. Already been popped by Shun. As Cuban and Dominus is still massive on this Renekton. Vabout uses the Valk to get away from the Q3, but Bin is still on the hunt. They take down Shun on the other side, and it is a 3v2 in favor of WE. About's able to escape, and here come the rest of the cavalry. WE looking to finish it off onto Bin. He has no ult, he has no life. It's About taking the kill and a teleport into the bottom lane.
Are they going to try to end the game? On's the only one alive. When is his ultimate? He has Final Spark. Does he have enough AP to blow up this minion wave? It's one wave here and the next one after that. 20 seconds before Viper is up. I don't think that WE can end, but there's an Elder out on the map right now, and WE still have 2 grubs.
You'd imagine it's bot inhib into the Elder Dragon, but maybe WE have other ideas. They can clear this wave out very quickly with about getting a lot of wave clear down onto this cannon minion, and onto the Nexus turrets they go. Nice job by On to use the Final Spark to try to take it down the wave, but there's still a cannon in their sights. Viper has respawned, forces a binding onto Monkey.
Oh my god!
The jungler for WE is down. Viper gets kill number 7 on the game as the rest of WE have to flee.
Is this another inflection point? Is this a point where we start to see BLG snap back into this game? Who knows? Maybe they have to be on this Elder. They have gone way too far into the enemy base. Knight, you gotta play with respect. You cannot walk into Fog of War. We saw About make this error.
In goes Knight again. He gets hit one shot. It's About getting the kill off the Tidal Wave from Arha, and that's going to be Shun going down as well. Bin comes in with the teleport, but it's far too late as it's 2 members of BLG out of the picture once again. Cube is level 20. He dashes away, has a lot of healing for the help of Arha. Ace in the hole nearly one-shots the Nami. And BLG still have the HP advantage, but Monkey's back up in 20.
All right, let's take stock of where we are right now. BLG can really continue to kind of hammer away. They have this big bin standing in front of them. Honestly, with where Viper is in terms of his itemization and damage, you can actually just start this Elder Dragon. But Monkey's up in 5. Shun is up in 30, so looks like that is not going to be the case. They're going to get control of mid. There is
Gets
inhibitors.
tagged.
3 super minions on bottom lane wave that are going to push. Someone is going to need to answer this right now.
It'll likely be Knight once he ends up respawning, but another binding connects this time on the cube. He pops the ulti, but will eventually go down. The all-out from Bin will seal his fate, and BLG wants to have the numbers. But it's going to be a WE. Starting up the Elder Dragon again. Shun is still dead, and Monkey has a smite advantage. It's a 3v3, about getting targeted here. Immediately a headshot to his face, takes him to half HP. Bin going forward, still having a little bit of the all-out, and it's going to force Monkey to jump on out. In goes Knight off of the TP. Shun is looking to rejoin, but the minions are going to try to chase him away from things. Dragon's at 4,000 HP. Monkey's going to try to run back in. Final Scar forces the Valk away from about. And now WE are in a very precarious position. In goes Monkey. They're looking to try to target out Shun. The Elder should go over. Here comes Karis. Now rejoining the fight. Finds between worlds. Takes down on Dragon at 2K. Should go over to BLG. But the rest of the fight is still going forward. And the super minions are going forward. In goes Monkey looking to try to end the game as the rest of WE will try to cancel the bases. On to the Nexus they go. Monkey to finish it from 10K to no way. WE have match point.
Let's go, Monkey Man! Let's go! Oh my god! He just popped off in that fight. Look, I didn't respect the Nidalee at the end of the day, but Triforce on the Corki, Lichbane on the Nidalee, they destroy these structures incredibly fast. And that right there is WE getting themselves to match point.
That was the craziest game that we have covered here on LPL English this split. There has been a lot of wild stuff, but for the stakes that this game has, for Team WE to be down 10,000 gold, to come all the way back from that off of a backdoor from Monkey on this Nidalee R5 pick.
Dude.
What a game, what a series this has been, and BLG are now one game away from their first loss in a playoff series in the LPL in about a year.
Imagine you're EDG right now. You're like, damn, we got 3-0'd by AL. All right, so who are we going up against in a couple days? BLG. Bro, what the hell is this? WE sends their regards. They're going to send all the Nirvana teams out of the tournament real quick. Oh my god. Just insane stuff. And we're talking about it being the small moments, right? Game 2, it's the level 1. That right there, that moment kind of dictates the game. Game 3 here, we're like, okay, some small decisions we're not like super happy. There's that teleport that I was mentioning for Cube where he like TPs into 1 million Viper traps and then just dies. And Karis does the same thing where he kind of just goes in and kind of dies. It's the choice to go for the inhibitor instead of the Elder. And then we get into that weird scenario where we're like, oh crap, maybe this is not the good idea. But they made it happen. WE made it happen. They made the magic work.
I can't believe what we are seeing right now. WE made so many mistakes that should have been game losing. But BLG were not able to capitalize. They got so close. They had the Nexus nearly exposed. They had supers in the base as a dragon was being taken. But it ended up being the reverse of that happening just a few minutes later that allows for WE to pick up their second game win against Billy Gaming. They have not taken 2 games in a series against BLG since 2023. That is how long ago it has been. And it looks like there's an opportunity for them to get one more.
If WE win this series, this is the biggest upset of all time in LPL history, bar none. And if someone else can find another one that's bigger, then guess what? This is number 2. So
I know we got a lot of crazy stuff in the LPL, but this is just next level. I mean, WE 1-13 in match score, 0-4 in the regular season against Billy. Starting off the season, 0-14. But that's what happens here in this tiered nature of the LPL. Regardless of how you do in the regular season of Ascend, you're always going to get one chance to make it into the playoffs off of a best of 5. Many of us were writing WE off of that because they were matched up against LNG. But they win that game, and they're looking pretty good in this one. They never held a 2-1 series lead against LNG. They had to come back from being down 2-1 in that one. So this is a whole different story. If you take a look at our LPL gold graph sponsored by someone, we should probably do a name for that at some point on the show.
Probably Durex. Probably
yeah.
their ex.
WE were ahead in gold at some point at the 18-minute mark, and they never were for the rest of the game. And they're the one that win.
Viper with the damage padding. Hey man, I'm coming in. I have 55k damage. Not enough. So, damn. What a crazy game. Also, WE were still down gold, by the way, and they won this game. That has happened so many times for Team WE in this year. They're down gold, and the enemy nexus goes boom. Like, if there is a time for a coaching staff... For what?
I wonder if there's a way to, like, track number of wins when you're down in gold. Like, WE have had the most of that, because it seems like it.
Maybe. We'll have to ask maybe some stats people, and if I'm really bored, I'll go do it myself and hand track it. But dude, this is a crazy series. For everybody at home, slightly off topic here, but thank you everybody. We have now reached 100,000 followers on Twitch, which is a big milestone. Starting from last year in Demacia Cup all the way the tail end of 2024 to now. Only possible because of folks like you watching, whether you're a one-time viewer, a lurker, or long-time viewer. Being able to make this project happen is all thanks to you guys. And if you're not already tapped in on this series, if you're distracted, there's LCP playoffs happening at the same time. I know that BFX versus T1 was happening. Tell all your friends. Get into the LPL stream right now because you're about to watch history in the making.
I mean, this. Why watch T1 play when you can watch this, right? Like this is incredible.
Yeah?
Taking a look back at some of these fights, it still seemed like BLG had the upper hand, but just with things like the Ocean Soul in the hands of Team WE, it just created so much of a gap that they were able to withstand a lot of the team fighting power that BLG had. I think On had an incredible game on this Lux particularly. But it just was not enough to take down WE, which is such a funny thing to say if you were with us about a couple months ago.
What crazy stuff. This fight here, or like this choice to go for Nexus turrets, insane, by the way, from On. Pulls the minion wave so that the turrets they're a little bit tankier. Part of taking down structures and trying to end games is that you need a minion there to apply the debuff onto the structures. That was very smart from On to one-shot the minion wave there, because if that doesn't happen, then the game ends, and we don't even get this crazy moment. Arha walks up. Just the resume of the players on WE, by all intents and purposes, has no reason to be this close versus BLG. Let's get rid of the regular season results. Just the players alone on this Team WE have not been able to sniff anywhere near the results that we are seeing from them. And to take the #1 seed this far in the series, I think is a testament to their growth, a testament to the coaching staff that is behind them for what was an abysmal regular season into now being an incredibly competitive best-of-5 team.
It's been a great year for development here in the LPL. You see teams like WE bring on new players like Arha and About having success right now. You go down to Group Nirvana and there's players like Keshi and Haru on Thunder Talk making their way up to top 8, even taking a game earlier this weekend in the upper bracket of the playoffs. And now back here, Monkey getting player of the game for Team WE. He might not be a rookie anymore. Still pretty new overall to this scene. You know, remember him back from the Edward Gaming days in 2023, 2024. But he's feeling pretty good about where his team's at right now.
Good job, Monkey. Super big bounce back split. I mean, I remember halfway through the regular season, we were talking about Monkey as the worst jungler in the league. And now he's taking on Shun. Now he's potentially looking on match point. It's a lot of pressure. It's a ton of pressure for Team WE to now say, hey, we got to take at least one game in the next 2 to put ourselves in the next round of playoffs. But that also means you're that much closer to making history.
Or that much closer to heartbreak, as WE still have one more game to win. BLG certainly do not want to be heading down to the lower bracket this early after an incredible start to their Split 2, an incredible 2026 overall. Will that happen, or will there be silver scrapes in our final series of the upper quarters? We'll find out in just a few minutes once we return from this break on LPL English. Welcome back to what could be the last game of the day on LPL English, and maybe not in the way you might have expected. That's right, Team WE, 1-13 in the regular season, barely squeaking through the Knights' path to get to the postseason itself, are now up 2-1 over the defending champions Billy Gaming. Grapes and Alk here to take you through this game number 4, and what a wild ride we have been on so far.
This is crazy. Just coming in with absolutely no expectations, by the way, for this Team WE. They could have gone in, got 3-0'd, and we would have said, yeah, that's kind of how it was. We were thinking this was a, as the kids like to say, a scheduled loss. But they have come in time after time here in this series, and they have surprised. They came in with this Game 1 strategy where they win, and we're like, okay, maybe Karis and Cube are just kind of bringing it in these best-of-5s. If they just don't mess up that early game from Game 2, this could have been already over. The series is already done, and we're looking at Team WE in the upper bracket.
Could you imagine a 3-0 over BLG? I mean,
I know.
We talked about the Thunder Talk 3-0 over IG. This would have been even more crazy than that. I think regardless, Team WE should be proud of what happens here, even if they end up losing the next games. But you know it's going to feel so bad if they lose these next 2 games, have to fall down the lower bracket regardless, knowing how close they were to a series win over the top seed in the LPL, potentially the best team in the world at this point. And for BLG, they've got to lock in. They've got to dig their toes in and make sure they do not go down to the lower bracket this early.
And maybe this is an all-pro bracket curse. We have never seen one team dominate all of the first team All-Pro in LPL history, and the first time it happens, potentially they get upset in the first round of playoffs. That's going to be, like, there's a lot of superstition already. That would be an amazing curse to potentially come down if WE can secure it. But, as excited as we can get for Team WE, BLG have played multiple best-of-5s, and they have played a lot of them to wins. They have lost very few of them this season. Actually, they have not lost any best-of-5s, if I'm correct.
Not this year.
So, this would be the first best-of-5 lost for this BLG team in 2026.
I think their first, well, I mean, if we want to go this way, their first best-of-5 loss since MSI of last year, because they didn't play any best-of-3, best-of-5s in at Worlds, unfortunately. But you know, man, you want to word it this way. It's a long streak that we've got going right now.
Well, we're getting into draft here. Bans staying more of the same. We are getting a Vayne instead of the Cassiopeia, and a Akali has been let through. That was going to be my big focus. Which one of these mid lane champions are we willing to give up here in this draft, with BLG getting first pick in Game 4?
Here's the thing. It's good. It's a good pick for Karis, obviously. Maybe his most comfortable champ. But Knight can play it as well, right? And he has answers to it, like the Galio that has not been selected either. Very much a situation where BLG feel like they have the advantage over what they want to do. They can either steal away the Akali or have a good answer into it.
And we wanted to see depth from Team WE. We have seen that, I think, consistently with the Nefiri in game number 1. Then we're bringing out Ash Lulu in game 2. We're having Nidalee in game 3. We are getting depth here. The Mbessa that has eluded this entire series finally makes her appearance here in game number 4, and it is going to be a blind here for Bin.
Bin 4-0 this season on Mbessa, 8-0 on it throughout his career, or at least throughout this season. He has really dominated on this pick. Even with the recent nerfs, there's still opportunities for this to be a very valuable pickup for him, or maybe for Shun as well. The response for WE, going to go maybe for a little bit of a safer option down in the bottom lane. About an Arha had a tough go of things in Game 3. The Jhin going to at least provide value regardless of if he's dead or not.
Look, this just is kind of, this is going to play a sort of similar style to what we saw from the Ashe, which is allow for other people on the team to carry while also still being a consistent damage threat later on into the game. 4 items, Jhin is one of the best, in my opinion, the best AD carry once we get later on, once he gets those big crit items later. And a Nico means that there are very few matchups that he is going to lose out on with this 2v2. So BLG, are they going to continue focusing the jungle matchup, then play this mid jungle, or are we going to be looking for a pivot? Cassiopeia has been kind of the de facto mid laner now with DFT and the buffs that they gave her.
It's interesting to see that one blind. Normally it's been an answer into something like the Rise, but It's going to be for Knight right now on its own, and that is an immediate Trundle slam for Shun as well. We were waiting to maybe see this get picked up for Monkey, but BLG certainly playing the fearless game, and it'll be Karis locking in the Akali on the other side.
What other answers does Monkey have? Not gonna lie, Grapes, I would not be too shocked to see a Lilia this game, but I will hold my tongue.
That would be into this top side. You're getting me excited right now, man.
A lot of pick here for BLG. It is going to be coming down to Pillar plus Public Execution. And Cassiopeia can do a lot of great things, but similarly, a little bit of mobile. Suddenly a Pop Blossom, a Perfect Execution coming in from Karis. Make things a bit spicy here for Team WE. The laning phase is going to be incredibly important, especially for this mid lane. We've seen Cassio Akali go both ways, and I tend to favor the Cassio, but I'm also a bit of a greedier player. I do like playing lanes that are going to scale.
You need very good miasma timing on Knight to be able to make sure that all the multitude of dashes that Karis has are not used in the correct way. So very much a skill matchup. Both of these players comfortable on their respective picks, so really will come down to who is better in this specific game. Final ban for BLG on the way, already banning away the Yorick for Q, which would be a nice answer into the Mbessa.
Getting rid of Yorick? I mean, there's not a lot of answers that we have seen traditionally into the Mbessa now. Wukong is interesting. Wukong feels a bit slow, so I don't know if this is BLG, you're just trying to get rid of the strong team fighters that are left. But looking at what Cube has, you could just play the Aatrox. You could also just play Gragas or the Shen. Shen has a lot more dueling power into the Mbessa, so kind of makes sense to see that here. Would give them also great team fighting later.
A flex pick for Monkey as well. He played this jungle Shen. I believe it was during the Split 2 playoffs of last year, if I am not mistaken. So still opportunities for switch-ups to be had here for Team WE as the Shen gets locked in. We'll wait to see what the remainder of the draft looks like for Billy.
Alright, so no Rakan, or there is still a Rakan available.
It's banned.
Rakan's banned. You could go Xayah. I don't think Xayah is all that bad. We're going to go for Ziggs to match range. BLG have very low consistent damage. It is all on Cassiopeia. It is honestly a rather short range composition, but one where Trundle Pillar plus Alistar is going to set up for the solo lanes and the laners of BLG for success. So this needs to be a game where Shun and On are very much in sync. We are getting an R5 Olaf here. This has to be going over to Monkey. He's going to run it through the jungle and just run through this team. There is not enough consistent damage or burst versus this champion. I think we have WE in a very good spot going into match point.
It's once again the Monkey show. He has to do a boatload of the damage when you have single target players like the Akali and more of a utility role in the Jhin until you get later into the game. It's all going to be about what Monkey can do in this mid game. You can get some help from Arhab with the Pop Blossoms. Cube's going to be able to dash in as well with the Stand United to help join the fights. But once again, it's WE absolutely leveraging their star player to the maximum in this game. We know that he's the Trundle guy. That means he knows the answers into the Trundle, and if there's anybody that can outduel a Trundle potentially in the early game, could be this Olaf.
I just think it's kind of weird. Like, I'm excited about what Olaf does to every other champion, not named Trundle. Trundle, I think, makes his life really, really hard. The fact that he can take away his AD is really problematic, and the pillar, while it won't slow him, is terrain. He has to walk around the pillar at the very least. So, could be dangerous. Could be a very dangerous gambit, one where it might see WE being sent to Game 5 here versus Billy Gaming. Our 8th seed from Group Ascend going up our #1 team.
Backs against the wall for BLG. Something we have not said in quite a while in a best-of-5 setting. They've played Game 5s, but they'll have to win this one to even get there in the first place. On the Rift in Shenzhen. Oh my god.
They're doing it.
The crowd is
WE
turning.
Fans.
it's always interesting to think about because, right, WE, not been much success lately, especially compared to what BLG have been able to do. But they're one of the longest tenured organizations in Chinese League of Legends. They were playing in Season 1, Season 2. So they've got a bit of a loyal fan base, it seems.
They're the remaining vestige of a bygone era in terms of LPL. LGD is still here, EDG is here, but their fellow bandmates are gone. They have moved on or they've rebranded and taken new names, new faces. Can you believe, by the way, that BLG used to be IME?
I forgot about that.
I know. I got reminded the other day because I was talking to another former LPL person in Christina. Not Christina of LPL, different person. They worked on LPL English, but yeah, I totally forgot that IME was not only in the league, but also here. It technically was BLG's slot. Anyway, let's get into this game here,
Was that
Graves.
the same year that WE made Worlds too in 2017? Or am I tripping?
I think so, yes. That sounds about right.
We can get our research team on that as we have early summoner spells already popped in the bottom lane. Viper goes for the Ziggs here, so a bit of an unorthodox play style for himself, although he's had success on it throughout his career. But it means that actually Jin and the Nico going to be able to get pushed. Speaking of push, that's what Knight has in the mid lane right now. Forces Karis down to 200 HP.
That's why this matchup is very tough. Gets easier on one item, especially with the Gunblade being able to hunt down this Cassiopeia. And as long as Knight gets to go even in this lane, you're going to be okay with the temperament of what this lane looks like for our two mid laners. But early jungle clears, it was just a full clear, and instead of going for the scuttles immediately, they just decided we're going to take recalls. We're going to just get ourselves some items. We're not going to do for this, and potentially just go scuttle into full clear yet again.
Monkey's having a good time so far in this early game. Arha making an early roam into the mid, trying to get a little bit of poke back onto Knight, who's able to control this wave beautifully in the early game. Karis not able to go too far forward, knowing that Shun could be here at a moment's notice. So they're bringing the entirety of the reinforcements to try to bail this Akali out on the chase. Pillar has already been issued here onto Karis, but he uses the Twilight Shroud to survive.
That's a crazy visual bug, by the way. For
Yeah, I got
pillar. I saw the animation and I was like, "Where's the pillar?" And I was like, "Oh, it's just right
an
there."
Insane cancel that Shun's able to do to bait a flash or something, but no, just a bug.
Yeah, just a visual bug. So, hey, I mean, they're already starting to get leads here, and we're already getting a lot of support roams. By the way, it's 4 minutes. I know that there was a change to the role quest where it kind of allowed for you to roam a little bit more, but guys, let's get a little bit more quest progress. So it's an okay start. Just means that Karis is going to continue to fall behind at least a wave here. We'll see if that turns into anything meaningful, but Monkey really just needs to farm. Get your items, get to your ultimate, and then we can start Ragnarok and rolling.
Early TP coming in from Knight, going to be caught up by Monkey and Arha, who's also on the way. Pops the Miasma, but Knight's already forced to flash away. Monkey dives forward, and it's first blood again for Team WE. Shun now fighting in a 1v3. Monkey's alive for a long time, but eventually gets taken down. Karis now going to be targeted by On, who lands a headbutt pull. Arha able to bail him out with the Tangle Barbs, and the Akali will live.
Super close. If Monkey doesn't take that additional turret shot, maybe, just maybe, there's a way for them to turn that around, but they got the kill on the Knight. They'll trade it over. Both junglers getting the kills there. Feels good, and it's an extra first blood, so a little bit more gold going over to this Olaf. Exactly what the doctor ordered if you're a Team WE fan.
And so he will still be around in the bottom, in the mid lane, I should say. The supports now freed from their enchanter duties. They are here to impact all areas of the map from minute 1. Now that they are on these slightly different picks that are down the tier list in the meta, Arha has had a lot of success on this Nico pick specifically. Was one of his specialties when initially playing for Weibo last year. 10-7 on that champion, and that includes a loss that he had in the mid lane when he was a mid laner for AL Youth. So really, 10-6.
You say it as if the enchanters were the one roaming. Do you remember game 2 where
that is
Seraphine
true.
was just sitting mid and he was a full level, or is the Lulu into the Seraphine? He's like a full level down. I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
These supports
look,
have
games,
been maniacs, I will admit.
A lot of games for BLG kind of revolve around Shun and On providing a lot of vision and information for Knight to play. He's a mechanically gifted player, and as long as you give him the space and the environment to thrive, he's going to find those angles. But now with the focus that they placed on mid, Cars gets to equalize this matchup, and now it's an early dragon here for WE, so already starting to make progress here in this game that can get very dangerous, I think, for BLG to try to play if they are even or even slightly behind on their opponents.
The first dragon gets picked up by Team WE. Monkey's Olaf already proving to be very useful and will only continue to be just that as this game continues to progress. Take a look across the rest of the map. Currently CS advantage in favor of Bin. Cube definitely not picking this Shen for the lane, very much so for what you can be doing later on. Some more trading in the bottom lane as well as On goes for a headbutt pull, but a little bit of poke on to Abaku gets chunked down to about 70%.
Does Monkey favor a gank in this lane? He has topside camp spawning, so likely that's not going to be the case. That gets forced out of his flash. On doesn't have flash, which I think is very funny because he's decided to go for the unsealed spellbook. This is an interesting invade. I mean, you're playing Trundle, you have the ultimate, but Shen also has a stand united, so anywhere you think that there's a numbers advantage, you always gotta imagine there's a +1 there.
It's 2025 again. We're getting an 8-minute swap up to the top lane here for About and Arha to try to gain control of these grubs. You know, for Team WE, looking at the opposition, you see Trundle, you see Ziggs, there's a lot of turret pushing in that composition. Want to make sure they try to avoid having even more power given over to them in form of grubs.
And I think Grubs is especially important in this kind of game where, yes, there's a Ziggs, but outside of him, a lot of champions in this game don't actually deal damage to structures. And with how low range WE is because of how many melees they have, it actually incentivizes them to go for Grubs so that they can deal damage to structures and start to push the game. This ward, overtime. We need to pay this guy. This guy needs to be unionized immediately, if not yesterday, because that is an insane amount of information that they just got from that.
And that's going to push WE, or BLG away, I should say. Shun goes back to finish off a Hearthbound Axe, and that means that all three of these grubs will go over to Team WE, perhaps unexpectedly in terms of what BLG thought was going to be happening at this point in the game.
Well, hey, you're getting yourself your lane experience, because role quest only matters, for bot lane anyway, as long as there's 2 people in your lane. If you're one person, it's kind of meh. But as long as both of you are there, you're going to get your experience. It's not, if I remember correctly, it isn't geographically locked. They just try to stop the early swaps because of if you had 2 people versus 1. That's where it becomes problematic. But that also turns off fairly early.
Over the BLG, maintaining this Australian-style map. Shout out to Jay Betta on our LPL English broadcast team. Top laners duking it out on the bot side, still been holding an advantage, but it means that Monkey going to be able to continue to be a nuisance in the enemy jungle. We already have been taking the first dragon. The second one's going to spawn in 2 minutes. You'd imagine that is around the point where these waves will be, where these lanes should be reset.
I think it's super tough, by the way, now that there's ultimates in this game, for BLG to really look for anything on sides or individual picks. Like, On's looking. I mean, Flash is available here for Cars, who, instead of the Gunblade, opted for the Rocket Belt. An interesting piece of tech to try to avoid his opponent, but I think does make him have less kill threat in the lane. We'll see how this kind of pans out. But the point I was making beforehand is that it's a tense game. It's match point here for WE, and I think the tools that they have for team fighting are just a little bit more clear and a little bit easier for them to execute. And Shen ult by itself, I think, is just an insane boon to have.
Yeah, I mean, you saw both, Bin and Viper use their TPs to get into their correct lane assignments. They're not going to be around. Bin specifically for this dragon. Cube has his TP on cooldown, but it doesn't really matter as much to him because he has that stand united to join at basically any moment that he desires. And that could be a big role in about 50 seconds or so. You remember about this point last game, Hulk. WE had a numbers advantage because Bin saved his TP, or because Cube saved his TP, and ended up winning a huge fight that set the pace for how the rest of the game went.
Wins the next fight. Is it going to be for this dragon, or is it going to be for the Herald in 4 minutes, or maybe a timer in between the two of those? We saw that Bin and Viper just teleported to opposite sides of the map, kind of swapping themselves back into their original roles. And, I mean, if I'm looking item for item, band for band, I think I would want to be on WE's side. I mean, Experimental Hexblade is kind of hard to deny for an Olaf in terms of the value, but Trundle with Triforce and a Luden's Companion from Viper, it's fairly even in my mind.
We'll see who exactly wants to pull the trigger first. Again, the numbers will always be in WE's favor unless Bin starts walking down now. Teleport in from Karis. And Curtain Call, open up onto Viper. If he lands a shot, Monkey can potentially just chase him all the way down. He throws out the E to make sure he does not, get targeted by Monkey running it down. And so now it'll just be WE gaining control of the bottom lane. Bin has made his way down. It looks like BLG want to fight this one.
More important than ever, BLG need to bring Knight to every single objective because their consistent damage isn't there. But with a Cassiopeia, those problems are solved. Arha's going to try to look for some kind of flank over the wall.
Oh, looking for a bout. He headbutts him right into Viper, forces a flash away from the Jhin. Force shot lands onto him, but the Unbreakable Will goes forward. In goes
oh my god,
Nico
Arha!
with the Pop Blossom. Arha disguised, able to take down On. The Dragon will go in favor of BLG, but WE get a little bit more gold into their pockets.
No Stand United used by Cube. He's just going to walk back from base, gets himself the Titanic Hydra. I think a worthwhile trade there for BLG. You got yourself a dragon, you stopped your opponents. Also got the flash out from a bout. That could be someone that you can consistently target with long-range damage from the Ziggs, or even just a pick from Shun, Bin, or On. Get back into this game. It's only a slight gold lead here, and I think you can feel the tension. I think you can see how these teams are trying to maneuver around each other, maybe tell the tension that's in this game.
On to Arha, not going to be taken down with Herald spawning in 50 seconds. Karis and the rest of WE looking to make a play around Shun, who is going for an invade onto Monkey's Raptors. Red buff going to be the next target. Cube has to be careful to not face check this, and he does so. Gets knocked up and headbutted right into the enemy team, but he taunts him 3. And a big chunk of damage comes through from Arha as well with the blooming blows. Forces BLG down about half health. Bin over the wall looking for a flank. Blast Cone will send him back to his team. In goes the Undertow from Monkey, who still has the Ragnarok available and finds a slow on to Shun. In he goes, pops it, and has to stand united by his side, trying to outduel the enemy jungler, and he will. Cube ends up getting the final kill. In goes Karis, assassinates Knight on the back line as well, and WE winning yet another team fight. A double kill in for Cube, looking for a triple as Bin should go down. It'll be Monkey to claim it instead. And WE punish the over-aggression, and they'll win the fight around their red.
WE just got paid. I mean, Knight gets a kill. They killed the bot lane, but I'm looking at WE now with 1,000 gold, and Karis is just getting deadlier and deadlier. Monkey is just climbing in gold here. Opens up a 1,500 gold lead for himself. Chen, man, double 3-man taunt. Flashes away. And that right there, by the way, that public execution from Bin, only possible because of the new nerfs to Mbessa on 26-9. A 0.7 second cast time means that Shen can just walk out of that. I'm looking at Knight on the opposite side. He gets so much value. Ults about, and Karis, and Arha. And they find the Nico.
Speaking of Arha, he might be dead. There he goes with the pillar, but now it's Monkey once again fighting Knight. What is this game? Another 1v1 goes the way of the WE captain, who's now 4-1 on the Olaf.
They've just killed off Knight, and what else can we see from BLG? They're going for Herald at the same time, and Bessa is sitting in this top lane. They're going to get the objective, and they even get the teleport out from Bin. A close game, but you can see the value of this Olaf champion, and he's just getting higher and higher. Cube!
Bin cancels the TP. It's going to make it much more difficult for this to be stolen away. Shun already grabs at the eye, not secured just yet. It being Karis, who dashes away with a perfect execution.
Wow.
The Herald actually gets spawned by On. I don't know if that was intentional or not. Looks like he's going to get into there, try to knock up some more players of Team WE. About has to run. They're going to find Monkey instead with a knock up and get a chunk of damage with the turret place.
Okay,
They
okay.
headbutt Monkey back into the enemy team, but in comes Arha once again to Sky. Two-man pop loss, Shown is down. Carvis finds Viper. In he goes with the Shuriken flip once again, and about lands the final blow for shot on On, and the Alistar is down. Carvis gets the kill. It's 10-4 WE.
And WE are making it happen. They are causing an upset here. They are looking to send the first seed into the lower bracket, and it is off of pocket picks from this team. We talked about comfort being king for them. Karis, after 3 games of having a Kali ban, gets it here in game number 4. And Anna, I just don't understand the thought process. You summoned down the Herald. That was your first mistake. You should have just left it at that. You were trying to make this play onto Monkey, but he is too damn tanky. And Arha with a insane flank on the Nico.
Couldn't count the caster minions well enough. And then goes Karis again on his signature Akali. You see he waits out the preemptive pulverize from On to make sure he's able to finish both of those kills. That's why he plays this Akali, one of his best champions for this young Korean mid laner over from the LCK Challenger scene. Karis really making a name for himself over these last 2 series and trying to finish the job here in game 4.
And you can just stay underneath this turret. You see a lot of people moving into mid lane, but WE are first to the wave. And all of BLG are on the top side. They're in the river. They're trying to get Knight this turret in the top lane, but so many invested resources means they're not going to have time or the ability to move for this dragon. Mars is down a level, but I don't think it matters. I think he has the... Actually, Bin has quite a lot of shielding. Never mind.
Doing some damage.
Yeah.
Will mean that WE gets this second dragon. They're going to try to trade for BLG on the top side of the map, though. The tier 2 tower certainly going to eat a couple of plates. Cube not able to defend this in a 1v3, but Monkey's able to get back to base quickly. Actually, no, that's Arha once again in disguise. I'm even getting baited by the minimap right now.
Biggest buff for Trundle in a long time was when they finally re-allowed him to apply Sheen procs and use his Q on turrets. When they added that back into the game, Trundle immediately skyrocketed. And with Trinity Force, he gets to destroy these structures, which is what we just saw, helping Knight get a couple more items. Another 0.7 second cooldown, or cast time there, so doesn't land the public execution. And let's see what Knight's items are going to look like, because he's already 6 minutes into his rod. He's getting closer to getting that Seraph's Embrace.
You wonder if that damage even will be enough, though, for BLG once they get to the late game. This Olaf and Shen going to be so powerful in terms of just soaking up frontline damage, especially without a traditional marksman available for BLG in this game. We saw Weibo and Elk play a similar composition with the Ziggs in the bottom lane to force a game 5 against LGD. Maybe BLG have similar ideas. Curtain call into the mid lane. Viper eats the first 2 shots, not the third though, as Shen's there to body block. Tried to thread the needle. Was about not going to happen. This Mega Inferno Bomb also prevents the tower from going down.
Keep looking. Just sit on sides. I mean, I love how WE have played their assignments. Having Olaf constantly sit on the side of the Shen. In case Cassio ever decides to step too far up, you lose your flash, you kind of just die on the spot there. Once we get to objectives, we kind of talked about how BLG don't have a lot of consistent damage. I would say the same is here for WE, but Olaf is maybe a stand-in for the Cassio on their side. Jhin is never really going to do a ton, so for WE, they need time to kind of sit on any, whether it's a Baron or a Dragon, they need time to kind of get their damage down. It takes a while, so I don't really see a world where we see WE just start up an objective and try to burst it out. They're going to most likely want to bring their opponents into their Thunderdome and cause a ruckus after that.
1-13, Team WE hold a 1.2 thousand gold lead over the defending champions in what could be a series clinching game 4. Cube has rejoined with his team, avoiding the side lane for now, knowing that they want to make sure Monkey is always safe to go for these invades to pick up even more CS, as he's now up almost 40 onto Shun in this game already. Bin now starting to hunt the Cube out. We'll catch him out in the Tri-Brush. Chunk him down pretty low, but there shouldn't be too much reinforcements after that.
Once Shen finishes his second item, I said second item, I now realize he has a Kindle Gem and a Chain Vest. If this was Dusk and Dawn plus Titanic, I actually think he kind of 1v1s Bin in the side lanes. Without it, it's not going to be very likely. Dragon's coming up in a minute 40 here, Grapes. We have Summoner spells available for almost everybody outside of Viper without his TP, but that's going to matter less. And this is a Dragon that is for Soul Point, and in my eyes, it's kind of for the game, because you're already up 1,500 gold as Team WE. If you win this next fight, you get this Dragon, the game continues to spiral, and we're getting close to 3 items for some of these carries.
Will can that damage be enough? I mean, again, these Ziggs comps are always interesting in theory, Alk, but to me, not having a consistent marksman feels very, very unusual in games like this, where you need to fight for these late game team fights. I mean, do you think that BLG have an avenue back in?
It's always possible. I mean, Knight has had kind of a barn burner of a series already. His Annie game was basically flawless for the most part, outside of that teleport that we were kind of going back and forth on. Game 1, again, he was the guy, and WE were still ending up winning on that one. So he has looked really good. He's just gotten focused a lot, and even with that focus, he's still up 800 gold here in this matchup. So if there's anybody I trust to kind of carry this, it has to be him. And if it's not going to be, then honestly, Viper is really strong. He's 2 items on this Ziggs. So there is a ton of potential for this BLG to still kind of rocket to WE.
Gonna have to come soon, though, as this Dragon is spawning in 15, and you don't want to give an Ocean Soul over to an Olaf team. That would just be an even higher mountain to climb if you are BLG. Teleport coming in early for Bin. They want to make sure they are fully set up, or it could be a tussle that ends all tussles. Here comes another TP. Bin finally arriving once again. Knock up landing on the Monkey, but not a lot of poke just yet. Bouncing bomb onto About, and that's going to be the formula for BLG to win out on this fight.
Cars can't get into this fight. We just saw Bin, who teleported, phased away this Akali. She is a big portion of this team's ability to get into the backline and disrupt what BLG want to do. It seems like he is going to match for now. Shen can just permanently side lane. He's got the stand united. If Arhal finds a flank, he has a flash here. On's gonna go look.
He's in there, but the Dragon is secured already by BLG. Pop Blossom finds 2. They find a little bit of a route onto Viper. The Mega Inferno Bomb, though, able to take Arhal down, and Bin's already in for a 1-for-1. Karus jumps forward. Public execution.
Oh my god,
not going to connect, but Knight is still full HP. Lands the Miasma and nearly takes Karus down, but he gets hit by the deadly Flourish. And Monkey, alongside About, will shut down the main carry of BLG. The curtain call will come out, and the second shot finds the final kill of the fight. It is a 4-for-1 once again in favor of Team WE.
But they got the Dragon. BLG, that's as good as it's going to get. You will not have to face down the barrel of an Ocean Soul here. In 5 minutes, you get time to breathe there. Shun also survived. WE were more excited about grabbing kills and finalizing Shun, who flashed into the pit of the Dragon instead of out into the red side of his jungle. BLG lose the fight, take the objective. Right now, WE are playing on a knife's edge. We saw how favorable that scenario was for them. Imagine if Akali was able to get even more out of that fight. Right now, BLG are starting to crumble. You can see that this Cassio is becoming less and less tenable for her to really lay down the law and sit and just put down her spells. Arha on this Nico has been near flawless, I think.
Yeah, setting up for the taunt for Karus to assassinate Viper. Monkey didn't even have to do too much in this fight. Bin really feeling the nerfs of the Mbessa in this game.
Yeah. Bin has had a couple of Mbessa games now where I'm kind of questioning it. He kind of got himself back the Mbessa pass halfway through the split, but I think the nerfs that we have seen to this champion, the timing just isn't there, and it really means that Mbessa is a champion that requires others to help her. She needs guaranteed crowd control for her ult to land. Otherwise, it is, I think, on 0 ping, near impossible as long as flashes are available. And that's what we saw from About. Flash to the side, didn't get hit with the public execution. And look, BLG get to breathe another day. They got the Dragon. I think that's the most important part.
But how do they approach the remainder of this game? Still being down 3,000 gold. It's a third item completed as Viper goes for a little bit more of a defensive orientation with the rocket belt. Get away from any of the dive that WE have in their hands. Knight getting close to a Leandri's as well. Once these carries hit 3 items, I can agree with you. That is a strong point for BLG. They just haven't gotten there yet.
It's got to be careful. I mean, you're playing Alistar, yes. Not level 11. Another ultimate bin. Okay, you know what? That one's maybe my fault because I did say during the draft that Pillar is going to help set up for the public execution. So I'll take that one. That one, I'll tank that for you, Vin. That's my fault. The next one, though, that one's on you.
Just some dis-synergy, though, from players that have been together for quite a while, albeit non-consecutively between Bin and Shun. Basically, the Pillar took him away from the public execution skill shot angle, so I don't know.
Maybe they shouldn't have separated them. Maybe you should not have gone to JDG.
I think they all agree that would have been the right move.
I think after last year's results, tend to agree. And look, if Shun never went to JDG, maybe we'd still have Scout in the league. And Pays. Probably not Pays, but whatever. Alright, Viper likely is going to be able to live. Yeah, On will also come and try to save him. It's all for a fight around the blue buff, but Dragon spawns in a minute, and I like the idea.
Monkey pops the Ragnarok and baits out the headbutt pulled from On. Boom. The Unbreakable Will might not even matter, as in goes Cube as well to take the cow down. Bin on the back line, though, nearly assassinates Arha and is now in a 1v1 against the bout. Has to dash away as Monkey's here to reinforce. Deadly Flourish is dodged away from Bin, comes the public execution. Bin looking to try to 1v9, and he's able to get 2 kills already. A bout's down, and Arha is at 200 HP, and Shun looking to chase him down. Karis comes in with the public execution, forces Bin to dash away at 200 HP. Arha somehow still alive. In goes the Shuriken flip, and Karis able to live still under the Twilight Shroud. But Knight's now in to finish off the fight. One more Twin Fang on the Karis should do it, but the bouncing bomb might do it all the same. Everyone on WE is so low. In goes one more Satchel for Viper to seal the deal.
Viper, I have needed to see you here in this series. You've had on moments, you've had off moments, but this needs to be a game that you win if you want to keep your life here in the upper bracket alive. Dragon spawns now, and look at the disparity. No summoner spells for Viper, no flash for the Sakali, and still long death timers. BLG might put themselves on soul point after what was supposed to be just one pick onto this Alistar.
It was a bait and then a switch for BLG as they ended up getting exactly what they wanted out of that fight. Now Knight's back in with a TP, but so is Cube as the Dragon is up and ready. They have Shun on the way. Looks like Monkey's actually going back to base, so they're going to give this one up. It'll be soul point in for Billy as W are happy enough burning those summoner spells.
That fight, we might come back to that. That might be an inflection point, as I like to say. We'll come back to that point as to whether or not it was worth for them to find that. It delays their Dragon soul point. It means that we're going to at least see 6 dragons in this game. Maybe even the number that comes after it. And so,
good.
It means more time in the game. And, I mean, there's pros and cons for both teams. Like, I talked about Jhin being one of the best champions on 4 and 5 items. Well, looks like he's going to go for RFC. Doesn't have an Infinity Edge yet, so basically we're pushing that down to 5. I think Viper is incredibly strong right now. Same with Knight.
On gets locked up again, though. Has to once more prematurely proc the Unbreakable Will. The headbutt doesn't do anything against the Ragnarok. Already a flash burn by the cow. Gets hit up by the curtain call. 4-shot not connecting, but On will still live. Cube now with the flash on out. And the petrifying gaze comes through from Knight. Arha back in with the pop blossom, but it will not do anything as Knight is now unleashed here in this game. 4 gets another kill. A second onto the Olaf. And Bin will chase Karis out of the picture. 3 kills for none for BLG.
10-10 erupts as the fans see BLG rally behind the solo lanes. Bin and Knight make it happen. They win the fight. They grab the Baron. They might have just saved themselves in this series. They might have just sent us here to Game 5 with a few mistakes from Team WE. Monkey, yet again, trying to go for this. I'm going to look back at this fight because there's a couple of things that kind of go in favor. One, about an Arha just can't walk in here. Monkey is completely separated. You can see how much damage. Look at what's happening in this corridor right now. Knight just gets to throw all of these Twin Fangs, all of this miasma, and the ultimate from behind is great, but there's just no damage. About cannot get in, Chorus cannot get in, and you need these members if you want to try to take down BLG.
They crowned him the MVP just a few hours ago in this very arena. They had him sat down in a chair that is synonymous with legendary gamers in the esports world. And Knight is trying to bring his team back from the brink in the first round of the LPL playoffs. I can hear it. It's on its way. The Silver Scrapes are approaching Alk, and I don't think we can avoid it.
Honestly, Grapes, that's up to WE now. That is in WE's hands whether or not they want the Silver Scrapes here or not. It's game number 5. On the cards if BLG were here to win this one. A lot of mid-game mistakes from them. And this Olaf just finished himself a Spirit Visage. He's getting it closer to what looks to be a Knight's, or not a Knight's Vow, but a Guardian Angel. And the rest of the damage needs to be there. I'll be honest here, Grapes, I really wish there was not a Youmuu's here in this game for the Jhin. If he had Infinity Edge right now, this would be a Jhin that I am actually afraid of. But by taking the pit stop, he delays his item. He now has to go to 5 items to be like the relevant AD carry, I think, in this game.
About's build is when you look up useless Jhin builds in a dictionary, that's what pops up. It's these.
Well, he also
items.
built Collector on Corki in that last game, and he still won. So I don't know what to believe anymore.
I mean, you hear a lot of hate for this champion. It can be valuable in certain situations, but you have to build damage, and that's not what About is doing. He's going for more of the pea shooter. It becomes valuable once you hit that 6 item mark, but we're not.
Oh my God, he has
a
a Dirk in his item. He's not even going Infinity Edge. Get me out. Get me out.
I mean,
We're going
honestly,
to game
like,
5.
the way About's been playing, how safe he has been, it might even be like an Edge of Night locked in for him next to make sure he doesn't get away. He doesn't get hit up by some of these long-range abilities. How much value will that provide? Only time will tell. But he'll need it sooner rather than later with this Soul Dragon for BLG spawning in less than a minute.
BLG continuing to kind of lead and rally behind the lanes. Knight is continuing to be a force to be reckoned with in this series. Almost single-handedly, I think, propping up this BLG team here in this series. You guys we're not losing this. I'm not going down to the lower bracket, not without kicking and screaming my way down. 30 seconds, and now it is Soul Point here for BLG if they can acquire it. The Soul being completed in 30 seconds if they can have it. Looks like their solo lanes will have to TP back in, and how do WE problem solve from this scenario? I mean, Flash is coming up for About. Monkey does not have Flash. Shen does not have Flash. They're going to need to walk and run straight into this backline. Kill Knight first, and that might be a problem with the fact that he has 3,000 HP.
Yeah, the way that BLG have their composition set up, if they can just hold this position, it'll be a good fight for them. You see Karis on the backline and Monkey looking to try to enter the picture with his Ragnarok. He has to pop it early after the initial knockup comes through from On. In goes the Stand United, but it's only on the Alistar at this point, and Karis just has to sit in the Twilight Shroud and watch the rest of BLG kill the rest of his team. In goes Bin, forces the Pop Blossom early, and Monkey is going to drop sooner rather than later. Finally, Bin finishes the job, and it's a 2-for-0 plus the Dragon Soul going over to Billy Gaming.
And that's BLG sending us to game 5 there. I just don't understand from Monkey. We're targeting the Alistar 4 fights in a row here. It's not worth it. You need to kill Knight. You need to kill Viper. And now they've completely lost the plot here in this game 4. They've lost the ability to deal meaningful damage. And we had the Flash. Why are we looking here? We just kind of feel all out of sorts, maybe feeling desperate here, trying to claw for what we said was history in the making.
It's still 2 members down for the next 15 seconds, and Bin is on the way. BLG might try to end this game right now. You see Karis waiting on the flank. The time has to be now. In they go on to the next his turrets. First one already gone down. In goes Karis trying to assassinate Viper. He should be able to get him with the perfect execution, but the Ocean Soul keeps him alive. In goes Shun. He's going to get taken down eventually as the respawn timers have come through. Cube lands a big taunt. The curtain call will take down Viper. Arha with a Pop Blossom finds 2. And Knight trying to 2v5 alongside Bin, but I don't know if it'll happen just yet. In they go on to the Cassiopeia. Karis gets gets him. Knight goes golden, but it might not be enough. From Death's Door to the enemy Nexus, WE are going to TP into the bottom lane.
No way are they winning this game! Look at this, they have 3 grubs, but do they have the minions for it? There's a super minion wave in mid lane right now. Long as hell death timers, 20 seconds for On, 30 before Viper, 20 before Shun. This could be it, this could be WE sending the first seed down to the lower bracket.
BLG won first stand, won the LPL, but they might not win against the 1-13 team WE. Today,
No
they are
way!
the world's elite. On's up in 2, but the Nexus towers are under fire. Arhav waiting to block him out, but it will not be enough.
did it!
The upset of all upsets. WE take down BLG.
Holy crap, man, let's go! 3-1? Not even a 5th game. This is history. This is the LPL, and this is an upset for the ages. The number 1 seed is in the lower bracket to start off the playoffs.
Team WE, doubted from minute 1, ever since they won their first series after Split 1 to get into Group Ascent. Nobody believed in this team. They were regarded as one of the worst in the entire LPL. But here they are, standing tall over your most recent international champion, the de facto best team in the world. They send Billy down to the lower bracket, and it's 2021 all over again.
Dude. This is nuts. This is nuts.
WE have won as many games in the playoffs so far than they did the entirety of the regular season. It was 6 throughout 14 matches, and it's 6 here in 2. Monkey, just the captain, the heartbeat of this team. Cube and Karis, core members as well up in the solo lanes. And this is nothing that we could have potentially expected here tonight, Alk.
No, this is an insane run, by the way. 3-2 against LNG. 3-1 now against BLG, and now they have a date with AL in a couple of days' time. Incredible. Just incredible. Great play. I had my doubts. We were literally talking about it as if we were going to Game 5 already. That was an ocean soul for BLG, and they lost with it.
That's just the LPL for you. You never know what you're going to get. Like a box of chocolates, every piece, each new, original, and organic. And that is what we had here today. Team WE doing something we have never seen before. And pulling out an 8-1 upset against a team that BLG selected first to be their opponent. And you know that makes it feel even the better for them.
Dude. BLG chose this team, by the way. As the first seed, you get to choose your opponent for playoffs. They chose WE. This feels like karmic justice, and we said the superstitions. First they pick WE. They're the first team All-Pro. Knight is the Split MVP. This is going down in history. They are never doing this again. Not only BLG are never doing this again, the LPL broadcasts are never choosing the first team to be the All-Pro first team as well. This is just never happening ever again.
And that's BLG's first LPL playoff best-of-5 loss in about a year, I should say. Their first best-of-5 loss since MSI. This is unspeakable territory here for this team. We were about to crown them as just immediate MSI representatives, and this bracket all got flipped right upon its head. One of these teams up in the upper bracket, JDG, Top Esports, AL, and WE, will be representing the LPL at MSI in just in a week's time from today.
Dude, imagine the darkest timeline is that Arha gets to go to MSI before any of Weibo do. That would be legendary. That would be legendary, bro. That would be great if, like, first game at MSI, he goes up, you see the Weibo emote come up over his head. That would be incredibly based. But that's for a later time, you know, long time. It'll be at least a week and a half, 2 weeks before we see WE maybe contesting for a crown here. But kind of going over that game, BLG definitely looked really weak. It seemed like they were still testing out like what their prios were going to be on 2610 on the new patch. They definitely looked a little bit rusty. Knight had an okay series, but the rest of the other teams, the rest of the other players, I mean, Bin in some of these games just didn't have the same impact. Shun kind of looked lost in some of these games. Like, I remember that Vi game from the very start of the series, near invisible. And Viper, off these 80 carries, I wonder if that Lucian ban is something that they maybe want to come back to. Because Lucian Melio was something that we saw Viper and On just pilot to massive success at the end of the season.
And About and Arha were like 0-4 on Lucian Melio lanes this season as well. So it wasn't necessarily something that they were particularly comfortable on. It was a questionable decision. You know, BLG is going to have unlimited time to go back and reflect on things here. But for now, they're going to be down in the lower bracket. Maybe this is a learning opportunity for them. They'll get to play a lot of games to try to get back to MSI, to get back to an international. But for a team that was nearly infallible in many people's eyes entering Split 2, having won first stand and having won the LPL in dominating fashion, it's pretty insane that this has happened. BLG were in WE's base 3 times out of the 4 games, and they lost 2 of them.
Just nuts. Congratulations to WE. And I think it is so different, by the way. 4 hours ago, we're doing the pre-show, and I'm very, like, incredulously laughing off WE of saying, it'll be a quick series. They're not going to win tonight. They're not going to do it. But game 1, I already felt the energy there. Look at this gold grab.
Shivan, can we pull up the blue shell meme again? Because it just happened. It happened again.
It actually just happened.
They took down TES, the defending champions in the first seed, last split in Split 2 in the lower bracket. This time they take down BLG in the upper.
Maybe
Let's take a look at some of the highlights, actually. Yeah,
Maybe it is just
Split 2. Split 2 is a different breed, opens a different beast for Team WE, seemingly. They got top 4 last split. They're guaranteed at least top 6 now. If they win one more, they'll be guaranteed top 3.
Dude. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. I am so excited. This playoffs is the best that we have had in a very long time. I think last year we got a lot of really high quality best of 5s between like top esports and like BLG, AL versus BLG. We got a lot of really high stakes. This is just the playoffs where everything you thought possible goes to the wayside. The Nirvana teams are winning versus legacy organizations in the Group Ascend. WE are beating, the 8th seed is beating up on the 1st seed. This is the biggest upset in LPL playoffs history. Just crazy.
No fact
crazy
checking
stuff.
No fact checking necessary. Somebody can.
I don't care, man. Look, lying has been OP in the public domain for like the last 8 years. So I'm just gonna say it, and if anybody wants to fact check me, go in the community Discord.
It can be a little misleading because W is in the higher group despite being 1-13, but they looked dead in the water for much of Split 2. Like, let's not get that wrong. They were not playing very many competitive games in the first half of the round robin. The second round robin, they started to scale up, and obviously they have scaled up to a much higher level at this point to be able to take a 5-game series against BLG. Their only opponent left is, I think, one of the only teams that they did not get a game off of all year long, and that is anyone's legend in the upper semis.
There's so many things at play here. Like, the
Let's
fact that WE
By the
had
way,
Oceans... What's up?
Bin backed after taking the dragon and was late to this play. I don't know if that would have mattered too much, but that's another mistake or something that BLG will have to consider here.
Another optimization. Also, the fact that they let Viper die here. I don't know if he lives, but Ocean Soul Regeneration is really powerful. And the damage that he's able to do, just a lot of mistakes that we have seen from BLG. And it's not like their late games have been incredible. I mean, just in their last series of the regular season versus Top Esports, they almost kind of lost that game number 2 versus them, and they would have sent themselves to game 3. AL, very similarly, they got to do it with their bot lane duo doing all the work, and the blue shell finally comes on through. There's no super horn. There's nothing to protect them. WE have taken out the 1st seed yet again in Split 2 playoffs.
Here's the thing, though. You could be in 8th place, you throw the blue shell, it knocks BLG, it knocks the leader down. There's still 6 more people that they got to get past in order to make it all the way over to an LPL championship, which would be absolutely absurd. We're getting way too ahead of ourselves at this point, but let's take a look at our updated playoff bracket at the conclusion of the upper quarterfinals. JDG taking on Top Esports, always a classic. I believe that'll be tomorrow. And then the day after that, it'll be WE heading right back in to take on Anyone's Legend.
Yeah. JDG Top Esports is tomorrow. The day after that is ALWE, and then we get our lower bracket stuff. Dude, EDG is so mad right now. They're like, what did we do, bro? What'd you say? What'd you say screw me for, bro? Like, what's going on over here? And then, by the way, if BLG win versus EDG, they then have to face up against either JDG or Top Esports.
Wow,
So,
one of those teams is going to end 5th, 6th.
yes, this is going to be a lower bracket run, potentially, for BLG if they want to make it back to the grand finals. By the way, Grapes, I am not feeling too confident about my prediction of BLG losing less than 4 games. That is not looking good right now. They have to go essentially undefeated for the rest of these playoffs.
Oh, man. I mean, for a team like TS, the pressure even adds up more going into tomorrow now, because the way your Split 1 went, also not ending up in a very good spot. If you have back-to-back like 5th, 6th finishes, as a team that's trying to contend for Worlds, it makes things very difficult in terms of contention the rest of the way.
Yeah. Other notes, again, this is the first team to beat this version of BLG in a best of 5 all year, and even going back to last year, as you were mentioning. So, just nuts. Just incredible. Congratulations again to Team WE. Well deserved. They came back from a lot of spots that I think a lot of other teams would have just crumbled and just would have lost. And it is just mind-blowing that we got this result tonight.
What a way to wrap up the upper quarterfinals and to wrap up our final double best of 5 day here on LPL English for the remainder of Split 2. It'll be 1 series a day the rest of the way until we get to our lower finals and finals. We'll have a little bit of a break in between that as our teams will go off in transit. But same time as per usual, as we are shifting back to our normal time slot, 2 a.m. Pacific, 5 a.m. Eastern, I believe it's 11 a.m. over in Europe is where you will see our teams play here in the LPL playoffs. JDG Top Esports will be tomorrow, and WE up against Anyone's Legend will be next. Before we head out, we want to give a big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron, Soup, and Mung, as their pledge financial contributions help level up the cast and crew and give back to the broadcasts who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day those streams turn on. On behalf of our entire production staff here, the moderators, the social media manager, Shivam behind the desk, Alk, our casters from earlier, and Gordo and Covey, my name is Grapes. Thank you so much for tuning in to another day of LPL English. The final score today, a stunning upset, 3-1 in favor of Team WE over Billy Gaming. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow for JDG Top Esports.